So if you ask, they make the process nearly impossible. That's the kind of tool I wish I had in place when all of this happened. But Aura is more.
Hey, I'm glad you got a sponsor, but they ain't sponsoring me. Shout out to you though, Kim.
We have the files. They even did a whole influencer thing where they gave them these binders of files. We got the Jeffrey Epstein files. Look what we got. Look what we got. And now he's saying, well, we don't have anything, actually. Turns out the FBI has nothing. We don't have any evidence whatsoever that Jeffrey Epstein trafficked girls. What are they trying to do? Are they, I mean, at this point, what are they trying to do? This isn't just a cover up of Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, it sounds like they're trying to get Ghislaine Maxwell out of prison. That's what it sounds like to me. Like, release the Mossad asset. Mossad wants her out. They need her for something else. So we got to somehow get Ghislaine Maxwell out. We don't want to kill her because we need her back out there in society. So we don't want to suicide her. Instead, we're just going to basically retract everything and say that there's no evidence of trafficking. Do you think her lawyers right now are having a field day? Absolutely they are. They're saying, well then, time to let Ghislaine Maxwell out. There were no girls trafficked.
If you live in a Florida zip code and have 0 DUIs in the last 5 years, listen carefully.
To anybody. I mean, this is, what are they doing here? So FBI Director Kash Patel says, well, it's not our fault. It's everybody else's fault that there's no evidence that Jeffrey Epstein trafficked girls. This is what he says.
And I think the central question for the American people is this. They know that Epstein trafficked young women for sex to himself. They want to know who, if anyone else, he trafficked these young women to. And that's a very fair question. I want to know that answer. And I think you're going to have to do more to satisfy the American people's understandable curiosity in that regard.
Mr. Chairman, may I just respond to that? I agree, Senator. And what we have done, and just to remind folks, the Epstein case files existed in the 2 prior administrations, in the Obama administration and the Biden administration. And they didn't release anything. And there was President Trump in the first administration that renewed charges against Mr. Epstein. And I know it's a little complicated to understand, but what exists in the Epstein case files was a direct result of the limited search warrants from 2006 and 7, which hamstrung future investigations because of the non-prosecution agreement. And multiple administrations had the opportunity to look at the entirety of that case file and recommend prosecutions against anyone that was trafficked under Mr. Epstein and anyone that participated in that trafficking. And the only person to bring charges was the prior administration against Mr. Epstein. Now, I am not saying that others were not trafficked and others were not involved. What I am telling you is that based on the information we have, and we have continuously and publicly asked for the public to come forward with more information. If there is, we'll look at it. But based on
All right, bro. I'm calling Cap. Straight up. I'm calling Cap. I'm not going for that bullshit that you saying. Like, bro. Pam Bondi came out her own mouth. I'm finna go get the clip. You got me fucked up. I'm finna go get the clip. Pam Bondi came out her own mouth, bro. Stop playing with people's intelligence like this. Right? This was already the initial narrative you was running with. Oh, we ain't got all the files yet. The Attorney General in New York, he hid the files. Come on with this bullshit, bro. Stop the posturing. Stop. Nobody believes you. The left don't believe you. The right don't believe you. Fox News got you looking like a buffoon, a babbling buffoon. We finna run the clips. But what are you saying? You saying that based on the lack of, and this is already, we knew this theory was coming. You saying that based on the prosecutorial agreement that they went under, which would be after the fact that they do an investigation, you wouldn't come to a prosecutorial agreement like before they got evidence. Like, that's stupid. So obviously they had some type of evidence. They were doing some type of investigation first, dumb. And then you telling us that the investigation was insufficient to turn up any new charges. Bro, he was convicted. Not only was he convicted, after he was charged again in 2019 or 2018, 2017, whenever the fuck he got arrested again, they said he was continuing the enterprise. Not only that, from 2011 to 2019, Pam Bondi was the attorney general in Florida. What the fuck is we talking about? So, bro, it seems like every person who is connected to this case got a job in this one of these administrations. It just seems like one of these administrations. I mean, every single person that's got a job in this administration has something to do with this Epstein cover-up shit. Ever since from back in the day, William Barr, whose father hired him, Jeffrey Epstein, that is, at the Dalton School. He's tied directly to him. William Barr is tied directly to him. But the sweetheart deal with Acosta, he tied directly to him. We got Pam Bondi, the attorney general in Florida at the time Epstein was living in Florida, Palm Beach. Like, bro, this shit is undeniable at this point. The amount of evidence is overwhelming. Hold up. I'm a professional artist and I create amazing artwork, especially for streamers. Would you be interested in seeing my work? Sure. Sure. Was this Alexis Dale? Yeah. Show me some of your work. Let me get back on this because Kash Patel got me fucked up. I'm finna go get that video that Voidzilla, aka CoffeeZilla, put together. I'm finna play that again because bro, why these people keep thinking they can lie to us like they ain't been on TV saying the exact opposite, bro? What is you doing? Like, for real, Kash, what is you doing?
Credible information. We have released all credible information, and the information that the Department of Justice and the FBI never releases is information on investigations that are not credible. And we don't release the names of victims who weren't credible, but in the same time, we don't release the names of victims who were credible. And so that's by law. And so the information we are releasing now is historic, and it is also to the maximum capacity that the law allows. And I know that's not going to satisfy many, many, many people. But if they wanted it done right, then the investigation from its origination should have been done right. And he should not have been given a get-out-of-jail-free card to do jail on the weekends for 12 hours a day. And he should have been investigated fully for the entirety of his crime and criminal enterprise, not just from 1997 to 2001.
Senator.
All right.
I didn't know why I was hungry all the time until I saw this.
What are you doing?
I'm gonna have some cereal. That's delicious.
All right, because we've never been able to go back and investigate crimes from the past. We've never been able to do that, huh, Kash Patel? If it wasn't done right the first time, we just can't go back and actually investigate. That's what he's saying. He's saying, well, it was their fault. It was the fault of the people in charge back when Epstein was originally arrested and found out, and they didn't do their job, and so now we have nothing. This is what he's trying to claim. But why don't you actually go get something? That's your job. You're the FBI director. Go get something. There's plenty of people to talk to. There's plenty of investigating you can do, but you're refusing to do it, and one would ask why. And maybe it's because the people who are accused of having the young girls trafficked to them are all very powerful people. And perhaps you're covering for an Israeli spy blackmail plot. That's what you're doing. And we're all seeing right through it. I mean, this is just unbelievably ridiculous. We have a number of people who've been accused of wrongdoing and accused of having women and young girls trafficked to them, from Jean-Luc Brunel, who was also suicided in jail, Prince Andrew. What was that about? I mean, he paid out millions of dollars to Virginia Giuffre. Alan Dershowitz, he was accused. Bill Richardson, the former governor of New Mexico. Bill Clinton, Donald Trump himself, Ehud Barak, Al Gore, Kevin Spacey, David Copperfield, Michael Jackson, Frederick Fekkai, Mick Jagger, Alec Baldwin, Naomi Campbell, Cameron Diaz, Minnie Driver, others. These people were all mentioned in these files, and some of them were accused of wrongdoing. Some of them were not. Some of them were just accused of
I don't know what just happened, but let me reload the page. Let me reload the page. I'm gonna freshen it up too. I'm gonna come with some CoffeeZilla clips because I got what I needed from Kim. I really wanted her to speak to the fact that we know what the fuck you're doing, bro. You're playing cover for many agencies. Now I'm starting to think the FBI got to be included in this. Maybe, just maybe, he might have been informing the FBI as well. This is what I'm starting to come to, bro. This is what I'm starting to come to with this shit because nothing else makes sense for real. Why are you now doing so much of an effort to cover this shit up? Like you covering up on the FBI behalf. Pam Bondi look, he tried to throw the FBI up under the bus already with the whole initial statements. She was claiming that she didn't have everything on her desk. Like, come on, bro. Come on. Let me refresh my page. Cause that shit right there, it's not gonna fly. It's not gonna fly in the court of public eye. It's not. But I wanna speed because we always gonna address we gonna stay addressing Epstein. But let me speed over here to we're gonna come back to Epstein in a second. He's a topic of conversation today for sure. So I'm trying to figure this thing out. Why is you looking like a fucking fool on TV, bro? Let me run this clip and then I'm gonna run the unadulterated clip and then I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna see what Fox News got to say. And then I'm gonna get back to Charlie. I mean, no, I think we're gonna steer clear of Charlie for a little minute. I think I'm gonna get back on Epstein and then I'm gonna talk about the Groypers at the end. But right now, Cash, you look like a coke addict at best. Maybe I don't know. Maybe like I said, maybe I'm gonna give you the benefit of that. Maybe you just take a lot of pre-workout inside your Mountain Dew. You feel me? That's what I think it might be. Maybe it's just pre-workout in the Mountain Dew. But either way, let me play this back and forth between Schiff and my boy Kash Patel. Let's play this back and forth. I want to see what you got to say because I didn't really see it. So I need to see the first-hand account. I need to see it firsthand. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. All right, bet. We back. Okay, bet we back. Yeah, that other mic is garbage. Let me add my computer screen. Bam. All right. What are we doing after that? Let's move us around. Let's change the whole second up. I think I'm gonna just go wide screen, wide body. Yeah, I'm gonna go wide body. Drop the chat down real quick. I'm gonna get them boy undivided attention. I ain't seen this yet.
During your confirmation hearing, you made several important commitments. For instance, you told Senator Coons there will be no politicization at the FBI. There'll be no retributive actions taken by any FBI should I be confirmed as FBI director. So let me ask you very specifically, did you ever take any action to terminate or discipline an FBI agent or employee in whole or in part as retribution for being part of an investigation of Donald Trump or January 6th?
No.
You also committed, you assured Senator Blumenthal, all FBI employees will be protected against political retribution. So you're testifying today that you played no role in the firing of even a single FBI agent for political retribution.
None for political retribution.
And if any FBI agent said you did, they would be lying. Is that your testimony?
I'm only speaking to my actions. Everybody is allowed to make their allegations.
Oh, no, these are allegations against you.
And
so, Mr. Patel, if FBI, senior FBI agents or employees said that you were firing them for political retribution reasons because of the cases they were assigned, you're saying they would be lying. Is that
anyone that was terminated at the FBI was done so for failing to meet the standards, uphold their constitutional oath, and effectuate the mission.
Well, by meet the standards, are you talking about meet the standards of protecting the president under any circumstance?
No.
You also guaranteed Senator Blumenthal that every FBI employee will be held to the same, absolute same standard. No one will be terminated for case assignments. Are you testifying today that you never terminated anyone at the FBI in whole or in part because of a prior case assignment?
No one at the FBI is terminated for case assignments alone.
Well, I'm asking about you, Mr. Patel.
Hey, that boy think he's
Did
slick.
you, in whole or in part,
That boy think he's slick. He not crafty enough. He not crafty enough, bro. Come on with these podcast answers, bro. You talking to senators and congressmen and shit, bro. He talking like a podcaster, like he talking to somebody who don't know nothing. He talking to a low, what they call him, a low IQ voter. He not talking to a low IQ voter. You talking to a motherfucker who probably got a net worth about 3 times you, brother. He been on your shit for a minute.
terminate anyone at the FBI because they worked on the Trump investigation or because they worked on January 6th?
No one at the FBI has been terminated for case assignments alone.
Okay, you're saying alone. Does
Right.
that mean they were
You talking about case assignments alone? Nigga, was they
terminate anyone
committed
at the
for the assignment or
FBI
not?
because they worked on the Trump investigation or because they worked on January 6th?
No one at the FBI has been terminated for case assignments alone.
Okay, you're saying alone. Does that mean they were terminated in part because they were assigned to a January 6th case or assigned to the Mar-a-Lago case? You're being very precise here, Mr. Patel. You're saying alone. That means they were fired in part because they were assigned those cases. Is that your testimony?
Absolutely not. But if you want to keep
Okay,
putting words
well,
in my mouth,
then
go
let me
ahead.
ask you, let's strip away the word alone. Did you terminate or participate in any discipline of any FBI employee in whole or in part because of their work on an investigation of Donald Trump or January 6th? Yes or no?
Any terminations at the FBI by employees.
No, I'm
since
asking you a very specific
And I'm
question.
going to answer the question, but you don't like the answer because it's the
No,
truth
I
and it guts
want
your
an answer to my
narrative.
question. I don't want an answer to someone else's question. So let me just be precise, and I ask for a yes or no answer. Did you ever terminate or discipline an FBI employee in whole or in part because they had been assigned or worked on an investigation of Donald Trump or January 6th?
FBI
yes or no?
employees are only terminated
Yes
if
or
they
no,
fail
Mr.
to
Patel?
uphold their oaths of
Yes or
office
no?
and duty.
You're not
at the
answering my
FBI
question.
I
You're
don't
not
have to
answering my
answer your question yes or no because you're setting up a trap so you can have a
Oh,
media
no, I'm
narrative.
not setting up a trap
and I'm not giving it to you.
Unless it's true that you fired people.
People
in
have
whole
been
or in part
terminated at
because
the
they-
FBI who fail to uphold
they were
the
assigned
standards
to.
that the FBI requires them to uphold.
Did you tell anyone at the FBI that all FBI employees who they identified who had worked on cases against President Trump would be removed from their jobs? Did you tell that to someone at the FBI?
Say that I would remove people for case assignments?
That you would, that people that were identified as having worked on cases against President Trump would be removed from their jobs? Did you tell that to someone at the FBI?
People are not removed for
Just
case
answer my
assignments.
question. Just answer my question. Did you tell that to
People
someone?
are not removed for case
No,
assignments.
you're not answering my question.
And I would
Mr.
never
Patel,
tell anyone.
Did you tell someone at the FBI that FBI employees identified as having worked on cases against President Trump would be removed from their jobs? Yes or no, did you tell someone that?
I would never tell anyone at the FBI that they're being removed for basically their case assignments.
Okay, so anyone who had said that would be lying. Is that your testimony?
Anyone can say whatever they want.
No, I know, but you're saying they were a liar.
I'm telling you what I said.
Because this is in the complaint against you, Mr. Patel. So you're saying Mr. Driscoll and others are liars?
I'm not going to address the complaint and the ongoing
Okay, well then let me ask
litigation.
you, have you ever told anyone at the FBI that the FBI tried to put the president in jail and he hasn't forgotten it, and that your job depended on the removal of agents who worked on cases against the president?
No.
Did you ever tell anyone that?
No.
Okay. Did you ever tell anyone that you knew these summary firings you were undertaking were illegal, likely illegal, and that you would be sued and later deposed? Did you ever tell anyone that?
No firings at the FBI or terminations were done for anything other than justified
Did you ever
cause.
tell anyone that, Mr.
No,
Patel? Why don't you
no
answer my question?
terminations at the FBI were ever.
Hey, wait, gang. Wait a second, bro. Hey, Cash, bro. The way that he talking, see, this the problem with y'all. Y'all think people stupid. So the way that Shift is speaking, first of all, there's an active. That's why he said he's not gonna speak on active litigation. It's active litigation right now, currently going on. Like, bro, like he said, he mentioned Driscoll as one of the people. There's a lot of people that are long-time government officials who was fired for working a case, essentially. That was against Trump. And then you got Kash Patel up there on the Senate floor or the Congress floor, wherever he at, and he up there straight line. Straight line. The way that Shift is asking the questions, clearly there's been straight direct quotes from people alleging you said this exact thing. But that's what I expect, though. I expect nothing less. You don't know how to keep your mouth closed, Kash. You was running around there on that good booger sugar, telling everybody what you was gonna do now that you was the head of the FBI. You was running around this bitch telling everybody what you was gonna do now that you the head of the FBI. Telling nigga, oh boy, you gonna get fired if you come on, gang. Come on, gang. We know what it is. Well, let's run this back because Peter Schiff, that's his name, right? Adam Schiff, my fault. I called a nigga Peter. Adam Schiff, let's see what he got to say again. Let's watch this. And Vino, what is you talking about, gang? Vino, he's making him look foolish. He making Kash Patel look like a fool.
Were ever done in my tenure for anything other than failing.
Have you ever told anyone at the FBI from their jobs? Yes or no? Did you tell someone that?
I would never tell anyone at the FBI that they're being removed for basically their case assignments.
Okay, so anyone who said that would be lying. Is that your testimony?
Anyone can say whatever they want.
No, I know, but you're saying they were a liar.
I'm telling you what I said.
Because this is in the complaint against you, Mr. Patel. So you're saying Mr. Driscoll and others are liars?
I'm not going to address the complaint in the ongoing
Okay, well then let me ask you, have you ever told anyone at the FBI that the FBI tried to put the president in jail and he hasn't forgotten it, and that your job depended on the removal of agents who worked on cases against the president?
No.
Did you ever tell anyone that?
No.
Okay. Did you ever tell anyone that you knew these summary firings you were undertaking were illegal, likely illegal, and that you would be sued and later deposed? Did you ever tell anyone that?
No firings at the FBI or terminations were done for anything other than justified
Did you ever
cause.
tell anyone that, Mr.
No,
Patel? Why don't you
no
answer my question?
terminations at the FBI were ever done in my tenure for anything other than failing.
Did you ever
to
tell
uphold
anyone
their
that,
oath of
Mr.
the
Patel? You willing to
office
answer
or
the
their-
question?
The FBI.
I guess
I
you're not
have
willing to
answered
answer the
it.
question. So let me move on. Let me move on to the Epstein files. You said you're the most transparent FBI director in history, so I'm going to put you to the test. In 2024, you were asked by Glenn Beck about Epstein's Black Book. And you said, he asked, who has Jeffrey Epstein's Black Book? And you said, Black Book, FBI. And he said, but who? That is, I mean, there's, and you said, oh, that's under the direct control of the director of the FBI. That's what you said. Was that true, Mr. Patel?
I'll rely on you quoting it accurately. I did that a couple
Was
of
it
years
true
ago.
what you represented to Mr. Beck and the president's supporters out there, or were you lying?
No,
Was it true that the Black Book, Epstein's Black Book, was in the possession of the FBI director?
The Black Book was in the possession of the FBI.
Okay, so now that you're the FBI director, you have possession of the Black Book, right?
That index has been released.
So you have Jeffrey Epstein's Black Book?
What is known as Jeffrey Epstein's Black Book has been released by us.
And you released it. And let me follow up
about as
on
transparent
Senator
as
Kennedy's
Andrew
question,
McCabe,
because
buddy.
he asked you, and I'll be very precise here. You've seen most of the files. Who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to besides himself? And you said, himself, there's no credible information, none. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals. And Kennedy, the information we have, again, is limited. And Senator Kennedy said, the answer is no one. And you said, for the information we have. So is it your testimony today that in all the Epstein files, that Jeffrey Epstein trafficked no one to anyone but himself? Is that your testimony, Mr.
I never
Patel?
said Jeffrey Epstein didn't traffic anyone else.
Did he traffic any young woman to someone other than himself? That was Mr. Kennedy's question,
And I
Senator Kennedy's
said
question.
the information that 3 administrations have had access to
I'm
have
asking
made
you-
determinations that there are no investigative leads that were credible to prosecute and investigate any others. I'm
Well,
specifically
I'm asking
stating
you whether
we
it's
were
your
working on.
testimony today.
Well,
that-
you just read
that
it, and I said it 10 minutes ago, so let the record reflect my
I
testimony.
just want to make sure there's no misunderstanding, because there are victims like Virginia Groyper who have testified otherwise, who have said otherwise, and you're telling the American people today that the Epstein list is a single name and it's Jeffrey Epstein. That's what we're to believe?
That's not what I'm saying. That's what you're saying, and
Well,
you
let
can
me-
say
let me
whatever
ask
you
Let
want.
me ask you this. When Todd Blanche went to interview Ghislaine Maxwell, she said, but did I think these guys were coming for that? I really don't. If you met Epstein, there's no way that this cast of characters, of which it's extraordinary, and some are in your cabinet, who you value as your co-workers, and you know would be with him if he was a creep or because they wanted sexual favors. A man wants sexual favors, he will find out. They didn't have to come to Epstein for that. And the next question Todd Blanche, the president's former criminal defense lawyer, asked is not who in the cabinet, who are you referring to? His question is, so when's the last time you think you were with Mr. Epstein when he got a massage? So let me ask you, who are those cabinet members that Ghislaine Maxwell was referring to that, that were part of this cast of characters associated with Mr. Epstein? Who are they?
The Deputy Attorney General took the aggressive step that no one else did and interviewed Ms. Maxwell for
I'm
2
asking you,
days,
who are
and
the
we
ca-
released
who are
the
the cabinet
entirety
members?
of that
Who are the cabinet
transcript.
members?
I do not have that transcript in front of me. You're picking it piecemeal. The American
And
public can read the entirety of that.
Let me ask you one last question, because you clearly won't tell us the cabinet members associated with Mr. Epstein. Let me ask you one last question. And that is, right after she gives this testimony in front of an FBI agent, among others, she's transferred to a minimum security prison not suitable for a sex offender. Who are you referring to? His question is, so when's the last time you think you were with Mr. Epstein when he got a massage? So let me ask you, who are those cabinet members that Ghislaine Maxwell was referring to that, that were part of this cast of characters associated with Mr. Epstein? Who are they?
The Deputy Attorney General took the aggressive step that no one else did and interviewed Ms. Maxwell for
I'm
2
asking you,
days,
who are
and we
the ca-
released
who are
the
the cabinet
entirety
members?
of that
Who are the cabinet
transcript.
members?
I do not have that transcript in front of me. You're picking it piecemeal. The American
And-
public can read the entirety of
Let me ask
that.
you one last question, because you clearly won't tell us the cabinet members associated with Mr. Epstein. Let me ask you one last question. And that is, right after she gives this testimony in front of an FBI agent, among others, she's transferred to a minimum security prison not suitable for a sex offender like herself. Who made that decision and why?
The Bureau of Prisons.
The Bureau of Decisions made it in
Prisons.
the Bureau of Prisons decided on their own, without any consultation with Blanche or anyone else, that they were going to suddenly, after this interview, completely unrelated to this interview, completely unrelated to anything she said, move her to a prison not suitable for a sex offender. You want the American people to believe that? Do you think they're stupid?
No. I think the American people believe the truth, that I'm not in the weeds on the everyday movements
Oh,
of
you're not in
inmates.
the weeds?
What I am
The
doing is
most-
protecting
the
this country,
most- the
providing
most
historic
significant
reform,
witness-
and
the most
combating the
significant witness,
weaponization of
the
intelligence
Epstein
by the likes
files
of you.
cover-up
And we have
gets
countlessly proven you to
from
be a
your
liar in
anticipation,
Russiagate, in
and you
January
call that
6th.
being
You are
in
the
the
biggest
weeds?
fraud to ever sit in the
This
United States
stinks to
Senate.
high
You are a
heaven.
disgrace to this
This stinks to high
institution
heaven.
and an utter
And
coward.
I'm not surprised.
I'm not
I'm
surprised
not
that you continue
surprised
to lie
that
from
the-
your
that the-
perch and put on a show
view
so you can go
of you
raise money for your
and for good
charade.
reason.
You are a political buffoon at best.
Well, you can take an internet troll.
Take
and
it
make-
to
you
the
can
bank
take an
that the
internet-
FBI is
you
protecting
can
this
make an
country
internet troll.
and the state and
The FBI
citizens of
director
California.
will
We
always
are
be
bringing
nothing more
historic
than an
reform.
internet
Point of
troll.
order. But all you care about is a child sex predator that was prosecuted by a prior administration, and the Obama Justice Department and the Biden Justice Department did squat. And what did President Trump do? Bring new charges courageously. And what have we done?
Chairman,
You said
take
I'm the
control
most
of this
transparent
situation.
FBI director in history.
Take control of this
33,000 pages of information to you. I challenge you to say anything credibly to the truth. Go ahead and run to the cameras where you want to go now.
Both of you be quiet before I go to Senator Tillis.
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words, create your brand, your opportunity, your breakthrough.
Buddy told they had both to be quiet. See, look, that is the American political theater. Let's have a round of applause. Let's clap that up. Let's clap that up. That was brilliant. That's brilliant. I could have got that on any clubhouse room. I could have got that on any random panel on YouTube. That was a crock of shit. And you know, I'm gonna be honest. Some people probably think that's entertaining. To me, that's absolutely disgraceful. There's a time and a place for everything. The time and the place is not on the fucking floor of the Senate, the floor in front of people where they gotta hit the gavel 34 times, banging on the damn shit, trying to get both y'all to be quiet. Schiff should have just let him get his little tantrum off because he had it right. He's a fucking internet troll. He should have just let him get his shit off. And afterwards followed up with some simple rhetoric. It would have been simple. Because they are not the most transparent administration at all. They keep bringing up the Obama administration and all this type of stuff. But brother, y'all had, this is not a second Trump administration with these files that y'all are now saying. Y'all now saying this shit don't even matter. Y'all ran campaigns on it. You gave influencers binders full of redacted information that we seen 10 years ago. What do you mean, bro? You literally have stoked the flames to your own cover-up scheme theory. This shit didn't come out the blue. Everybody in the MAGA world and a lot of people on the left, frankly, were rooting for y'all to get y'all shit in line and show this Epstein shit. So let me play what CoffeeZilla said, because this to me is hilarious. And like he said, they laughing in our face. This video is how old? Let me look at this video. This video is fairly, I wouldn't say it's new. About a month ago, I'll probably give it 2 months now. So we working on them. They're probably almost going on 3 months now. CoffeeZilla, he got a second page. It's called VoiceZilla. Damn, that boy over 1 million now. See, when he started that second page, I started tapping in. That shit was not up over 1 million. That shit might have been at like 475K. But he been doing his thing.
First, the Epstein files were on Pam Body's desk, then they didn't exist, then they were written by the Democrats, now they're just plain old boring. You don't want to see what's in there.
It's pretty boring stuff. It's sorted, but it's boring. Going, I think really only pretty bad people, including fake news, want to keep something like that going. But credible information, let them give it. Anything that's credible, I would say, let them have it.
So there you hear it. Now, to some of you, the copium's going to set in. You're going to say, hey, he said the credible information, we can release it. We should release it, and we'll talk about that. But they also say in the same interview, we already released the credible information.
And the credible information's been given.
So if it's already been given, they're not going to give you more stuff. Now, funny enough, the guy next to Trump looking on and laughing as Trump says this is a big nothing burger. The only people who would deal in this kind of talk are fake news. That is Epstein's neighbor. That is Howard Lutnick, who has a house that was next to Epstein's place. You can see him laughing here. It's even been reported that Howard Lutnick's place actually literally touches Jeffrey Epstein's house. That's how close their two houses are together. That's the same guy laughing at a statement by the president that Jeffrey Epstein is boring and there's no reason to look into him. And if you do, you're a bad person.
Really, only pretty bad people, including fake news, want to keep something like that going.
I almost don't have words for this, to be calling it boring, to be talking about one of the world's largest predators of all time and trying to figure out who the power.
See, and that's why, look, so you remember, I don't have to go back and jump forth. You remember he just recently, Adam Schiff, I just played the clip now. Adam Schiff just asked him, what did Ghislaine mean about people in the current cabinet? We off the dribble 2 months ago, before Ghislaine's interview even comes out. We don't even know why they're having this interview to begin with. Maybe for a pardon, one might assume. And so while they're having this meeting, Blanche doesn't even regard what she said about the cabinet members and just jumps and flips right on his head into a new question. And then I'm like, hold up, bro. That don't even sound like some strong questioning. The posturing of the FBI, like he said, how they did the strong questioning of the FBI. This is what they keep saying. What are you talking about, bro? The strong questioning. We read the sample of the questioning, and it sounds like y'all lads having a good conversation. She's saying stuff to like low key threaten. That's like a subtle threat, and then you just avoiding it and asking a new question. Like, come on, gang. And then to find out, who's this? Lutnick? Is that what his name is? Lutnick? And him was townhome buddies. He said a house is touched. That's a townhouse. So this nigga was on the other side of the townhouse, and he's in the administration, and you talking about nothing to see here. This is what we talking about when they think we stupid. And for Kash Patel to get up on there with his Adderall, coke infused rant and sit up there and straight lie to the people like that, it's crazy. Talking about there's no, they don't have the evidence because there wasn't a good enough investigation done. What are you talking about, Kash? What are you talking about, Kash? Cut the bullshit, Kash.
Well, including fake news, want to keep something like that going. But credible information, let them give it. Anything that's credible, I would say, let them have it.
So there you hear it. Now, to some of you, the copium's going to set in. You're going to say, hey, he said the credible information, we can release it. We should release it, and we'll talk about that. But they also say in the same interview, we already released the credible information.
And the credible information's been given.
So if it's already been given, they're not going to give you more stuff. Now, funny enough, the guy next to Trump looking on and laughing as Trump says this is a big nothing burger. The only people who would deal in this kind of talk are fake news. That is Epstein's neighbor. That is Howard Lutnick, who has a house that was next to Epstein's place. You can see him laughing here. It's even been reported that Howard Lutnick's place actually literally touches Jeffrey Epstein's house. That's how close their two houses are together. That's the same guy laughing at a statement by the president that Jeffrey Epstein is boring and there's no reason to look into him. And if you do, you're a bad person.
Really only.
You deserve the best. At Harbor Freight, you can afford it. We design our own tools with performance and durability in mind, and hire the best engineers to put them through their paces. These tools get tested for countless hours, and if they can't stand the test of time, they don't make it onto our shelves. Performance, durability, affordability. Only one place does it all. Whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Pretty bad people, including fake news, want to keep something like that going.
I almost don't have words for this, to be calling it boring to be talking about one of the world's largest predators of all time and trying to figure out who the powerful people are who are connected with this guy, especially when the former neighbor of said predator is standing there laughing as you say that everyone interested in this case is somehow fake news or a bad person. You can see this both in property records and in public press statements at the time about Epstein's Manhattan townhouse, saying that Howard Lutnick of Cantor Fitzgerald bought the adjacent smaller townhouse owned by Lex Wexner. That's one of Epstein's famous benefactors. And in fact, Epstein owned the house that later got sold to Howard Lutnick. You can see he owns the trust that owned this house. Later, of course, it goes to Comet Trust and then to Howard Lutnick. Supposedly, the property was sold for $10 in cash value and some other equivalent things. We don't know how much, just to be clear. So maybe it was a fair value price. And maybe they don't know each other. I want to be clear that Howard Lutnick denies knowing Jeffrey Epstein or being associated, so we have to get that in there. But the optics of this are just completely insane, and anyone who's paying attention should not expect any further disclosures from the FBI, DOJ, despite the fact that Trump is sort of about facing on this and saying, well, we can give over the legitimate files, but as we just showed, the legitimate files they're claiming they've already put out. Here's Donald Trump saying that the Epstein files, once again, are a hoax, but he also says that they can be released if credible.
And in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen, and I would say that, you know, these files were made up by Comey, they were made up by Obama, they were made up by the Biden, we went through years of that with the Russia hoax, with all of the different things that we had to go through. We've gone through years of it, but she's handled it very well. And it's going to be up to her. Whatever she thinks is credible, she should release. Yeah.
So that's the second time now he's pushed it off on his attorney general to now handle. But I just don't think this is meaningful because, like I said, they've already said they've given us the credible information already. I think basically they're going to kill it from here. That's my guess, especially since we did get a word from Pam Bondi about this. When asked, she basically said, we're just going to defer to the memo.
Would release credible files related to Mr. Epstein. Are you prepared to do that, and when would you do it?
Our memo today, our memo speaks for itself, and we'll get back to you on anything else. I haven't seen all of his statements today.
So I think that shows pretty clearly that they're going to just continue barreling down this path while giving people a bone as far as making it seem like they might release something. This is a common smokescreen that we see where they will kind of bait people like, maybe we'll release something, maybe we'll release something, maybe, and then every 12 months or something, they release something of complete non-importance. The problem is when people like this control the files, anything but a full release besides the CSAM and victims' names is not going to do it. You have to, the only way to do something like this is to release all of the files, except for those small categories. That's the only way to build back trust. But clearly that's not what's going to happen. And anyone who's paying the slightest bit of attention to what our leaders are actually saying, they are absolutely telling you they're not going to do it. They're all deferring to each other. Trump's deferring to Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi's deferring to the memo. And ultimately, no one is going to be held accountable. Now, there have been some political games played with this, with the Democrats trying to get the Epstein files released. And this was actually blocked by people in Congress, which is just so mind-blowing to me that people would actually say no to releasing this, but they did.
Saying aye?
Aye.
Those opposed say no? No. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment's not agreed
Chair, I'm
to.
kind of shocked by that. I will ask for a roll call.
5 yeas, 7 nays.
The amendment is not agreed to, and I think most of us believe what's appropriate will be released when it is time for the president to release it. Thank you.
So there you're supposed to blindly trust that they're going to release it. Honestly, I have no faith in any of this. I think this is all political theater. Honestly, the people who are like, oh, look, it's just the Republicans. We could have released this a long time ago. To be honest, I don't trust any of these people until I see actual documents released. I believe this is all theater. I don't actually believe they're going to get this done. I think they could have been doing this from the very beginning. And truth be told, we've seen our government protect Jeffrey Epstein for over a decade. This didn't start in 2019 when he died. This has been going on since the early 2000s from his first plea deal where he got a non-prosecution agreement. I mean, we have been protecting this guy. Powerful people have been protecting him for years upon years upon years, and it crosses party lines. So while, yeah, I guess it's cool that we're like making little votes like this and we get to see like people actually put the words out there, like I'm not gonna force the release because they'll tell us when they feel like it, so we can see the despicableness firsthand. I don't actually believe that politicians are gonna be the one to open this case wide open. I think it's going to be either a leaker, a hacker, somebody who is just like willing to YOLO on this that will actually meaningfully move this case forward. I haven't seen any evidence that there is political will besides dunking on your political opponent to actually do anything. Because that's all we've really seen so far is people hit each other with the old, like, you're involved with Epstein. And then you go, well, hey, can you release the files? And they always say, well, we'd sure love to, but actually, no, we can't. Now, that might sound a little doomer. I won't blame you if you get excited about the possible release of the Epstein files, but I just feel like we've been down this road before with people promising to, expose the deep state, expose the guys in power. In fact, ironically, that's the story of how we got here now. Is the Trump administration was dunking on their political opponents for years, saying that, they're secretly involved with Epstein until it was time to release the files. And then now, yeah, it was made by the Democrats. So that's where we're going to leave it. They're literally laughing at us. They're calling it boring. They're saying nothing to see here. While both people on the screen were somehow involved or linked to Jeffrey Epstein, it's beyond belief. Honestly. And yeah, this is going to be the last time I talk about Jeffrey Epstein.
All right, hold on. Let me tell you, my son back there jamming that. He be watching damn Groovy Baby videos. He be back there turning up. I think he like music. I think I'm gonna put him in mute because he really good with the piano keys. I think I'm gonna let my dog do his thing, get his little Beethoven on. Hey, but hold up. Matter of fact, let me go to.
Yeah, I know y'all could probably hear that in the background. But sheesh. What are they doing? So this is what it look like to me. It look like cocaine cash. That's what I'm gonna call it from now on. Hey, I'm gonna call that boy cocaine cash. Cocaine cash and the rogue FBI boys. I guess we ain't getting nothing else. That's what I got from that. But the crazy thing about it is before they got incredible shit. Come on, bro. Like, man, this shit for like not going for that. Not going for that. All right, let me show you. Hold up, what is my phone ringing for? Oh hell no. Man, look, bro. We on your ass, bro. Bottom line. So let me and what we got on the agenda. So from August 7th, we got newly unsealed files reveal Jeffrey Epstein was an FBI informant protected by U.S. intelligence while running a global sex trafficking ring, raising questions of a massive government cover-up. Let me see what my boy talking about. No, I ain't tripping. I don't hit shit. I feel like I'm tripping. You all wasn't tripping, bro. I'm not hearing nothing. Let me see, man. These technical difficulties. I'm gonna have to work through this. I don't know what. Like, it's crazy. Man, that shit kind of pissing me off, low key. Let me just go to the thing straight up. That shit making me mad. I'm about to get a new laptop. All right, so ratted out Wall Street is at what's it say? Hold on. Breaking 2008. All right, FBI doc confirms Epstein was an FBI informant. Ratted out Wall Street is asked for laundering money, and in return, feds buried his rape and trafficking charges. At FBI let him operate for 10 more years using kids as pawns in their sick game. This is what was alleged. So, hold up. What's it say? Case agent advised Ryder that Epstein is currently being prosecuted by the state of Florida and is complying with all conditions of his plea with the state of Florida. Epstein has also provided information to the FBI as agreed upon. Case agent advises that no federal prosecution will occur in this matter as long as Epstein continues to uphold his agreement with the state of Florida. So that's what they're talking about. Yeah, it's a bad look. So news reports out. Wall Street Journal today that Trump has known he's in the Epstein file since May. This turns into a massive cover-up. Yeah. We know all that. We know all that. This was a little funny picture. I liked it. This little picture right here. I ain't gonna lie to you. They got the Minister of Truth, and he sees at 1984. That shit is hilarious. Minister of Truth, 1984. They been say ignorance is strength. Hey, that shit is hilarious. Thought criminal. War is peace. Hey, that boy snap. Whoever made this edit is hilarious. His brain is fried, so that's like brain rot. He got a J, so a joint. He got Hey, why he kind of look like Drake in this thing though? Hey, see, look, that's a little. Oh no, bro, that's funny. That's funny. Then we got Epstein existence on the Mossad operation tasked with obtaining blackmail on powerful people with the benefits of Israel, and his death just became the largest American cover-up. Most importantly, the true barometer of how stupid they think we are. I'm glad you know. Let's see what Race Boy think himself. Dr. Groyper. That motherfucker refused to play the sound. Hold up. I'm gonna start sharing and reshare. Let me reshare. Cause they refuse to play the sound when I'm on Twitter. Ain't like that. Always share the tab audio, bro. So why is doing that if I'm telling it to always share the tab audio? Let's try again.
How he made his $1 billion. He had all these connections in Hollywood, the British royal family, the American government, the Israeli government, Wall Street, and nobody knew how he made all these contacts. At the same time, he owned a private island, which was notorious for sexual exploits that took place there. He owned a private jet where he flew very high-profile people to the island on the jet. And he was indicted several times for sex trafficking and sex-related crimes. And the idea is that this person was probably some sort of intelligence asset. The question is, what was his ultimate goal? And what was his ultimate allegiance? Who was he really working for? That is what we hope to uncover with the Epstein files. And we all know the circumstances surrounding his death. They say that he committed suicide. And yet people that spoke to him said that he was not suicidal. There's no footage of the suicide because these security cameras apparently malfunctioned when the death took place. Given the knowledge that he must have had about important people, not just the ones that he worked for, but also the people that he knew and might have been extracting blackmail material on, people believe that he was killed in order to protect those secrets. Again, either who he was working for or the secrets that he was trafficking in, and that he did not kill himself. That is, in a nutshell, the Epstein conspiracy. Given that this is not ancient history, this didn't happen 100 years ago like the JFK assassination. This happened recently. It is extremely relevant to know who he had dirt on, and maybe the most important question, who are those decisions meant to serve? We must get to the bottom of it. This is why it's extremely important, but also why you can understand the administration might be reluctant to release the information. Now, this should be something very simple and straightforward. The intelligence community and the Department of Justice has information about Epstein. Somewhere in the federal government, they've got the papers or they've got the documents on computers related to his case. Go to the Epstein file, have people with a high-level security clearance review the files, redact those things which are absolutely essential to be withheld, and then release the documents. Why is this complicated? Instead of that happening, which is to say the documents were released to the public, accessible to everybody, online, or in a public hearing, instead, a group of about a dozen conservative influencers, including one who goes by the name of DC Drano, Mike Cernovich, Jack Posobiec, Savannah Hernandez, and Scott Presler, among others, were invited to the White House, where they held a meeting. They received a physical binder that said Epstein files, and then they took a photo op outside the White House in the parking lot. This was the Epstein document release. Instead of releasing them on the internet for everybody to see, they gave prop binders to influencers to take pictures with them outside the White House. We have now seen the contents of the binders, and there's no release at all. The documents in the binders are old. They have already been made available to the public, and they're heavily redacted. So we learn nothing from them. So what's really going on here?
You know what the fuck going? You know what the fuck going. And that's the problem with y'all. Y'all knew this shit since Trump been in office the first time his motherfucking watch. I'm tired of y'all lying to yourselves and trying to lie to us and turn around and tell us that y'all ain't know. This shit getting on my nerves. I'm having fatigue. Yeah, man, I'm having fatigue. This is the cover up of the century. Everybody on Twitter know this shit, man. Everybody around the world is the cover up of the century. What are y'all doing? Let me see. Let me see what the total Discord had to say. He look like he put him a whole he got his shit off. All right, what he got to say? I'm gonna read it all. No, I'm not. All right, the cover up of the century. Through a worthless and unsigned memo, the Justice Department and the FBI have concluded they have no evidence that Jeffrey Epstein blackmailed powerful figures, kept a client list. Come on with all this technical language, bro. But let's read it. Jeffrey Epstein blackmailed powerful figures, kept a client list, or was murdered. One of the most blatant lies and covers in American history, nonetheless, supported by Donald Trump. They are all pathetic liars. Bongino, Shapiro, Patel, Kurt Bondi, Muzz, Biden, Obama, Podesta, etc. Trump, a man that basically does exactly what Israel tells him to do, a man whose tower is a tribute to the opulence riddled with occultic symbolism, worshiping Apollyon. I don't know what that boy on. The destroyer, the angle of to this. See, that's that neo-paganism shit, y'all. I ain't got time for that neo-pagan worship. I don't have no time for that neo-pagan worship, but that's what a lot of the right be on. And the left, to be frank. The far left and the far right, they are.
Hold up. I just had a mishap. Yeah, just had a little mishap. We're gonna refresh and come back because this shit starting to make a little sense, bro. That why he took that vow, why he said Valhalla. Because he's speaking to his base. He's not even talking to he's talking to Charlie Kirk, the Christian conservative base. He posturing to the neo-pagans of the
Right.
right-wing movement. Hey, Valhalla, all this goofy shit. Come on, man. Come on, man. We see through
We see through the
the
shenanigans,
shenanigans,
man.
man.
We seeing through it. He's saying through it, bro. Let me take this nigga out the stage because this is not what you're supposed to be on stage. I'm supposed to have Twitter up there. This is the thing, though, bro. They think people stupid. And they think they got enough control the way even if a nigga know, he can't do nothing about it. And that might be fair to say right now. Y'all put them in position. So let me get back to what I was saying. So a man who basically ran denouncing Pizzagate, mentioning WikiLeaks, and whose supporting base has been crucial in exposing these crimes. A man who quite nonchalantly has done plenty to promote the very destructive Q narrative psyop, which has elevated him to a deity while intoxicating his followers with fake wins and a collective where they can feel safe. A multi-layered echo chamber where criticizing the king is never allowed. This is a fair assessment. They built this whole QAnon psyop that they claiming the Democrats is a hoaxer. Like, what are y'all talking about, bro? Y'all ran on this. You said Hillary got some splaining to do because she in the files. Everybody talked about Podesta. Man, I swear to God, bro, everybody was talking about Hillary, Podesta, the Democrats. These people, they've been touching kids. This is what y'all been talking about for all these years. He gonna clean out the deep state. Motherfucker didn't do nothing but swept out the house of the deep state. You talking about clean up. Yeah, he cleaned up all right. He went in that motherfucker, they vacuumed. You know what I'm saying? They washed the baseboards. You know, they dusted. Yeah, he sure did cleaned it up and he left right up out that motherfucker, didn't do nothing else. Just maintained it, made it look nice, walked away. Like, bro, what is y'all doing? For real, what is y'all doing? What is y'all doing? Don't nobody believe you, bro. Nobody believes you. Not the left, not the right. That's why this shit has been splintering. Like, what is y'all doing? Is we gonna go CNN for 8 minutes? Probably not. Let me see what he got to say for a little bit. I don't even like Buddy.
Quote, this is from the Wall Street Journal. The letter bearing Trump's name, which was reviewed by the Journal, is bawdy. Like others in the album, it contains several lines of typewritten text framed by the outline of a naked woman, which appears to be hand-drawn with a heavy marker. A pair of small arcs denotes the woman's breasts, and the future president's signature is a squiggly Donald below her waist, mimicking pubic hair. The letter concludes, happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret. The president, for his part, is denying the story is true. Quote, the Journal, in an interview with the Journal on Tuesday evening, Trump denied writing the letter or drawing the picture. This is not me. This is a fake thing. It's a fake Wall Street Journal story, he said. I never wrote a picture in my life. I don't draw pictures of women, he said. It's not my language. It's not my words. As we said, there's now this from Vice President Vance. Quote, forgive my language, but this story is complete and utter bullshit. The Wall Street Journal should be ashamed for publishing it. Mr. Vance went on to say, asking, where is this letter? Would you be shocked to learn they never showed it to us before publishing it? Does anyone honestly believe this sounds like Donald Trump? Joining me now is Miami Herald investigative reporter Julie K. Brown, whose persistence and commitment to this.
Yeah, that's about all I can get. That's about all I can get from Coop. You said all of that shit. You remember? We remember. You said all of that. Like, bro, you think people stupid? They legitimately think people are stupid. This is amazing. And then look, just a little, just a little spectacle. The Epstein files. Hold up, son. Hold up, y'all gonna have to bear with me real quick. My son in here playing Lego Kids. Let me get to the next video. Oh my goodness. I don't know what's going on.
In those files.
I think they visited that Maxwell person.
Yeah.
And also involved.
She got transferred to a minimum security prison too recently, which is against BOP policy because she's a convicted sex offender. They're offering her something to keep it on shut.
That was the acting deputy chief of the Office of Enforcement Operations, Joseph Schnitt, telling a stranger about the FBI and DOJ's handling of the Epstein files. Schnitt, who works at a high level inside the Department of Justice, goes on to comment on the inconsistent statements, special treatment of Ghislaine Maxwell, and the blatant backtracking on promises of transparency.
And what do you do for work here?
I work for the Department of Justice.
Okay.
Been there like 23 years. I'm an analyst. I'll be acting deputy chief of our office for a few months starting next week. I work closely with like all the federal law enforcement agencies and the U.S. attorney's offices, the prosecutors and stuff. The thing is, it's interesting because I do deal with so many of the agencies, like the Bureau of Prisons, the Marshal Service, the FBI, U.S. attorney's offices.
Recently, the FBI and DOJ have come under fire for promising transparency, then refusing to release footage and unredacted documents, going directly against the public's expectations and the promises made by Attorney General Pam Bondi and FBI Director Kash Patel. In a DOJ press release, Attorney General Pam Bondi stated, quote, "This Department of Justice is following through on President Trump's commitment to transparency and lifting the veil on the disgusting actions of Jeffrey Epstein and his co-conspirators," unquote, and also claimed they were shedding light on Epstein's extensive network, only to later claim that Epstein was acting alone, and that the only video evidence they had was of Epstein's personal child porn collection.
Also, to the tens of thousands of video, they turned out to be child porn downloaded by that disgusting Jeffrey Epstein. Child porn is what they were.
In the same press release, Kash Patel claimed,
Stop the cap. Bro, what is you talking about? Listen, gang. Pam Bondi, I know you did not come out your mouth and say that shit that he downloaded. Bro, why is you playing games? There's already articles out. We already know the whole thing had cameras. There's cameras everywhere. Cameras in the room. Cameras in the bathroom. We already seen the house. They took pictures of the cameras. This is crazy. Listen, bro. What y'all doing is just only fueling people to say all the things that you want to classify as anti-Semitic. Like, this is getting out of hand, bro. This is bad work. And V note, bro, you hilarious. Talking about take out that woke coat. I have not gone woke at all. If you don't know about Jeff Epstein, his international sex trafficking ring, you don't know about the Franklin scandal. First of all, let's start there. Do you know about the Franklin scandal that happened in Nebraska that already involved politicians running a little sex trafficking ring? What are we talking about? This shit is already like, bro, I ain't even gonna do all this with you because you playing games, V-Note. We know about the Franklin scandal. We know about the Nexus cult. What else do we know about? We know about Jean-Luc Brunel. We know about John Casablanca. We know about Peter Nygaard, the Canadian billionaire who had a Caribbean island where he was trying to impregnate the women, taking them out there doing all crazy stuff to the young women. So, like, bro, this has already been established. And all these people tied to your boy Epstein, who had just happened to be best friends with y'all homie and y'all savior, Donald Trump. And that's what's throwing me, bro. Because I'm not gonna lie to y'all, back in 2015, bro, I was fucking with Trump in this level. I'm like, hey, bro, Trump finna drain the swamp. Trump finna get these pedophiles up out of here. And what I came to see very quickly was, hold up, gang, it's something else going on behind the scenes. And now I'm finding out that's your best friend. You in the book writing a crazy ass letter that y'all saying y'all shared girlfriends. Y'all saying he introduced you to Melania the first time you had sex with her was on the Lolita Express. Now he's saying that it might have been that he might have popped up before you did. Like, bro, it's too much going on. Then the nigga who Howard Lutnick, you're fucking, what is he related to? Trump. I don't know if he's in the cabinet or not, but you flying on Air Force One with Trump, and that's Epstein neighbor who bought the house from Lex Wexner, whose estate was being controlled by this nigga Epstein. He had power of attorney. Like, bro, this shit is all crazy. William Barr tied to this shit, whose dad is tied to this shit. Then I found out William Barr ain't even their real last name. Come find out they really got a last name that's like Berg or Steen or something. This shit is getting out of hand, bro. This shit is getting out of hand. I'm not trying to take this stance. I really am not. I'm not trying to take this stance. I want it to be the opposite. But y'all just slap line. Like, these folks is slap line. You told us out your mouth, on one hand, this is a deep, deep, deep rooted problem. And then you turn around and tell us on the Senate floor that there was a bad deal that made it to be a weak case or some shit like that. Whatever the fuck you said on the floor. Like, bro, I cannot believe y'all. But at the same time, I can believe y'all because I think that you classified a lot of your voters as low IQ voters, low information voters. So if you can classify these folks in low IQ voters, low information voters, then you can peddle them however you want to. So I think that's what you're really banking on. Yeah. My shit finna shut down again. Hold on. See, the way my shit works, you'll think I be watching the little booty movies on my shit, bro. I promise I don't watch no naked shit on my laptop. I don't know why I be moving like this. It's old, that's why. That's why. What Brett had said.
You've got a congressional approval rating that's horrible. 87% of Americans do not think that their congressmen and congresswomen are acting in their best interest. Right. They know that something is wrong. Look at our presidential candidates. Yes. I mean, only a very foul, perfidious system gives us a choice like that. Right. I mean, I really believe that. Yeah, so, I do too. With what we're dealing with now, I really believe that if we can get the government, if we can get enough Americans to get behind Epstein justice and show, the government has covered this up. Now, when you have a disease, and our society is thoroughly diseased. If you've got a disease, there's three protocols. There's awareness, there's action, there's awareness, there's acceptance, there's action. Now, a lot of people are aware of Epstein. I mean, I think most of them, but they haven't quite accepted that the government covered it up. So when we get to that point, then we can have action. And that's what we're trying to.
I don't think we're there yet, bro. I don't think we're there yet. Look at Alex Jones. I'm so disappointed in Alex. Man, Alex has been the worst. Bro, this nigga Alex's fall from grace has been so crazy. To watch this man go from slightly credible to what the fuck are you saying to damn this nigga be nut hugging Trump. Like, bro, it's like a full circle. He was the one talking about they was false flagging to try to get your rights. He was the one saying the NSA was the biggest winner behind 9/11. Besides what he was saying about Israel. And then to turn around, now he pushing, telling folks, hey, man, nothing wrong with Palantir. Palantir is good for the community. Alex Jones, you are a fucking joke, bro. So disappointed in you. I only bookmarked this to remind myself in this video to speak on how bad I feel like you fell from grace. That Bohemian Grove video was fire. You've been on bullshit since then. When you had the what's the chicks? The from the music industry before they sued Diddy. Damn, what's that whole name? Damn, not the Cheetah Girls. What them hoes name? The Pussycat Dolls. When she came on your show and said the Pussycat Dolls was basically a prostitution ring and they was driving around, flying around people, all of these different places to have sex with rich people. She said that shit on your show before there was ever a Epstein files. And for you to take the position that you be taking, bro, I'm highly disappointed in you. Because you was the first person that showed me, hey, bro, it be some rich, powerful niggas that be fucking with little kids. And you for you to turn, gang, bad work. I guess they sued you for too much money. You got to get that bit. You got to get that bag back. Yeah, sue that boy for 900 M's. Alex Jones responds to Israeli operatives. Bishop hey, he call that nigga a motherfucking Israeli operative. I mean, that might be fair to say. That might be fair to say. See, a broken clock can be right twice a day. You know, Alex Jones could be a fucking idiot, but Ben Shapiro can also be an Israeli operative. So, because the way he be positioning himself with that little yarmulke on top of his head is crazy. And what was so crazy is I used to think that his production team was producing his content and putting it into that sped up fashion. Then I seen him on like an interview. I can't remember where he was. He was on somebody else's podcast. And I'm like, bro, he really talks that fast. And then I'm like, bro, you're not disseminating that much information to be speaking that fast. There's no amount of information that you're giving out right now that needs you to be speaking that fast. So what I determine by that is that's somebody that's trying to make you think that they're smart. They're trying to overwhelm you with all this shit, the power of the mind, goofy shit. This is from 2024.
Victims of Jeffrey Epstein filed a lawsuit in federal court today against the United States and the FBI.
So a dozen women say the agency failed to protect them from Epstein's sexual abuse. Fox 5's Chris Welch was there as they announced their suit and joins us live with more details. Chris.
Yeah, Steve and Natasha, these 12 victims accuse the FBI of turning their backs and enabling Jeffrey Epstein's behavior. I want to show you some video here. This is from a press conference just a short time ago that we just got out of, held by the three attorneys representing these women. These women are all being referred to as Jane Doe 1 through 12 in order to protect their identity. Now, according to these attorneys, they've been abused, tortured, and sex trafficked. Their lawsuit accuses the FBI of covering up its failure to investigate Jeffrey Epstein Epstein, saying their inaction enabled Epstein's sex trafficking to continue more than 20 years. They say the FBI had been getting credible tips since 1996, but failed to speak to victims and failed to share information with local and federal law enforcement.
The FBI and the U.S. Department of Justice knew for years that Jeffrey Epstein was operating a vast sex trafficking ring and abusing countless women and girls, as we've alleged in the complaint. This lawsuit is focused on uncovering the truth of exactly what happened, what the FBI knew and when, and what they could have done to stop Epstein.
Now these women are...
So that seems to be tied directly to what I just seen on the timeline about the 2008 document that revealed that they knew about and they facilitated, basically like what they're alleging in the suit, that they turned a blind eye because Jeffrey Epstein gave them some information on financial fraud and crimes from the 2008 crash. So if he was hold up, my computer acting. So if he was an FBI informant after he already had committed these crimes, it's safe to say that he might be a layered asset. This is what I'm going. This is my theory. It's safe to say that he had to be a layered asset at this point. He's somebody that was already in the pocket of somebody else. That somebody that the FBI saw as they could use as well. He clearly whoever he was in the pocket of, whether that be Mossad or some other Israeli intelligence, or whether that be British intelligence, or whether that be the CIA, well, whoever is behind this, they had to have some type of close relationship with the FBI for the FBI to feel like they could use him as some type of informant and then be able to turn a blind eye from 2008 all the way up until he was arrested again. That's what I'm coming to. And that's what I'm sticking to. What'd he say? Nick Fuentes is the only voice of the people. I know you're a Groyper. Shout out to the these niggas be showing up. All you gotta do is put Nick in the title. They gonna rep. That's funny. Listen, bro. We need to figure out what's them memes, gang. Why come them is associated? Why they look like Groyper memes, bro? Was he a bad apple? Just let me know that. Was he a bad apple? I already know Nick Fuentes done denounced anybody taking up arms, but just let me know, gang, because I feel like I already know, but y'all trying to play games with a nigga. But either way, nevertheless, I'm on Epstein right now. So I'm actually about to play a documentary. This is a long ass documentary I've seen because around this time every day I take my son to the park. So I'm gonna go ahead and play this documentary in a couple minutes and go to the park while I'm playing this documentary. Maybe you could tell us more about Nick Fuentes. But right now we ain't talking about that. Oh yeah. Back to this nigga Bill Barr. So Tucker on Epstein cover. What he say? Tucker questions why Bill Barr lied about Jeffrey Epstein scandal. We want to know the same thing, Tuck. What you say?
You're like, wait, this isn't just, maybe some of the details are wrong, or certainly stories like this draw all the wackos like a bug light for sure, and they come up with these fantastical theories to explain it. But just the knowable facts, the confirmed facts suggest something really, really big. Like the moment that I never thought much about the Epstein story until I realized that the two-time Republican Attorney General Barr lied about it. Why would Barr lie about this? Epstein's a big Democratic donor. Barr was not close to Trump. He's not covering for Trump. What is that? And I don't know the answer, but that was the moment where I was like, whoa. You're like, wait, this isn't just, maybe some of the details.
That's why Tucker ain't beating the allegations either. Tucker, I'm going to be on your ass too in a couple of days, Tucker. This is why Tucker can't never beat the allegations, bro. I feel like all y'all ass is motherfucking intelligence. This is what I'm saying. Nick included until further notice. Nick, Tucker, and fucking what's your boy? And I wasn't no javelin. All right, what do you say right here? What you say right here, Tucker?
Thought that I would be offering an apology to Jeffrey Epstein. I think of all the times I've maligned that guy, all the times I'm accused him of crimes, of blackmailing people, of trafficking children to powerful figures around the world on behalf of global intel services. And then I learned yesterday from Attorney General Pam Bondi that's totally untrue.
Yes, yeah.
The guy killed himself after 36 days in prison for no reason. He was a billionaire. He had no clients. He'd done nothing wrong other than get like naughty massages 20 years before. And the guy killed himself. Another pointless death. And then his best friend, former girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell, doing 20 years in prison for no crime. There are no victims.
Yes, it's a victimless crime. They're obviously persecuted by the state.
Yes.
They're political prisoners.
Under Pam Bondi is covering up crimes.
Political
very
prisoners
serious
is
crimes
crazy.
by their own description.
Saga is a fucking idiot. Political prisoners is crazy. Hey, but that's what they saying. That's what the fuck they said. Let's see what Michael Wolff got to say. I know Michael Wolff got something to say about this. He had a bad dress code.
2007, Jeffrey Epstein entered into what's called a non-prosecution agreement with the federal government. He agreed to plead guilty on sexual abuse charges in the state of Florida with the understanding with the federal government that they would not also prosecute him. This is not that unusual. What is unusual, actually completely unique, is that the federal government in 2019, when Epstein was arrested, reneged on this non-prosecution agreement. The federal government has never done this before. I'm a little haunted by an aspect of this because my book, Siege, the second book I wrote about the Trump White House, came out in June 2019. And in that book, this was the first time that Epstein had spoken about his relationship to Donald Trump. Epstein was in Paris at the time and immediately called me with some alarm and said he had thought that he may have said much too much. When he returned from Paris, that was some 10 days or so later, he was immediately arrested on the tarmac of Teterboro Airport. Epstein immediately and logically wondered if he was being shut up by Donald Trump, by Donald Trump's Justice Department in this arrest. But equally, and this is what Steve Bannon thought at the time, Bannon believed that the Southern District, which was the prosecuting department of the Justice Department, the Southern District in New York, in a prosecution team bizarrely headed by the daughter of James Comey, Trump's bitter enemy, hadn't arrested Epstein precisely to get him to talk about Donald Trump. As it happened, the Epstein's lawyers in mid-July, late July, actually started to have a discussion with the Southern District, with the Justice Department, about Epstein talking about what he knew about various people, including Donald Trump. A week later, 10 days later, Epstein was dead. So in the middle of this Epstein fury, the government fires the Epstein federal prosecutor. Let's just get this. In the middle of the fury, the prosecutor is fired. Now, this prosecutor, Maureen Comey, just by the by, is the daughter of James Comey, one of the central antagonists to Donald Trump in the first administration. Now, I have some further background on this. So in 2019, when things felt that they were really closing in on Jeffrey Epstein, he had two theories. And mind you, at this point, he still believed that he was protected by the non-prosecution agreement he had entered into with the government in 2007. Just put that aside. At this moment, when things were converging, and he felt this enormous amount of pressure. I remember his lawyer at the time said to him, "This is bad. This is heart attack bad." At which actually Epstein kind of took that in an amused fashion. But Epstein had two theories. One, that Trump wanted to shut him up. And in this, I was somewhat involved in this because my book Siege had just appeared, and Epstein in it recounted his breakup with Donald Trump in 2004 over a real estate deal. And at this point, he felt that he had really gone too far here. He had said too much, and he was worried about this. But on the other side, he also felt that the Justice Department, or forces in the Justice Department who were against Donald Trump, wanted to use him to pressure him to testify against Donald Trump, to give evidence that would implicate Donald Trump. And that would lead, within actually weeks after I had this conversation with Epstein, to his arrest in July 2019, and the lead prosecutor there was then Maureen Comey, who was fired today.
Man, Michael be wearing some crazy ass
In
outfits.
2017, when Steve Bannon met Jeffrey Epstein, the first thing that Bannon said to Epstein was, "You were the only person I was afraid of during the 2016 campaign." I know this because I was standing there. I heard it. Over the next almost 2 years, Epstein and Bannon became the closest of friends. They were on the phone nearly every day, or else in each other's company, making all kinds of plans, business plans, political plans, financial plans. The fact that Steve Bannon now is positioning himself as the prosecutor of this incredible conspiracy involving Jeffrey Epstein and the elites is disingenuous, to say the least. In fact, Steve Bannon knows that what Jeffrey Epstein most represents is a threat to Donald Trump. Steve Bannon knows everything that happened between Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump. And I was thinking about this, and I was thinking, well, is Steve just a liar? Is Steve just an opportunist? And certainly Steve is an opportunist. But I think even more specifically, what this is all about, what the Epstein thing is all about, the MAGA antagonism about this is the beginning of Donald Trump's lame duck period. It is these MAGA people who are now saying they want to take over the MAGA movement. Steve Bannon has always said he wants to be the president. Tucker Carlson, out front on this, is undoubtedly positioning himself to run for president. This is the future of MAGA. Epstein is the issue, or in the broader context, the elites, and they are all looking well beyond Donald Trump, who may well be incredibly damaged by this, by the Epstein cover-up.
She had a better outfit on that time. That motherfucker Michael would be having some crazy shit on. He dressed like a socialite for real. I don't even want to see Bongiano on the Timcast, I'll be honest. Bongiano, I'm so disappointed in you, bro. You sons of bitches had a nigga fooled. Let me scroll past that too, because Ian, you starting to get on my nerves too, and I'm gonna address you in a minute. Look at this idiot. MAGA Mike. They call his ass Magic Mike. They call his ass Magic Mike.
He's not saying that what Epstein did is a hoax. It's a terrible, unspeakable evil. He believes that himself. When he first heard the rumor, he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. He was an FBI informant to try to take this stuff down. The president knows and has great sympathy for the women.
He was a what?
And he's not saying that what Epstein did is a hoax. It's a terrible, unspeakable evil. He believes that himself. When he first heard the rumor, he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. He was an FBI informant to try to take this stuff down. The president knows and has great sympathy for the women who suffer these unspeakable harms. It's detestable to him.
See, and that's why people don't be believing Christians. Because you supposed to be the most holy, and you supposed to be super Catholic and all of this, and you sit up as a straight line. That's why you giving Christians a bad rap. That was bad work, MAGA Mike. MAGA Mike, that was bad work. Let me scroll, because I got this documentary I'm about to play real quick. This is bad. This is terrible. All right, so I'm finna play this documentary. This is a long ass documentary, ain't gonna lie to you.
And it just smells as if we don't want this. Keep this rock.
It's a who's who of defense lawyers on the other side.
They had a 53-count indictment against him. All of a sudden, it disappears? Why? Why would that happen? How could that happen?
The first time I heard about the surveillance videos and tapes was from an extremely close friend of Ghislaine.
I saw where the cameras were at the 71st Street house because he showed me the room. And so I looked on those cameras and I saw that they were all very private scenes. And they were taping like the bathroom and the beds.
According to Ghislaine, there were secret surveillance tapes. The powerful people he had captured having sex in his bedrooms, presumably with underage girls, and that was his weapon.
Jeffrey and Ghislaine may have been sitting on videotapes. This was incriminating evidence against some of the rich and powerful individuals that they did business with.
I believe Jeffrey and Ghislaine were working together. Ghislaine was getting children, and then they were being put into horrible situations with these dignitaries and these men. Just in my opinion, from observing, there was a definite blackmail operation going on.
When you walked into the New York mansion to Palm Beach, everything was being filmed. Government officials, the politicians, the royalty, they were taping everybody.
Do you think people knew they were being taped?
No.
No.
I do not. Not at all.
Maybe Ghislaine Maxwell knows where all those photographs and tapes and videos are.
So the $64,000 question here is, where are the tapes?
If they contain what we think they do, to say that they would be explosive would be the understatement of the day.
I've known Ghislaine since the 90s.
Oh, well, they were taking down the royal family, weren't they?
Well, who were?
Maybe Israel. Who knows?
Israel? Goodness me, come on. What do you mean, who knows?
Why would Israel be taking down the British royal family?
Tell me that.
Why would Israel be trying to concoct a
bring
picture to shame the royal family?
I don't know, because
you just said it.
I'm not talking about those agencies right now. I made that clear. What I have,
you just said it was Israel.
Without talking about that, this is hard
we want
facts.
to talk about that. What is the genesis of your conspiracy
Tom,
theory?
just stop. This isn't a conspiracy.
Who had the motivation to do this?
Who is behind Jeffrey Epstein? Like, who is that? It's the intelligence three-letter word agencies that are wrapped up in this that I'm not going to go into right now because I would rather stay alive.
So let me take you to Robert Steele, who's a former CIA and military intelligence officer.
Okay.
This is his statement. He says, "I remain of the view that Jeffrey Epstein is a Mossad clandestine operations officer, assisted by Mossad clandestine operations officer Ghislaine Maxwell, and that their mission is to do precisely what they have been doing: entrap U.S. politicians, judges, celebrities, prosecutors, and corporate leaders."
And most governments will do this if they could. It just so happens the Israelis are really good at it.
Right. I mean, what could be a better asset than someone who has all this dirt, right? This quote-unquote blackmail on a lot of powerful players. And even Philip Giraldi, who's also a former CIA and military intelligence officer, said this. He said, "Here's how it would have gone if it were true. Mossad would have exploited Epstein's contacts, arranging their cooperation by having Epstein wining and dining them while flying them off to exotic locations, providing them with women and entertainment. If they refused to cooperate, it'd be time for blackmail, photos and videos of sex with underage women."
The dominant Epstein conspiracy theory is that he was videotaping all these The dominant Epstein conspiracy theory is that he was videotaping all these high-profile people as blackmail. And the other side of that theory is maybe he was doing this on behalf of the CIA or intelligence agencies and got recruited to spy for them. That's sort of the theory that ties it all together in terms of the videotaping and mysterious sort of high-profile connections, in terms of his ridiculous treatment by law enforcement in Palm Beach. And it does a pretty neat and tidy job.
Those videos could be used as blackmail, as compromising material on foreign dignitaries, on people in power. I have no doubt someone would have been interested in that kind of information.
I obviously have no idea what transpired with Epstein's video surveillance cameras. But on Maxwell's side, there's her father, Robert Maxwell. He was for sure involved with intelligence, probably both KGB and Mossad.
The Mossad, the Israeli intelligence agency.
He asked the Prime Minister to order an immediate inquiry into the alleged relationship between the Israeli intelligence service and Robert Maxwell.
The allegations about Maxwell's close connections with Israel were first made in a book by Seymour Hersh.
The man had an awful lot of information about an awful lot of things and did an awful lot that we don't know very much about.
One of the main sources of that book, Ari Ben Menashe, a former Israeli intelligence officer, claimed that Maxwell had played a major role in smuggling arms for Israel.
Robert Maxwell was working for Israeli intelligence. He was an operative for quite a long time. He was a senior operative, as a matter of fact. I was working with him. I was sort of supervising what he was doing for us.
One of the things that I learned early on at the CIA, and this is certainly consistent in other intelligence organizations, is that they're often multi-generational. You want people in the same family because they know that you're loyal. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, that this was the Israelis that were involved, and Ghislaine Maxwell's father already had a relationship with the Israeli services. Ghislaine was important and well-connected and working at a higher level of society than most anybody else. So I don't think it's at all a leap in logic to think she's continuing to do daddy's work.
Epstein started working with Israeli intelligence as well. Selling or giving or collecting secrets, however you want to put it, yes, that's right. They were collecting secrets for the Israelis.
If he has all these secrets on people, you could see, okay, there's a motivation for some wealthy person to hire a hitman to go in and somehow murder him in prison.
I do believe he was killed by people that didn't want to be exposed.
I think there's a huge amount of conspiracy about how Epstein died and whether it was suicide or whether it was foul play, just as there has been about Robert Maxwell for many, many years.
In the Atlantic Ocean, a death and a mystery. Robert Maxwell disappeared from his yacht.
There are many parallels between Robert Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein. Did Maxwell jump off the back of the boat in the Canary Islands, or was he murdered? Did Epstein hang himself in a New York prison, or was he murdered? It's actually quite creepy, the similarities between them both. There's something very sinister about both stories.
It may be the most bizarre spy story ever. A story of corruption and betrayal at the highest levels of the American government. A story of hostages used as pawns, of the CIA spying on its friends, of murders made to look like suicides.
I think it's about time to get the whole story out.
His name is Ari Ben-Menashe. He's a former Israeli intelligence agent.
Once it's out, there's no reason to hurt me physically anymore.
And today, he is hiding in Australia, in fear, he says, of his life.
So many people in the last 10 years who were working for the various governments on these issues, due to cover-ups, died mysteriously.
He claims the United States tried to spy on ASIO, the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation, by selling it a computer program that contained a hidden keyhole, a lock for which the CIA had a master key. The computer software is called Promise. It's designed to track millions of pieces of information on tens of thousands of people. And it's alleged to have been installed in dozens of government departments and security agencies around the world. It's also alleged that American intelligence made some small modifications to the program, modifications that enabled it to key in a special access code and gain entry to all the information on the computer.
It would be equivalent to going into ASIO and reading the handwritten files of all the agents, except the computer has them neatly organized and typed and instantly indexed, so it's much more convenient.
Bill Hamilton owns Inslaw, the company that developed Promise and offered it to the American government.
They would not have bothered to sell it to all these countries without first preparing it in such a way that it would be an easier avenue of penetration into the files of these foreign governments.
The whole story might never have emerged, but for the fact that the American government didn't own Promise. It pirated the software from Bill Hamilton's company.
We were dumbfounded, couldn't conceive of it.
Hamilton's contract with the US Department of Justice to supply the Promise software was cancelled in 1982 without any real explanation. Only some time later did Hamilton hear that his software was turning up all over the world.
I don't know how much Australia paid. I've been told that Israel paid $5.5 million.
Ari Ben-Menashe confirms that Promise was sold to Israel, but claims the Israelis, unlike the Australians, were in on the secret.
The whole idea was that we would study it, the Americans then would sell it to our neighbors, and then we could, by using telephone lines, get into our neighbors' computers. But then our American friends just took it a step further. They sold it to their allies as well, including Australia.
The list of countries which allegedly bought the promised software reads like a who's who of America's friends, as well as its most bitter enemies.
Is spying on your friends considered a fair thing to do in the intelligence world?
Oh, it is. It's always done. Using a Trojan horse to go inside the agency, that gets a little aggressive, you know.
Ben Menashe was an officer in the Israeli military intelligence service for 12 years. And he was involved at the highest level in some very, very interesting things. But Ben Menashe, it's a very long story who he is and the controversy surrounding him for the last 2 or 3 years. But one of the things we owe to him is gratitude for having outlined how the PROMIS software developed by the Inslaw company was marketed around the world to intelligence and security services. The Israelis also marketed it around the world through another so-called private individual, i.e. Robert Maxwell, the tycoon who owned the mirror interests in Britain and who later was killed. Ben Menashe is certain that he was killed, that he didn't commit suicide when he fell off his yacht. But in any case, the Israelis and the CIA created trapdoors into this program. Trapdoors meaning a way through modems in which they could have access to the computers of the host intelligence or security service. They tried it first with the Jordanians, and as soon as it was installed through the trapdoor program, the Israelis were reading all the files of the Jordanian military intelligence service. And of course, the principal target of the Jordanians were the Palestinians, which were the Israelis' principal targets. And so they were able to collect an enormous amount of information by monitoring what the Jordanians were doing through this PROMIS software. The same thing happened in Guatemala. The Israelis were able, with the CIA, to monitor the way the Guatemalan security services were using PROMIS in the political repression. And this PROMIS system has been sold around the world by the CIA through Earl Bryan and by the Israelis through Robert Maxwell before he died, because those two had companies in which they could make it appear to be a commercial transaction, and the buying companies would never know that that trapdoor existed. Well, it was sold to the British, the Canadians, the South Koreans, the Australians, Iraq also. That's by Earl Bryan on the side of the CIA, and by Maxwell for the Israelis to Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Nicaragua, Soviet Union, where they got into the files of Soviet military intelligence in the 1980s, the GRU. Other countries as well. So that it is the ultimate, really the ultimate big brother system that anyone could imagine.
Both Ari Ben Menashe and Rafi Eitan came to the same conclusion very quickly. And they said one word. Robert said Ben Menashe, and Rafi completely said, yep, Maxwell. He's the man. So Maxwell was hauled in, and he immediately saw for himself this was a wonderful chance to make money. And he didn't understand software at that stage, but my goodness me, he was on a fast learning curve. And he set off to sell PROMIS, which was the name of the software. He went off around the world. Maxwell then became not just super spy, but ultra super salesman. He went off round the world, and he pulled it off brilliantly.
Gordon, briefly explain to our listeners why Mossad wanted Maxwell to sell this PROMIS software to other government agencies around the world. He sold it, I guess, to Canada and European nations. What was Mossad's hidden motive in getting this PROMIS software into the government computers of other nations?
Well, very simply, it gave Mossad an inside track view of what was happening when everybody was using PROMIS. Sitting in Tel Aviv, Rafi Eitan and his technicians would know exactly what was going on in those departments, in those people using it. For instance, with a single piece of paper, you can pretty well track anybody, that person's life, where he's done, his phone calls and so on. It's like a never-widening ripple that goes on, and the information is just priceless when it comes back, because it's all sorted and coded for you and decoded and so on. Well, what he was able to do, for instance, he would go to the Russians and say, you need this to keep track of what your little friends in the Soviet satellites are doing. And Groyper says, you're absolutely right. And Maxwell would demonstrate it, and the Russians, KGB, would have it. But what they didn't realize, sitting in Tel Aviv, there were people listening to what the KGB were doing. It became extraordinary because Maxwell enabled the Israelis. They were able to listen into the Syrians. Maxwell sold it at cut-price lots to the Egyptians. He sold it everywhere.
Gordon, was the CIA aware of the trapdoor? Or
Not
was
initially, because they were building their own version of Promise, which they'd also got from Justice.
So this went for years with only the Israeli Mossad knowing about the trapdoor.
Yeah.
The Promise software that was something that Robert Maxwell had been involved in. I think he owned it or he bought it. And
he was given a license to sell it by the Israelis. It's an American software, but this was a software that was helping prosecutors at the Department of Justice follow cases through the prosecution of criminals, but it was also a brilliant first time ever thing that allowed them to cross-reference different databases with each other. So that's why it was such an important thing. And the Israelis had an agreement with the Americans to sort of take it or steal it or whatever version of the story you want, and that's how Robert Maxwell got his hands on it.
Was, you talk about the fact that in the 1980s you had the Iran-Iraq war, you had Iran-contra.
What began as a secret weapons for hostage exchange burgeoned into a multi-billion-dollar business for American and Israeli intelligence organizations with the knowledge of Reagan and Vice President Bush.
We want the truth.
When Iran went to war with Iraq, the potential profits became irresistible.
Fundamental right.
Despite a congressional ban on weapons to Iran, American agencies saw an opportunity to raise black money to fund their favorite right-wing rebel group in Nicaragua, the Contras, which the American Congress had also banned them from assisting. Ayatollah Khomeini was the bin Laden of his day, the sworn enemy of the great Satan America. The notion that Israeli and American intelligence agencies were selling him weapons was so bizarre that initially it begged belief. A disbelief that allowed the operation to run for 7 years before it was exposed. Originally, the plan to disguise the US operation was a simple one. Sell massive amounts of weapons to ally Israel, who would then simply on-sell them secretly to the Iranians. A profitable plan for both nations that nearly came unstuck when the Russians shot down one of the Israeli cargo planes.
Ari Ben-Menashe was an Israeli intelligence officer attached to the Israeli Defense Forces.
We start seeing hard intelligence that the Iraqis were preparing for war. And the Israelis were extremely worried about that. They did not want, in no way, the Iraqis to be an overwhelming power in the Middle East.
By early 1980, Israel's Prime Minister Menachem Begin was hearing Iranian appeals for military equipment.
Their biggest worry was the Air Force. They had no tires. Their F-4s had flat tires. They were not in good condition. They were looking for spare parts and tires and wheelbases. These were their first inquiries. And we sold them the tires.
The tire sale did not please President Carter.
There had been a rather tense discussion between President Carter and Prime Minister Begin in the spring of 1980, in which the president made clear that the Israelis had to stop that, and that we knew that they were doing it, and that we would not allow it to continue, at least not to allow it to continue privately and without the knowledge of the American people.
Although Begin agreed to Carter's demand, the confrontation revealed the divergent interests of the two nations regarding Iran. An officer on the State Department's Israeli desk, David Satterfield, said that Secretary Haig did not flatly forbid Israeli transshipment of U.S. weapons to Iran. Satterfield was interviewed years later by Iran-Contra investigators, and Frontline has obtained a copy of his still classified statement. Satterfield said that Haig told Israel that in principle this was okay, but only for F-4 spare parts. Haig also insisted that the United States had to approve in advance specific lists of parts to be sold by Israel to Iran. By spring 1982, American officials were to object that the Israelis had gone too far, but by then, Satterfield said, approximately $53 million in weapons and parts had been sent to Iran, most of which were not within the agreed-upon guidelines. A senior Israeli intelligence official told Frontline that in 1981 and 82, a wide range of American equipment flowed covertly through Israel to Iran. The equipment included spare parts for F-4 fighter planes, for M48 tanks, and for M113 armored personnel carriers. This source put the value of the material at $246 million. Israeli intelligence officer Ari Ben-Menashe says he was one of half a dozen Israelis sent to Paris at Casey's request to help coordinate arms deliveries.
A Mr. Ari Ben-Menashe, former Israeli military intelligence officer.
That's how I got to know Maxwell. I was part of the team that was exporting arms to the Iranians during their war against Iraq.
So the way it supposedly worked was this. The Iranians would send funds to Bahrain, who in turn paid Maxwell, who then paid Israel. All of this has subsequently been reported in news outlets, except for the intimate role that Robert Maxwell allegedly played. Now, this alleged role, according to Ben-Menashe, was that Maxwell was the middleman, moving payments for arms around in the Iran-Iraq war and also involving the Eastern Bloc.
A lot of it was bought from the Soviet Union at the time, and we were sending it to the Iranians.
and the Iranians would pay through Maxwell, paid the Israelis through Robert Maxwell.
It was within this context that Jeffrey was allegedly brought under Israel's influence. Ben Menashe says that he knows about Maxwell's dealings in the 1980s because Ben Menashe was also involved in arms dealing for the Israelis in this period. Ben Menashe's name captured headlines in 1989 when he was caught in the US, trying to broker a sale of US military aircraft to Iran on behalf of Israel. He was charged with violating the US Arms Control Export Act, and he spent a year in a US jail before the case went to trial. His defense argued that he was working for the Israeli government, and the US jury believed that. He was acquitted.
One of the key witnesses in the Iran-Contra scandal was an Israeli intelligence officer imprisoned in America on arms dealing charges. Abandoned by Israel, he began to talk about the work he'd done for Israeli and American intelligence in trading weapons to Iran, and he was acquitted. Few would now doubt that he did work for Israeli intelligence and that he was extensively involved in the shipment of weapons to Iran.
And it leapt out at me that somebody I know very well, Christopher Mason, goes to meet Ghislaine Maxwell in 1991 in New York, and one of her dinner guests is Oliver North.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. That's a good connection. That's amazing.
Haile Selassie's son or someone. I mean,
Right.
and as we talked about last time, Jeffrey Epstein at that period of his life is renting
The Iranian.
an Iranian government building in New York. And, you know, and so it goes. And what the heck is he doing? The association with Douglas Lease, of all people, who was tied, you know, his son Julian told me his father was not tied to the El Yamama arms deal. And yet it's in the parliamentary record that he was. And again, Douglas Lease, in all likelihood, I mean, Julian Lease, I know, will tell me I'm wrong, but many, many people I know think Douglas Lease was involved in British intelligence.
Jeffrey then dashed over to London, where he met Douglas Lease. Douglas Lease was an international arms merchant, and he was able to mold Jeffrey into this world of arms dealing. This was an area of the financial world that was very shady, and the money at this point was pouring in.
I will say one thing, Lawrence, about that passport. Jeffrey Epstein has testified in the late 1980s that he was finding money for people. I can tell you that, according to one of my sources, one of those people was Adnan Khashoggi. He's now dead. Big Saudi, yes. So that might explain.
He's a big Saudi businessman. At the time, we thought the
Yes.
richest of the Saudi businessmen.
Yes.
Yeah. So Khashoggi would have been in a position to help him get a Saudi.
No, yes, he would have been. And if
Yeah.
Jeffrey Epstein was finding money that was stolen from him, that would explain it.
We're going to have to leave it there for tonight.
So Adnan Khashoggi is famous for being an arms trafficker, one of the biggest names in arms trafficking through that 70s and 80s period.
Saudi,
and
like
he's
royal
Saudi by
connections.
birth, right?
Yeah.
But you know, my understanding is it is quite well known at this point that he was arms trafficking on behalf of probably many nations, but he certainly did a lot of work with Mossad and Israel in that time frame. And he often, like, I think different people sort of portray him some people portray him as being sort of like an Israeli arms trafficking asset, and other people portray him as more of like a freeloader trafficking asset, and I don't have a perspective one way or the other on that. But he was well known for having this fucking giant yacht that was cameraed up to the nines, and he would bring his arms deals onto that yacht and ply them with girls and money and drugs and food and anything they wanted while filming everything secretly, and running his own little blackmail show around his arms deals as he went. I'm not sure where he learned that, but that's that boat that Trump later bought and renamed.
Publicity about your acquisition of the boat this summer. The Princess, is that what
I
we call
bought a
it?
boat from Adnan Khashoggi, which was formerly called the Nabila
Nabila.
It's a yacht. And
Adnan Khashoggi, excuse me for a second, is the world's largest arms trader?
I hate to admit it.
So back to Robert Maxwell's dealings with the Soviets, the Iranians, and the Israelis in the 1980s. It's into this world that Jeffrey Epstein allegedly steps. Jeffrey would be brought in to help Israel's national security efforts. The help went far beyond the kind of back-channel diplomacy and money moving that Maxwell had done for the Israelis. Several of my sources say that Jeffrey used blackmail to promote Israel's interests as part of a massive influence campaign on the United States. Why? Because Jeffrey had become an arms dealer and a money launderer in the Middle East and elsewhere, according to sources. So here's another little piece of history that you need to know in order to understand how Jeffrey got here. While the Iran-Iraq war raged in the early 1980s, the biggest arms deal ever was going down between the British and the Saudis. El Yamama. It's now infamous for how corrupt it was. Jeffrey was working with two men reported to be critically involved with the behind-the-scenes deal-makers of El Yamama. One, allegedly, was a British defence contractor, Douglas Leese. The other was the Saudi businessman Adnan Khashoggi. Khashoggi was Saudi Arabia's lead arms dealer in the 1970s and 80s, and that helped him build staggering wealth, which in turn funded a headline-grabbing and wildly ostentatious lifestyle. But also investigations into his shady business deals, like being Oliver North's arms broker in the Iran-Contra scandal. Now, both Leese and Khashoggi knew Robert Maxwell, as did Jeffrey, according to... They all three met in the early 1980s. According to a very close friend of Khashoggi's and of Jeffrey's, the Syrian banker Amer Pasha, Maxwell had met Khashoggi through Jeffrey, and they'd become close.
I mean, I don't know how it came about, but it happened on the occasion where he mentioned that it was Maxwell that introduced him to Jeffrey. Sometimes even it happened with other people around, but I can't remember who.
Separately, Jeffrey told a business colleague in the 1980s, Stephen Hoffenberg, that Jeffrey was advising Maxwell on his businesses, specifically restructuring debt.
So
the thing is about the money that I keep coming back to, because this is really the question I was trying to answer for you, was how did Epstein get so rich? Because, he died at $600 million value. That was sort of the entire estate. It's not...
That we know of.
Yeah, that we know of. But the amount of money that went in seems about $3 billion when you look at what Maxwell had off the books. Maxwell had the on-the-books kind of media empire, and then he had all these other operations, Promise, making him $100 million a year. He had this Iran-Contra money that he was partly a slush fund from the Israelis and the CIA. Then he took even more money from all those endeavors of selling all these arms to different countries. And then he had this commission, this 20% commission on all the money he was transferring out of Russia, out of the Soviet Union, into the West. It's a lot of money that he was amassing. And where did it go? It's not
well,
stuff
he's very good. I mean, this was the other thing as I was re-listening. Tom Bower, who's a very fantastic British journalist and an old friend of mine who wrote a biography of Maxwell, says in the podcast that that Maxwell was incredibly talented at hiding money. He'd done it all his life. So the idea that he hadn't got it stashed away in Switzerland and Liechtenstein and all over the place, of course he did. And
just like Maxwell.
Yeah, and I'm listening to my own, and I'm listening to me telling you, we've just heard how Jeffrey Epstein knows how to, knows all about Swiss bank accounts.
The mystery of Robert Maxwell multiplied today with the collapse of his publishing empire.
His crumbling empire is missing $1.2 billion. That's billion.
Employees of the Mirror newspapers learned that more than $1 billion had been siphoned off from their pension fund.
When Robert Maxwell died and the financial mismanagement of the Mirror Group became apparent, it became one of the biggest stories in British modern history.
British newspapers are now having a field day reporting the scandal. In the lead, Maxwell's own Daily Mirror, desperately trying to solve the mystery of what its publisher did with the money.
He had taken £400 million from the pensioners at the Mirror Group.
Maxwell stole not just the pension funds, but he stole lots of other companies. His total takings were at least £2 billion in 1991. So in current terms, you're talking of a fraud of at least 5 to 10 billion pounds sterling. And the Maxwell name was dirt and synonymous with fraud.
I got the impression at the time that the consequences of her father's death was that she had no money and that her mother was dealing with financial terrible reversals.
The shares, which were really the value of my husband's fortune, have collapsed, and from whatever was there, now at zero. I have myself no money at all.
I subsequently learned that Ghislaine had a trust fund.
I met Jeffrey Epstein. He was a young, rather good-looking Jewish boy from New York that somehow appeared in Robert Maxwell's office. And I used to see him quite often in the office.
Jeffrey Epstein presented himself to Robert Maxwell as a financial expert. Jeffrey Epstein was charming. He was charismatic and could read the person he's dealing with and understand what that person wants to hear. He was a mastermind of how to manipulate and seduce people. So Robert Maxwell entered into a deep relationship in business with Jeffrey Epstein. At that particular time, Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein met in London at the introduction by Robert Maxwell.
Take me back to this 1980s, because Ari Ben-Menashe says that's when Ghislaine was smitten by Jeffrey Epstein, and Robert Maxwell brings her in, and then him in, Jeffrey Epstein in, to introduce him to Ari Ben-Menashe and says, we want this guy to work for us doing Iran-Contra. Can you confirm any of those details?
I can help you understand the timeline and who participated with Jeffrey Epstein and how he became a spy and what he did when he became a spy. I can help you in all those areas because I was there.
You were there?
I did.
Did he tell you? Did he tell you I'm a spy? Did he go and say I'm working for the Israelis?
Yes. He told me that he was a spy. He was fully aware that I was asked to join to be a spy and that I rejected the request.
So Douglas Leese asked you to join them and be a spy, and you said, no, I don't want to have anything to do with that.
I rejected the request of the spying.
Okay.
Jeffrey Epstein accepted the request of the spying, and he further cemented his opportunity in espionage when he met Ghislaine Maxwell and entered into a serious relationship with her as a lady-man relationship that was a very strong bond between them, a very powerful and dynamic work relationship between the two of them, and they've admitted to the public that they took over Robert Maxwell's spying records, operations, and moved that to Florida to Jeffrey Epstein's house. That's been admitted. That's a fact.
Hoffenberg told me almost off the cuff one day, as I was talking to him about a whole bunch of other things. He said, "Yeah." I said, "Well, why wouldn't you tell me who he spied for?" He said, "You really want to know?" And I said, "Yeah, just tell me." And he said Israel. And I was blown away when he said the word Israel, because I'm Israeli. I was born in Israel, and I never think of Israel as conducting spy or espionage activities against America. I'd never think of that as other than there's one example of Pollard, but I never thought, there would be the sophisticated espionage campaign going on. But I was like, okay, I'll put that in my back pocket. I can't go with one source on that. I'll just think about that. And, I was building information to try and figure out how to prove that. And then a few weeks later, I was able to get an interview with Ari Ben-Menashe, who was the handler of Robert Maxwell back in the Iran-Contra days. He's kind of a famous spy figure in the world. He invited me to Montreal, where he told me on the record that Epstein was a spy for the Israelis. He worked for Israeli military intelligence, the same arm that he was a commander in years earlier when he was working with Maxwell.
The allegations about Maxwell's close connections with Israel were first made in a book by Seymour Hersh.
The man had an awful lot of information about an awful lot of things and did an awful lot that we don't know very much about.
One of the main sources of that book, Ari Ben-Menashe, a former Israeli intelligence officer, claimed that Maxwell had played a major role in smuggling arms for Israel.
Robert Maxwell was working for Israeli intelligence. He was an operative for quite a long time. He was a senior operative, as a matter of fact. I was working with him. I was sort of supervising what he was doing for us.
There was another former CIA agent called Victor Ostrowski who I talked to.
But former Mossad agent Victor Ostrowski likens Maxwell's role for the Israelis as the equivalent of being a Russian sleeper. Somebody whose business and political contacts were a very useful way to pass on information and money.
Looking for influence with the American president? Who isn't? There's a name for that today, which is called perception makers.
Perception makers.
Yeah, it's like you have a PR firm. Mm-hmm. It's like a PM firm. It's a perception maker, because what you say is, okay, if I tell you the Russians are bad, and I can bring things that made it happen, that that they're responsible for A, B, C, and D, I can create the perception, whether it's true or not, of something being real.
The achievement at the end of it is that I feel that my life, which I'm continuing to live to the full, and will do so until the day I die, I will have left the world a slightly better place by having lived in it and have influenced a few things and people in the right direction, rather as if it hadn't mattered whether I was born, lived, or died.
Then when Daddy died, she was left with no choice. So she moved on and teamed up with him.
The board of Mirror Group newspapers announces with deep regret that Robert Maxwell is missing at sea, feared lost overboard from his motor yacht, the Lady Ghislaine.
The gathering of Robert Maxwell's family was completed, with the arrival of the daughter after whom he had named his faithful yacht.
For Ghislaine, that was the most seismic event of her life.
His body was found floating in the water, and there were 3 post-mortems, and no one could agree on what the cause of death was. So there's a lot of conspiracy around the circumstance of his death.
He committed suicide. He was rubbed out by assassins from a 2-man submarine, poisoning, strangling, even overwork.
There were reports that she arrived on the boat and had personal documents and important documents shredded.
A very reliable Daily Mirror reporter said that he saw Ghislaine shredding documents.
That shows that she would have had quite an involvement with the business to have known what documents to shred.
I want also to thank the press.
So you have the public face, in which she's handling the press and inquiries very well, and then you have the private shredding of documents. This was a loyal daughter, ensuring that whatever fate her father had befallen, she wasn't willing to let light in on the darkness.
Undoubtedly, they didn't want other people to know what the papers revealed about Maxwell's business.
Miss Maxwell, may we ask you something on behalf of the family about what conclusions the family feel about this?
Well, all these things will be revealed. That was the statement. Just thank you very much. Thank you.
There was suspicion and rumours around Robert Maxwell's business dealings. A lot of people hated him. He would have picked up a lot of enemies along the way. You know, in the interview Ghislaine gave about 7 years after his death, she said she thought it was murder. But there's never been any evidence to back that up.
What do you feel? What happened to him?
You'll never know, so you'll never be 100% sure of exactly what took place. The only thing I'm sure of is that he did not commit suicide.
Would you agree with somebody that he might commit suicide? Because most of the people say he would.
Never. Never. It's never entered my mind.
He wasn't suicidal at all?
No. This is not possible. He would never have done that.
Mm-hmm.
He's a fighter. He's a totally born fighter. No way.
Viktor Ostrovsky alleges that Maxwell had asked the Mossad for financial help. When they refused, things got ugly. Ostrovsky left the Mossad several years before this happened.
He didn't understand that you do not threaten the Mossad. I mean, you can do a lot of other things, but do not threaten them because they take that very seriously. So when a threat is made, it basically cuts all the history or good history that was there and valuable and whatever, and it's all gone through the window.
So do you think Robert Maxwell was killed by the Mossad?
I think so, yeah.
So that's one possible theory as to why Maxwell may have been murdered. Here's Ari Ben Menashe.
I believe that Robert Maxwell had to be gotten rid of because he was about to be arrested by the British police, and he would have had to go on trial and go through details that the Israelis and others did not want to be made public.
It wasn't just his narcissism any longer.
Martin Dillon, again.
He was becoming very, very uncontrollable. And I think that Mossad knew that at the end had come. And it's not as if Israel hasn't, in the past decided that someone has to go.
He was then buried with full Israeli state honors on the Mount of Olives, buried by the President and the Prime Minister of Israel, and no less than 7 serving or former heads of the Mossad.
Robert Maxwell, who paid little attention to his Jewish origins until near the end of his life, asked to be buried in Jerusalem, and the entire Israeli establishment came to pay tribute. Prime Minister Shamir, Defense Minister Aarons, Housing Minister Sharon.
By 1991, Robert Maxwell was a major personality in Israel. He was very close to the Israeli government. He rediscovered his Jewish roots, and he felt very at home there. So it was natural for them to want to bury him in the most sacred place in Jerusalem.
So it's quite clear that Robert Maxwell did perform what the President of Israel called at the funeral extraordinary service for Israel.
It's been incorrectly reported that Ghislaine and Jeffrey Epstein first met when Ghislaine came to America, and that's been an error. They met in London way before she came to America.
So her father dies around November of 91, and then it's just a few weeks after he dies, she seems to be associating with Epstein publicly.
Ghislaine set her sights on Jeffrey Epstein, who could give her the lifestyle that she'd become accustomed to.
The men that she tended to be around, I mean, I don't know if they were all corrupt, but Epstein and her father, I mean, those would be two men that had that kind of terrible moral compass.
Jeffrey wanted to get in that world of financial fraud. He viewed it as a place where he could capitalize. And that's exactly what he did.
And so Epstein hooks up with a real bona fide Ponzi artist named Stephen Hoffenberg. I don't know if you've spoken to him, but he's an entertaining character.
I was charged with securities violations, obstruction of justice, tax violations, mail fraud, activities of misconduct that I pled guilty to.
Hoffenberg pled guilty to fraud, admitting that he cheated investors out of nearly $500 million. He'll now have to pay as much restitution as he can to those taken in his Ponzi scheme.
It was one of the biggest Ponzi schemes recorded at that time in the U.S. history, yes. I suffered 18 years in federal prison without exposing the crimes of Jeffrey Epstein. And in my opinion, he stole over $100 million from Towers Financial.
As Jeffrey Epstein is wont to do, he avoided investigation. He avoided any sort of scrutiny for his behavior in that Ponzi scheme. But it is after that that he seems to have accumulated a substantial amount of wealth.
The Towers thing, so it had Adnan Khashoggi as a principal, or at least an investor. It had Douglas Leese as a principal. It had money coming in from the Philippines, the Marcoses, right? It is cleaning Marcos's money. It potentially had the Queen's money in there, or it potentially had who's the other world leader? I'm thinking Putin's money in there, or something like that. And so this is when you look at all, and it had a lot of GOP people in the advisory boards, and and he kept talking about how connected he was to Hoffenberg did about all these Republicans. So you've got all these power brokers that also happen to be involved in Iran-Contra to some extent, and so and that's why I was like, well, this got to be a money washer for the Iran-Contra money, and I did never ask this on the record with Hoffenberg because I just knew the answer was going to be too much for him to confirm. But I did when I met him in person at one time. I pulled him aside and I said, all of this just doesn't make sense unless it belongs to Iran-Contra. And he confirmed that it was, but he didn't even realize it until much later that was what Iran-Contra, that the money would have been washed through, not necessarily Iran-Contra, but the proceeds of all these weapons deals that Douglas Leese was involved in.
Yeah. So I've always had the impression, and by the way, I asked Khashoggi's daughter about this as well, and I think, if memory serves, she remembered Douglas Leese, and I think Maxwell, yes. I don't know if she knew about the Epstein connection, but I will tell you, Zev, that based on my reporting, and obviously I never met Douglas Leese, but I know a lot of people who did know him. I have to believe that he would have been the mastermind. He and Khashoggi, who he was very close to, because everything that that I would have to believe that Hoffenberg would have been a more patsy figure
Mm-hmm.
in that he would have been a useful, ambitious guy who was willing to cut corners. We know that.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Hoffenberg told me that Lease was the guy who created the handover, who masterminded the handover between Maxwell and Epstein. That was his creation. He figured it out, and you know, this is what he did. I mean, Douglas Lease was involved in a few scandals involving weapons trading around the world. Julian Lease was involved in one of them too, in the Far East. So, you know, that he was a sort of senior operator who's able to handle the Al Yamana deals. It was obviously putting very close to the British government and the
I'll
Queen.
just give you
Yeah.
two little anecdotes on this. So I do have a British friend who was sent round to Douglas Lease by his father to he needed a passport in a hurry and no questions asked, and Douglas Lease was able to do that. But when I have the transcripts of all my conversations with Jeffrey Epstein, so I asked him about Douglas Lease, and he got sudden amnesia. Douglas who?
Yeah.
Oh yes, maybe that was somebody possibly related to a Nick Ferranti. I mean, he got, I mean, that he did not want to pursue that line of conversation.
The same thing happened with Ari Ben Menashe when I asked him about Douglas Lease. He's like, no, I don't know who that person is. And I was like, how could you not know who that person is? So, but this was an era that they were trying to cover up. This whole period in the 80s, they were trying to keep that secret because that's the planning stage for this takeover, this handover from Maxwell to Epstein.
US retailing billionaire Leslie Wexner founded L Brands, the company behind Victoria's Secret.
Wexner hired him, and that's what made Jeffrey a rich man.
Epstein worked as Wexner's money manager, but they had a very strangely close relationship, and a lot of colleagues of Wexner's and former friends have gone on record to talk about how strange the whole thing was.
In 1991, Wexner gave Jeffrey power of attorney over everything except for the limited. It was an extraordinary thing to do. A source told me recently that even the lawyers who drafted the agreement could just not understand why Wexner was doing it, and they expressed their concern.
But Epstein's name really started coming out around 1991, the year he gets the durable power of attorney to move all of Wexner's billions. So at that point, it's at a certain level in the city, people are gossiping. And the question is, what's their relationship?
So there is this suggestion that, the mark, if you like, was Leslie Wexner.
So do you think Jeffrey targeted Les Wexner as part of this Israeli influence campaign?
Without a question, Jeffrey desperately wanted the relationship with Leslie Wexner. That was a critical turning point for Jeffrey. And Ghislaine was very helpful with that opportunity for Jeffrey because she was very popular, very, very popular. And she was a big asset to Jeffrey. So it all came together very well for Ghislaine and Jeffrey at that time frame. It was a tragedy of the death. It was a sad circumstance for the Maxwell family. But Jeffrey was entrenched in the family affairs and did an awful lot in support of the tragedy, the death of Robert Maxwell for the Maxwell family.
Ben Menashe also says, along with Hoffenberg, that the whole idea of befriending Wexner originated with Robert Maxwell. The idea was to gather information and pass it along.
Jeffrey Epstein was mentored substantially by Robert Maxwell on how to deal with national security. And what you're linking together is how Jeffrey Epstein applied his national security training to the three countries, to the UK, to Israel, to the United States, and how it benefited Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell substantially. That's the linkage, and that's the mystery.
When Hoffenberg is talking about, quote, national security, he's not talking about spying. Instead, he's talking about business and social relationships between high-powered international players that can sometimes become enmeshed in politics.
So Alan Dershowitz tells me at one point that for Leslie Wexner's birthday, Jeffrey Epstein flew John Glenn, the astronaut, and Alan to Wexner's home in Ohio, where Shimon Peres was the guest of honor, educating everyone about Israeli affairs.
And listen to this story about Leslie Wexner's 59th birthday party and how Jeffrey set it all up. But this time, Jeffrey is playing an almost eerily similar role to what Glenn played in Jeffrey's birthday party. Here's former Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz.
Me and Senator John Glenn on his plane. I don't remember if he picked me up in Boston or I was in New York, but I do recall flying on his plane, the small plane, a small 10-seater, 8-seater, something like that, with Senator John Glenn, who was then a sitting senator and a former astronaut. And at the dinner was Shimon Peres, who talked a lot about Picasso, because Leslie Wexner owned a number of fantastic Picassos from the Blue Period and other periods, and Shimon Peres knew a lot about art.
Shimon Peres was an Israeli politician who later was elected president.
And maybe one other person. That's it, all men. I remember that because when I came back, I didn't stay over. I flew back that night to either New York or Boston and told my wife about it. And she said, you know, why were there only men at this event? And I found out that both Epstein and Wexner like to have men-only events, and that's the last time I ever went to an event at Leslie Wexner's.
Did you have any sense of what his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein was at that dinner?
Very close. It's clearly a very close relationship. At that time, Jeffrey Epstein owned a house on Leslie Wexner's premises. He showed me the house at a distance, or showed me where it was, but total, I probably met Leslie Wexner maybe 3 times or 4 times in my life, and I got the impression that there was a very close, long-standing, very trusting relationship between Epstein and Wexner. I didn't know its exact nature and still don't know its exact nature, and I just think that's something that's a very interesting connection that should be explored.
And here's yet another thing that Jeffrey reportedly did while spending time in central Ohio, Wexner's home base. Remember local judge? Well, Bob Fitrakis has a theory about all of this. We don't have the facts to prove it true or false. But back in 2002, Bob told me that Jeffrey even got a cargo airline called Southern Air Transport to move its headquarters to Columbus, Ohio, out of Miami. Now, this was helpful to Wexner because it would mean multiple direct flights each week between Ohio and Hong Kong to transport cargo for the limited. Seems simple enough. Except nothing is simple with Jeffrey.
Southern Air Transport, which was the most notorious gun-running airline in the world at a time when I was following that. Mr. Epstein was in charge of the logistics of helping to move it here for Mr. Wexner. I mean, this is the former Air America drug and gun-running airline covert operations. I mean, this was a CIA proprietary up front, and it ran guns and arms.
Alan Dershowitz says that Jeffrey could make problems go away, thus avoiding public litigation. Alan told me a story that Jeffrey had told him about Wexner's airplane. This was in the 1990s. Alan says that Jeffrey claimed to him that Wexner's plane was boarded when he landed at Teterboro Airport in New Jersey, and that contraband was allegedly found. And according to Jeffrey, there was a big possibility that the plane could be confiscated.
And they found him with tens of thousands of dollars worth of Cuban cigars that he was trying to smuggle into the country. They also found, according to Epstein, $50,000 in cash, also illegally.
Jeffrey phoned Dershowitz to see if he could help. But Jeffrey told Dershowitz that he couldn't. He didn't have any connections to help with customs. And frankly, he didn't see any way around the problem. Yet somehow, miraculously apparently, Jeffrey told Dershowitz a few days later that he'd made the problem go away, quietly.
Jeffrey Epstein settled that case politically for him without involving lawyers, and other cases were settled as well.
So how did Jeffrey get this to just go away? Alan doesn't know. One source told me that Jeffrey was close with many US customs officials. It's a pretty significant question, because years later it emerged that Jeffrey had avoided very serious federal charges and instead got a cushy sentence on state charges around something called a non-prosecution agreement. Now this made everyone wonder, what exactly was his clout with the law in this country? In hindsight, it looks like he had quite a lot.
Hello? Detective Jerry Carey with Palm Beach Police.
Palm Beach Police, when they did the search warrant, found evidence that they had a serial pedophile on their hands. But the feds did nothing. They did nothing.
Could you please give us your name? Jeffrey Epstein.
He's arrested, he's charged, but he gets this sweetheart deal.
The guilty plea and deal in a process that could have sent Epstein to jail for 15 years.
And he got 18 months because they, pardon my French, didn't give a shit about the victims.
The deal they made was the dumbest deal in history.
He's able to have work release privileges and leave his jail cell.
He negotiated also essentially immunity for Ghislaine Maxwell.
Why? Why would that happen?
I believe it was a blackmail operation. I mean, what else would it be? These people get away with everything.
The FBI didn't want to know what Ghislaine Maxwell knew. This was a cover-up.
The state's happy they have a conviction. Epstein got this sweetheart deal. Everybody's happy. They believed this thing was going to go away. That's, I think, what Epstein and Maxwell were counting on.
In 2019, I reported for the Daily Beast that senior government officials were told that Jeffrey had, quote, belonged to intelligence, hence his cushy deal. Vanessa Neumann is a former national security and terrorist analyst for the Foreign Policy Research Institute. And in your experience, does it happen in America? Can the American Department of Justice be influenced by our intelligence networks?
Sure. I mean, the official line is no, right? I mean, the official line is DOJ is supposed to be 100%, independent. It tracks, it follows its own line, its own criminality. But absolutely, of course, that you do have sometimes conversations about please hold back or try and accelerate it. You see that the whole time.
So Wexner was one of America's biggest donors to Israel, and Jeffrey introduced him to like-minded thinkers, including prominent academics and politicians. And the stated mission of Wexner's foundation, if you look at it online, includes strengthening leadership in the North American Jewish community and the State of Israel. So this is all in the early 1990s. Bill Clinton becomes president. And as I'm writing this, a photograph I'd heard about has finally shown up in the media. It's of Bill Clinton showing Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell around the White House in 1993. Reportedly, this was a VIP visit because Jeffrey had donated money to have the Oval Office refurbished. Now, up until that point, he didn't have much money. That's what you call access. Ben Menashe says that there's no coincidence to the timing of any of this. He says that the whole point for the Israelis of hiring Jeffrey was to influence the incoming administration's policy on Israel.
It goes back to 1992 when Bill Clinton was elected president. The Israelis were terrified that they had another Carter, another Jimmy Carter that would force them into a peace deal that they did not want. So they sent good old Jeffrey after Bill Clinton.
You know, there's a big fear amongst the Israelis that Clinton would become another Carter, a very left-wing, very left-leaning, pro-Palestinian guy, and they did not want him to do that. So they sent Epstein in really as to compromise him, to get close to him, to compromise him through money and to compromise him through other means. And I would say in some regards, that turned out to be very successful. Epstein became one of Clinton's closest friends in some ways, and also financial advisors in terms of setting up the Clinton Foundation.
So in terms of influence, Ghislaine could introduce Jeffrey to glittering individuals like Prince Andrew, as well as other foreign royals and dignitaries. But Les Wexner gave Jeffrey a route into some of the most important institutions in America. After 2010, Jeffrey boasted that he was extremely active internationally. Sources I've spoken to all over the world refer to Jeffrey, particularly in the last decade, as a fixer. Someone who could do, quote, invisible deals for people. But Jeffrey was allegedly an unusual sort of fixer because he worked in all sorts of countries and he intersected between different global networks. My sources tell me that he talked openly of how he was a link between Africa, the Middle East, Israel, and the United States. So how did this work? So I have one source who is close to the Saudi Crown Prince, Mohammed bin Salman. This person explained Jeffrey's relationships in that region this way. Israel's allies became Jeffrey's business associates. To give an example, back in 2015, the United States, among other countries, entered into a nuclear deal with Iran.
President Obama is going to speak today at 7 a.m. on the Iranian deal. We will speak.
Today, after 2 years of negotiations, the United States, together with our international partners, has achieved something that decades of animosity has not. A comprehensive long-term deal with Iran that will prevent it from obtaining a nuclear weapon.
In the summer of 2015, the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action, JCPOA for short, was signed by the US, Iran, and 5 other countries over Israel's furious objections.
What a stunning, historic mistake.
It restricted Iran's nuclear activities in exchange for lifting economic sanctions and put in place intensive monitoring by international inspectors.
In reaction, Sunni powers, Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, moved closer to the Israelis against the Shiite-controlled Iran. So the Saudis and the Emiratis were both looking for deals in the United States and Israel. Jeffrey, according to my source, was just the guy to help. According to this person, Jeffrey made introductions for MBS and other Arab businessmen to US and Israeli hedge fund managers, who ordinarily they would not have approached cold. Plus, according to my source, Jeffrey provided the Saudis with intelligence as to what the latest Israeli thinking was geopolitically. Now, this is not classified intelligence, just general insight. One source from the Middle East whom I quoted earlier said Jeffrey was special. Not only was his alleged relationship with the Israelis watertight, but traditional adversaries of Israel, the Saudis and the Emiratis, now trusted him as a go-between. They could have used any number of conduits, but perhaps what set Jeffrey apart, and apologies in advance for saying this, but it is what my source, who's from that part of the world, said. Don't forget the importance of the punani. That means pussy. In other words, Jeffrey provided them with women.
At the White House today, Israel and 2 Arab nations signed a...
Israel was making alliances of its own.
...normalize relations and bring them closer together.
Trump and Netanyahu's vision for the region was becoming a reality. 2 Arab countries, the UAE and Bahrain, announced they would normalize relations with Israel in what was known as the Abraham Accords.
After decades of division and conflict, we mark the dawn of a new Middle East. Thanks to the great courage of the leaders of these 3 countries.
This day is a pivot of history. It heralds a new dawn of peace.
Vanessa Neumann explains how he could have operated, at least theoretically.
So people like that, like an Epstein, is something what we would call sort of a hyper-connector. Because he is not only very deeply connected in one network, right? He connects different networks. And not that many people can do that and move back and forth that easily. So it's not just like he was, the American Jewish business network. He also had, the Middle East, and he could link banking to royalty, etc. And he could move back and forth through those groups, which means that he's very key to anybody who wants to either move money or make things happen. And it would also be valuable to the other people you would sort of attract would either be transnational crime, transnational organized crimes. And the other thing that you would attract is also sort of, because of that, the intelligence services, right? So you sort of sit in the middle of connecting the different networks, and that's very hard to replace. And they sort of gather around people who either have certain skills, which is a facilitator. Someone like an Epstein would also have this facility to link different networks. What that means is also that he's protected or would be protected by various people. When you have that kind of reach and that kind of connectivity, you have a lot of people who have a vested interest in protecting you or keeping you in power. Depending on what the deal is, he could be making money off that. He can be a proxy, a straw man, which you also, take a fee for. So all those kinds of things, and that would be pretty normal. And when you have that kind of connectivity, it means you're doing it for a number of people. And it also means that you're also helping people have conversations without them being seen to be speaking to each other, right? So if the Saudis wanted to talk to the Israelis, sometimes they would have their own quiet conversation, or sometimes you would just send someone else, send an envoy who is from neither side. And then that way you can sort of push the negotiation forward without anybody realizing that these 2 sides are speaking. So that's the invisible man role.
Another place ripe for meddling by an invisible man hyperfixer was Africa. Some of these cash-strapped African countries are desperate for financial help to build infrastructure and to grow their economies. But their, quote, weak state status makes them vulnerable to illicit gun, drug, and human trafficking cartels. There's been a long-standing turf war in the arms business in the region between the Israelis on one hand and the Iranians and Hezbollah on the other. And according to American experts, one of the best-known lobbyists in the region is, somewhat ironically, given his earlier connection to Robert Maxwell, Ari Ben Menashe. According to public records and to American and African intelligence sources, Ben Menashe is or has been the registered lobbyist for various strongmen and African regimes, including in Zimbabwe, Libya, Congo-Brazzaville, and the Ivory Coast. Here's an African intelligence expert who's worked in the region for 30 years. To protect his identity, we're calling him Joe, and we're altering his voice.
Ari Ben Menashe, and again, there's a bunch of Israelis doing the thing of Africa, as is Chinese and Russians. But Ari Ben Menashe, and specifically through his companies, have been lobbying, which I would call, and I might be wrong, nefarious or less than favorable individuals. There is business in Africa, and whether you decide to touch it or not, that is up to you. And somebody like Ari Ben Manasseh is very open to lobbying and working on behalf of the less favorable individuals, Libya, Sudan, Yemen, all of these sort of places. So he's featured prominently.
Separate from this, Ben Manasseh is also the registered lobbyist for DP World, a maritime business with a deep reach in Africa. DP World's CEO is Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem. Now, bin Sulayem is somebody that Jeffrey bragged about knowing and doing business with, at least to Ed Epstein. Bin Sulayem and DP World have not been accused of doing anything criminal, but Jeffrey may have wanted to use them to get access for himself to do illegal deals. When Jeffrey bought his second island in the Caribbean, the name on the shell company that purchased it was Bin Sulayem's. Now it's been reported that Bin Sulayem told Jeffrey not to use his name on the paperwork for the island purchase, particularly after the seller refused to have anything to do with a convicted sex offender. But Jeffrey went ahead without Bin Sulayem's knowledge. Still, the paperwork is an indicator that there was some sort of relationship. In one of their tea meetings in the past decade, Jeffrey told the journalist Ed Epstein all about his relationship with Bin Sulayem and stressed how important it was for him financially in Africa.
He basically said he showed people, he advised people in ways to invest in these people. Well, the dictator from Djibouti, who had one of the largest tax-free, custom-free port zones he ran.
Ed's talking about the port of Djibouti, one of the busiest and most strategically important deep-water cargo ports in the world. Until 2018, Bin Sulayem's company controlled the Durala container terminal in Djibouti. The Djibouti government seized it in February of that year over a long-running dispute, and that dealt the company a major financial blow. Jeffrey told Ed that he was very close with Bin Sulayem and that they worked tightly together. He even wanted Ed to meet him and other African clients. Ed never did. So, Djibouti. In case you're not up on your geography, it lies on the Horn of Africa, part of East Africa. It's a stone's throw away from Yemen and Somalia, two terrorist hotbeds, and it's near a major oil shipping choke point, feeding Europe, Asia, and the Middle East. Here's Gretchen Peters, the executive director of the Center on Illicit Networks and Transnational Organized Crime.
Speaking more broadly, one of the things that we have seen is that a variety of foreign actors and criminal organizations have vied for control of or influence over ports up and down Africa's coasts.
It's the perfect spot from which to move weapons around the globe.
It's literally a smuggler's paradise. These long open coastlines and a variety of deep water ports that boats can be brought into.
Meanwhile, she says, the authorities who are supposed to be monitoring and controlling criminal activity are overworked and under-resourced, and highly corrupt.
There's tremendous opportunities to pay off even high-level officials in various countries. One of the patterns we've seen across Africa is it is very, very easy to move goods illicitly in and out of the continent, and therefore it becomes a transit point.
And the amount of money to be made from the port of Djibouti is infinite. That's according to Joe. He's speaking hypothetically here about Jeffrey's claim to Ed Epstein of having a close relationship with Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem from Dubai.
The port of Djibouti is a very, very important port for Africa. And if you control that individual that controls the port, you can make a fortune. And especially if you have some sort of hold over that individual, your price could be anything.
But Jeffrey's alleged influence in Africa was not limited to Djibouti. He was also close, according to a report from Africa Intelligence, with the son of the president of Equatorial Guinea. Okay, so you may never have heard of Equatorial Guinea. Well, it's a very tiny but extremely oil-rich country on the west coast of Africa. It also happens to have one of the worst track records for human rights in Africa, at least according to the United Nations. It's a country run by an autocratic president, Teodoro Obiang, who's been reported on as being bribable and corrupt. Joe, my African intelligence specialist, says that it's known in his circles that Jeffrey and Teodoro's son, Teodorin, were trying to make some kind of business deal. Teodorin Obiang, the son, by the way, is a fairly colorful character. He's 52, and he has extremely expensive tastes. He's also been charged and convicted of money laundering by the French Justice Department. The matter has since been settled out of court. The Brazilian Department of Justice has ongoing investigations into his activities there, and in 2017 he paid a visit to Las Vegas in which one of his entourage died. According to Joe and two other sources, the intelligence world knows that Teodorin and Jeffrey used to meet in Jeffrey's home in Paris. A lawyer for Teodorin has denied this to Africa Intelligence magazine. What's unclear, however, is how successful these attempted business efforts were. What is known by a couple of intelligence sources is that Teodorin's father refused to deal with Jeffrey, and that Jeffrey created a rift in the first family. I asked a source of mine who covers Equatorial Guinea if Jeffrey had likely made money from the association. The reply? If he didn't, he'd be the first person not to make money out of such a relationship. So to sum up, the Africans weren't his only source of business. Jeffrey had many networks, and unusually for a hyperfixer, he was brazen about them. My sources say that his long-standing relationship to the Israelis was still intact all the while.
You'll hear the name being dropped of Mossad regularly, that he had ties back to Mossad. I mean, why would Ehud Barak visit his place 36 times? Why would he, regularly have access to the White House when he would go see Clinton? Did you get a feeling from the 100 hours you guys spoke together that there was any ties to the Mossad?
I had been at Epstein's house many, many, many times when Ehud Barak was there. Certainly a dozen times, maybe more.
Oh, wow.
Ehud Barak and Jeffrey Epstein were very close. I mean, I think they were certainly among each other's closer friends.
Documents have surfaced revealing startling details about the relationship between Jeffrey Epstein and former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak, shedding new light on Epstein's global connections and his involvement in the surveillance industry. Leaked emails suggest that Epstein wasn't just a financier of secretive projects, but was actively seeking to shape the future of global security with the help of powerful figures. Following his arrest for sex crimes, Epstein sought a new career path in the surveillance sector. In 2015, he partnered with Barak to invest in a security tech startup, Reporty Homeland Security, now known as Carbine. But this wasn't just about business. Epstein aimed to build connections with influential global figures. The leak of over 100,000 emails from former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak's inbox paints a picture of Jeffrey Epstein not just as a financier, but as someone eager to sit at the crossroads of private wealth and global surveillance. Among the revelations, Epstein was reportedly arranging a meeting with Peter Thiel, the PayPal co-founder and Palantir CEO, in 2014. Epstein even asked Barak to spend real time with Thiel to build further connections.
And moreover, it's extremely obvious to anyone who watches that this guy had direct connections to a foreign government. Now, no one's allowed to say that that foreign government is Israel because we have been somehow cowed into thinking that that's naughty. There is nothing wrong with saying that.
These shocking details have reignited discussions around Epstein's mysterious ties, with right-wing pundit Tucker Carlson even suggesting that Epstein had been working with Israeli intelligence during the years he was allegedly trafficking minors. Carlson, speaking at the Turning Point USA summit, added fuel to the ongoing conspiracy theories surrounding Epstein's ties to global power networks. Epstein's efforts weren't just limited to Silicon Valley. In 2015, he introduced Barack to Russian business elites connected to Vladimir Putin's circle. Leaked emails show Epstein positioning himself as an apolitical go-between, offering advice to navigate US sanctions and suggesting meetings with Russian officials on markets and financial systems. Epstein's interest in surveillance technology was more than just financial. He was deeply involved in tech discussions, asking Barack about emerging trends like cyber warfare, artificial intelligence, and Israeli military strategies. Through reporting, Epstein sought to influence emergency response technologies, even engaging with a former Israeli intelligence officer to keep tabs on these developments. Despite Epstein's involvement, Barak tried to distance himself publicly. In 2019, after Epstein's rearrest, Barak announced he was dissolving his partnership with Epstein. But as the leaked emails show, their ties were deep, with Barak seeking Epstein's investment advice for other ventures, including Levitation, an electromagnetic imaging startup. These emails offer a rare glimpse into Epstein's network of influence, one that spanned across industries and borders. As the fallout continues, the implications of Epstein's relationships with global power players like Barack, Thiel, and Russian elites raise troubling questions about the intersection of surveillance, technology, and international power. With the leaks now public, the ripple effects are only just beginning.
The emails show in this that Epstein actively was brokering between Ehud Barak and Peter Thiel's world. This is nuts, okay? Epstein wasn't just hanging around. This guy was inserting Israeli surveillance technology into Silicon Valley's bloodstream. And he was using Ehud Barak as the face and himself as the connector in this whole thing. So even after his 2008 sexual conviction, speaking of Jeffrey Epstein, Epstein was in the room and he was pushing deals to one of the most powerful tech investors in America in this. This is massive, okay? In the emails, in the leak, it showed that Ehud Barak and Jeffrey Epstein discussing how to position Reporty or Carbine, the rebranding of his company, this tech company, as a solution for U.S. emergency services, basically as the next gen 911 system that they wanted to put in place. And so this means that Epstein wasn't just hovering around billionaires. This guy was actually helping with the infrastructure that could shape how American police, fire departments, and you're talking emergency services, handled citizen data. That means locations, you're talking videos, you're talking voice surveillance, everything, okay? So Epstein's network basically reached into the U.S. Homeland Security technology and not just parties and flight logs, okay? Not just these bashes and flight logs. We're talking real systems running on American soil. This is crazy, okay? Let that sink in for a second. Jeffrey Epstein and Ehud Barak, they didn't do any of this stuff alone. They pulled in a guy by the name of Pinchas Burchis, a retired general from the Unit 8200. Basically, it's Israel's elite cyber intelligence unit. They could be compared to America's NSA, okay? And so Carbine, the tech company, right? It wasn't just an app. It was a surveillance system with intelligence-grade talent behind it. And it was being pitched to U.S. investors and government agencies with Epstein as the fixer. And so this convicted sex offender, this trafficker, was sitting at the table with Israeli military intelligence veterans, helping to launch a company designed to collect real-time data on civilians. And you can think about what's recently happened with this school shooting that took place in Minnesota. You see the fact that Palantir has invested and is connected with Gideon, who's owned by Aaron Cohen, an ex-IDF guy who says that he's ready to unleash and roll out this new, Israeli level ontology type of surveillance system and tech that's going to go into 911 systems for police. It's going to go into schools, etc., and be able to find the threat detection with AI built in before those threats actually become a reality. And so now you can see kind of how these guys have been working on this type of stuff to get these data sets, these data points, and access to this tech and own it and then get into these spaces really early. The overarching revelation is that Epstein was the broker in this whole thing in a lot of different details. So reading through these emails, there's a pattern that becomes crystal clear. Epstein is pushing, connecting, and setting things up. So he's not just some side character and somebody who is just a, an acquaintance of Ehud Barak. He is the broker and close friend of this guy. He's attaching himself to Ehud Barak. He's arranging meetings. He's urging him towards certain investors, and he's smoothing several key introductions with very powerful, wealthy people. So it shows why Epstein survived so long in the elite circles that he did, even after his convictions. He wasn't just being tolerated in this sense. He was being useful all the way through and through. So he was the guy who could open the doors, and Ehud Barak was one of the beneficiaries of this whole thing. And so Epstein's true currency that you see wasn't his money. It was his access. And the emails in this case, again, if they are true, they prove this. And then we can go back to Carbine today, that tech app, right? That was initially, rejected and then eventually invested by Peter Thiel's Founders Fund and then basically pushed into these U.S. circles. Here's the kicker in this whole thing. Carbine didn't die with Jeffrey Epstein. It's actually still alive and it's still operating. It's actually been deployed in the United States 9/11 systems, basically marketed to governments as the future of emergency response. And so this company seeded by Ehud Barak and Jeffrey Epstein, later funded by Peter Thiel's Founders Fund, is handling real-time citizen data in American cities right now. It's actually been deployed in the United States 9/11 systems, basically marketed to government as the future of emergency response.
Watch out, son. Yeah, that was a pretty long documentary. But yes, it's fair to say. Let me get this off the screen. Son, what you keep coming in for? Yes. All right, bet. So, all right, let me see what we already know. After that documentary, I think playing brain fart. After that documentary, I think playing Glenn Greenwald would be an overkill. I'm pretty sure we can see the connection that Robert Maxwell had to the Israeli intelligence. So that's like beating a dead horse. I pulled this clip too, but he was talking to Sean Ryan about the same thing.
So Maxwell's dad was in his
Jamie Dimon with JP Morgan. JP Morgan just Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. But I want to touch on this Palantir thing. Because like Valley said, so cybersecurity, yeah, Jeff was into everything. Everything from eugenics, cybersecurity, you name it, he was into it. But yeah, let me pull up this playlist real quick. While I'm pulling up this playlist, let me let Whitney Webb cook, I guess. I'll let Whitney Webb cook. This is a clip from the Jimmy Dore show. So I guess I'm gonna let Whitney Webb cook while I'm loading up this next video on YouTube.
So tell me more about Jeffrey Epstein and his work with the government, like his ties with the CIA and stuff. Can you talk more about that?
Okay, so it's not just the CIA. Israeli intelligence plays a major role here, and I would argue in terms of the sexual blackmail activities, that's going to be Israeli intelligence above the CIA, but most likely sharing intelligence with the CIA. Yeah, but earlier on in the 1980s, in the early 80s, which is when it seems like he gets directly involved with intelligence, it appears to have been the CIA, and then he gets tied up with the Maxwells sometime in the late 80s or early 90s. And at that point, it seems to shift again.
Isn't Ghislaine Maxwell's father? Wasn't she in the Mossad?
Yeah, so Robert Maxwell was very much involved with Israeli intelligence. Several scandals, actually, that are poorly explored, but really should be. So, for example, he sold software that had a backdoor for Israeli intelligence to two highly classified nuclear labs in the United States, Sandia and Los Alamos. And so all our nuclear secrets were stolen via espionage by the same the same guy who was handling Robert Maxwell in this case, Rafi Eitan. Rafi Eitan was also the handler of Jonathan Pollard, who was the other, a big Israeli espionage scandal of the 1980s, because he was stealing a bunch of military secrets and giving it to Israel. Mm-hmm.
All right, so check this out. We're finna close this out. So don't come in playing that obnoxious music, brother. All right, so let me reshare my tab. I want to read this article, but before I read this article, I want to play a part of a compilation just to get some understanding. I'm done. I'm off the Epstein conversation now. We done with Epstein for the day. Done with Kash Patel for the day. So now we on the Nick Fuentes and the Groyper versus mainstream MAGA movement. So a lot of people might not understand this. What's been going on. A lot of people might have just been basically given a crash course on what's going on very recently, and people have been throwing around a lot of terms, misusing a lot of shit. So I've heard Black Pill, I've heard Groyper, I've heard Antifa, all used in the same live stream in the same day. So it's a lot of stuff going on. A lot of people seem to be behind the scenes and coordinating what I would call a orchestrated response to what the evidence is. And I'm just looking at the evidence for what it is. I don't have no dog in the fight. I'm not a leftist. I'm not a Republican. Right now, I currently don't even have my rights to vote. I'm a felon. So I'm telling you, I'm not a leftist. I'm not a right. I'm not pushing Trump. I'm not pushing Hillary. I'm not pushing none of these campaign. None of these bullshit. I'm not no lobbyist. I'm not supportive of nobody. I'm calling a ball and I'm calling a strike. And I'm telling you, when I've been in the crypto space, I'm fairly young. I've been in these different chat rooms. I recognize it off the rip, and I'm like, bro, is Groyper adjacent at very least? And a lot of stuff online, I know is an overlap. I know a lot of people hang out in the same chat groups. So, but I also do know that the right is pushing hard that this is a leftist, and the left is now pushing after a couple of days that it could potentially be a Groyper. First, they was just saying, right wing extremists. Now they're picking up on the terms. I think they're running with the social media narrative, but at the same time, I'm watching the FBI and the Trump administration co-opt and create a fake narrative. So obviously the truth is somewhere in the middle. The truth is always in the details. And that'd be the thing with these situations. So I want to touch on the Groyper situation, and then I'm going to probably circle back for this Palantir shit. Because believe it or not, it's really low-key connected. Right? It's really connected in a real way. So let me get this up, and then I'm gonna load up this article because I got an article I gotta get, but I gotta put it in the back chat, and then I'm gonna put the back chat. I'm gonna slap it on the main TV. Let me get it right now. Matter of fact, hold on. Me too. I think that's what I'm gonna do after I finish this stream, or maybe halfway through the stream. I might do it in like 10 minutes. I think I'm about to fry me some pickles. Fuck all that. For real. But let's see. All right, bet. We'll put this up here. Put it in the private chat, and then we'll go from there. Just presenting the intent, saying everything I say is factual, but I'm also not leading you nowhere. I'm following the breadcrumbs, bro. The breadcrumbs led me to Nick Fuentes and them. Now, I'm not saying Nick Fuentes support what bro did, but it led me to that section of online. And clearly, somebody thinking something because motherfuckers is at the same time. They on the first day when it happened, somebody posted was like, "Is this our guy?" So it's like, bro, I'm not saying that y'all is responsible, but I'm saying that Buddy was hanging with y'all. And that's what it looked like. He was hanging with a lot of people, though. That's what online is showing. I'm ready to look at these Discord chats, too. Because I'm tired of motherfuckers telling me what the Discord group is, and we ain't seen it yet. Nigga telling me it's a Discord group, and another motherfucker telling me it's a game. What the fuck it is, bro? Because some niggas telling me it's an Antifa, pagan, devil, demonic shit, and another person saying it's a gaming group where they talk about God. So I'm like, bro, what is this group that he's a part of? And how is it framed as a leftist trans on one news segment, and then on another segment they call it black pill? So like, bro, that's come on, bro. We gotta meet in the middle. We gotta meet in the middle. We gotta meet in the middle, bro. But let me give you a backdrop. Like I said, this is Charlie Kirk versus the Groypers. This has been going on, right? I'm on day, however. And let me cue up this article as well. Just so you know I'm not playing. I got this article over here. It's a 13-minute read. I will be tapping in after a couple minutes of this compilation of the Groyper Wars. But this article right here is titled The Groyper Wars. All right. That's a Groyper right there. Overset, heavy set Pepe. Just so you know I'm not playing. I have an article I'm ready to read, but let me give you a backdrop of what exactly the Charlie Kirk versus Groypers, aka the Groyper Wars, or what they would call the culture wars. Let's go. Let's walk this. Let's walk hand in hand. Also, I think I want to go fry some pickles.
So I have a question. So from America First perspective, why do we give $3.8 billion to Israel, which is more aid than we've given to Africa, more aid than we've given to South America, and more aid than we've given to the Caribbean combined, which is home to 1 billion poor people, especially when they deliberately attacked the USS Liberty in the 1970s.
That is incorrect. Do not peddle conspiracy theories in our event. That is not acceptable. Do not say that.
Okay, Dean Rusk disagrees with you, and he was the Secretary of State at the time, but that's fine.
I never myself accepted the Israeli purported explanation. Accidents don't occur through repeated attacks by surface vessels and by aircraft. It obviously was a decision taken pretty high up on the Israeli side.
That is incorrect. Do not peddle conspiracy theories in our event.
A lot of it, we believe, was covered up. That it was an intentional act by Israel to sink the ship with all hands, no survivors.
That is incorrect. Do not peddle conspiracy theories in our event.
They shouldn't be called an ally. They don't deserve it.
Why do you think they would have bombed the ship?
Their next plan was to attack the Golan Heights. So the troops they had on the Sinai now had to be moved to take the Golan Heights. The fact that the Israelis were massacring Egyptian troops, Egyptian prisoners of war. They had so many of them, and once again, they wanted to move all the troops they could to the Syrian border, and they couldn't handle the Egyptian prisoners of war. So they massacred them.
That is incorrect. Do not peddle conspiracy theories in our event.
George Ball, the brilliant and courageous Undersecretary of State at the time of the '67 war, wrote about the attack on the Liberty subsequently. He said, "The ultimate lesson of the Liberty attack was that it had far more effect on policy in Israel than in America. Israel's leaders concluded that nothing they might do would offend the Americans to the point of reprisal. If America's leaders did not have the courage to punish Israel for the blatant murder of American citizens, it seemed clear that their American friends would let them get away with almost anything."
And then the second part is also, you have the Apollo incident in which they illegally stole weapons-grade uranium. The CIA has reports on this.
Anti-Zionist,
No, I'm not
rhetoric.
anti-Israel. I'm just asking from America's perspective because it's not in our interest. They act against our interest.
Remember the short question part?
Sure. I mean, how is it in our interest that we give this money to Israel?
All right, so it's required that they have to buy American weaponry. Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East, the only place where all three monotheistic religions are allowed to peacefully practice. It's the only country in the Middle East where all three monotheistic religions are represented in their government. It's the only place in the Middle East that has any appreciation for LGBT rights whatsoever. It's the only country in the Middle East that doesn't throw homosexuals off the top of buildings when they find them. It is the only partner that we have in the fight against radical Islamic terrorism. And the subtext of your narrative could be extrapolated to say, well, why on earth would we have a partner like Israel? Guess what? The world's a better place because of Israel. That's right. All right, we'll do one or two more. I think we're running two more questions. I don't know. Okay.
Maybe three.
Well, that was bashful. Charlie, I speak for a not insignificant coalition of students in your organization that believes that your movement is utterly toothless. There was a young man, I think a week or two ago, that slapped you around pretty good on immigration. And so I guess my perspective is this. When we look at somewhere like Texas where immigrants are coming in and they are voting something like 70-30 for Democrats, they're utterly anti-gun. This is Pew Research, and utterly against free speech. I don't really think it matters how many young leadership, whatever conferences you hold. Demographics are going to catch up to you and you're going to lose. This is a culture where you're going to get routed in.
It doesn't look like it.
All right, you talk super fast. I think what you were saying is I'm wrong about immigration, basically, is what you're saying. So, okay, effectively. Okay, so I'll make my stance perfectly clear. We should build a wall. I've said that time and time again. We should restrict illegal immigration. I don't even describe illegal border crossing as immigration because it cheapens people like Kimberly's family. That is border jumping and line cutting. Immigration is applying at your embassy and getting peaceful entry into the country. I said something so explicitly clear. There should be no limitation on EB-5 visas. You know what an EB-5 visa is? No, you don't. EB-5 visa means that you come with $1 million cash and you have to create 10 jobs. Right now, we limit the amount of EB-5 visas in our country, which is one of the most backwards, stupid things we could possibly do. If you have money and you want to do good, you should be given entry into the United States and saying, welcome to our country.
And that's a merit-based system.
And this is what the president has fought for. some people have intentionally misrepresented my comments by saying that somehow I don't understand the threat of border jumping or line crossing into the line cutting into this country, which is just not true whatsoever. I will say this though, that I don't believe the conservative movement, and some people believe this, should become an anti-legal immigration posture. And I'm afraid you hold that position. I'm sorry? Pick you, that's fine. Happy to. You're wrong. I'm going to tell you why you're wrong. Because if you believe in market economics, you want as many ambitious, aspirational, ethical, and entrepreneurial people to come into your country as possible. That's the position I hold. Thank you for your question.
I have a question. It's kind of, I'm going to try to make it as quick as I can. Establishment conservatives like yourself hold that national health care for Americans is too expensive, immoral, and doesn't work. Yet the U.S. gives Israel, Central America, Africa, and other regions billions in foreign aid. In particular, Israel received $3.8 billion to subsidize its immoral, expensive health care system, while Americans are made bankrupt by health care costs and pay a far higher effective tax rates than Israelis. My question, therefore, why would white Americans send their taxpayer dollars to fund Israel's healthcare while our mothers fight cancer, our brothers die of opioid overdoses, and the news of a coming baby brings not joy and happiness, but grave concern over thousands and thousands in future medical bills? How is that America first?
Thank you for being here tonight. So what is the foreign aid we give Israel spent on?
Bombs for blowing up children. But also their healthcare system, their wall, which we don't have.
That's quite a bold, inaccurate way to depict it.
I'm having a little fun.
So I'll answer the question for you. The foreign aid we give Israel is spent on American defense manufacturers that employ Americans and is built on a joint alliance. It's not built on their domestic welfare programs. Let me finish. Okay. So you believe that Israel is immorally existing in the Middle East, or you said something of the sort?
I don't believe I said that.
Okay, you said, well then...
I said that we're financing their healthcare system, their public healthcare system, which by your moral code is immoral.
So we're not. We're actually in a joint partnership where we give them certain amounts of money only if they spend it on U.S. defense manufacturers. So Boeing, Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, millions of Americans are employed by the very countries that we have a joint partnership alliance with Israel. Let me say something else. I appreciate you being here tonight. I get a lot of questions about Israel. I'm a proud American. I'm a proud freedom-loving patriot. I believe in America first. But I also believe in the sovereignty of Israel, and I also am so perplexed and puzzled by the amount of hatred that goes against the country that has half of the Jews in the entire world, the only democracy in the Middle East, the only place where Muslims, Christians, and Jews all represent in the same government in the Middle East, the only country in the Middle East that doesn't throw gays off the top of buildings when they come in contact with them.
My alma mater, and Iowa City being my hometown. There's plenty of leftism here that needs combating, so I'm thankful that you're helping do that. And also, as an entrepreneur, I admire what you've done in building this program up, Turning Point. My question is, you said our immigration should be based on what is best for our country. Should the U.S. continue its present immigration policy, which currently ensures, as you said, nearly 1 million new immigrants are allowed in each year, with the lion's share being leftists in their ideology and democratic in their voting patterns? And I think this question is different enough from the earlier immigration question to warrant a response, given that some elections are lost by 100,000 votes or less.
So I try not to look at immigration in terms of political. I'll look, because I think that could be very convoluted. I will say that 1 million people a year, the way we've been doing it, is not what's best for our country. I've been looking at the data. Senator Tom Cotton has a great bill that he introduced to bring it down to 500,000 based on merit. Again, I believe in ending chain migration and ending the visa lottery. That's hundreds of thousands of people in that million.
So again,
I've also said
let me pause this. So we done got 10 minutes of this. So the young people in the crowd, those are Groypers. Okay, the Groypers, they were sent to a lot of these Turning Point USA functions to try to move what's known as the Overton window over, right? And this is basically what has happened. And a lot of advise people to do their own research on the Overton window. But it's basically like what's spoken about in the public, what's not just what's spoken about, but what is what is deemed to be okay. Like the Overton window shifted when it immoral. It became amongst many things. It became immoral, and so when that window has shifted, the people who were holding up that old ideology or that old way of thinking, they were left to hold the bag basically, and that's what we're watching happen as well. A lot of people don't understand that the Overton window has shifted so far to the right that even if you're on the left, you're not really a traditional leftist in a sense in modern day terms. A lot of these that are on the right, they come directly from liberal households, they come directly from the left, and they go back and forth because it's so far to one side, there isn't really a leaving of a party. You're kind of aligning with certain ideologies and certain points in your life that are more important to you at that time. A lot of people who would be considered liberal or who would maybe be considered left, and I wouldn't say liberal, let's say left. A lot of people who would be considered on the left maybe 5 or 6 years ago, they're watching Nick Fuentes streams. They're in the Groyper chat. They putting a little America flag in there with their little Groyper meme. They doing all of that, bro. I see them in there. And so what I'm saying is this window has shifted so far that people don't even understand the public dialogue that we having. Is like it's in trenches. They don't get the nuances, and the right is not going to allow you to understand it. It's going to continue to work in mystique ways. In the left, they're going to continue to try to push out propaganda from the chorus program that's like state sponsored media, but it's progressive as fuck. So it's like, bro, y'all are killing yourselves. And if Trump don't pass over the reins of the party, it's gonna be a problem anyway, because these America First guys, they feel like they're the true MAGA base, right? It's a different. See, this how I'm gonna create it. There's a MAGA, Make America Great Again, and there's America First. They were apart at one time, but it's a little bit dynamic now, right? Again, so let me get to reading this. Let me read this, and I'm gonna play a couple more videos. But I ain't gonna lie, I'm about to get in the kitchen. I'm about to walk right in the kitchen. I don't want to be trying to commentate while I'm trying to fry shit. You know, y'all gonna be hearing grease in the background. My son gonna be running around playing the game. So I'll be better served to try to read this now. I'm definitely gonna walk in that kitchen for sure. Hold on, where is my son? Yeah. All right, so bet. So is that a New Zealand accent I hear? Said the man in his mid-50s, excitement in his voice. Finally in the US. He said he couldn't complain, especially with I told him I thought this week Damn, I was reading and my damn screen wasn't even shared. Mic was muted. All right. Let me share that bit again. All right, so back to the article. But like I said, we don't do cheap views over here. We do regular views. And is somebody say that from where is that? That's a Twitch comment. Come on, gang. You know Twitch, they be on the bot games anyway. Why would you tell me to get bots? Knowing Twitch don't play that. All right, bet. Let me get back to this article. I thought I was reading. Whole time I wasn't even, I guess my shit was off. All right, so everywhere fingers have been pointing at the why of it all, and largely they've been pointing in the wrong direction. The motive and the political affiliation largely a mystery to the mass media. Utah governor says the motive in Kirk's shooting is not yet certain, but the suspect was on the left. Tyler Robinson, suspect in Charlie Kirk's killing, left messages with no motive. And all of this, my mind turned back to a really early Webworm piece from 2020. It was an interview with the maker of my favorite documentary that year, Feels Good Man. So Feels Good Man was about the dark depths of the internet culture, the extreme trolls that grew out of the online forum. Okay, it was utterly terrifying then, but I think it helps explain what's going on now more than ever. To the point where I think it explains Charlie Kirk and his killer. And so I wanted to get the Feel Goods Man filmmaker Giorgio Angeli back again. So we're speaking directly to, or we're hearing words directly from Giorgio and Angelini. Right? So this dude, he already did a documentary on meme culture back in the Gap. So let's see what he got to say. So it shouldn't be difficult to both denounce and abhor violence that results in the death of Charlie Kirk, while also being clear-eyed about what he represented and what the nature of his murder reveals about our society. None of this requires mystical interpretation of the thoughts of a deceased man. Only one has to listen to the things he did and said. Understanding why this happened should be obvious, and yet here we are. Influential people in both the media and government who should know better feel some servile compulsion. Interesting take. Okay, so that is shit sucks. The material condition of most Americans is very bad, but for a growing number of disillusioned young white men, they see a world that was once built entirely on their own behalf, which is now slightly more complex. Suddenly, they find themselves having to compete for success against women, immigrants, non-heteros, and people of color. And rather than putting themselves up by the proverbial bootstraps and competing in markets of ideas like big boys, they've turned into an intoxicating brand of online nihilism in order to cope. And this is when it starts to get interesting. Because like I did for a long time, I didn't know what nihilism was. As hopelessness. Like just like the end is now, like nothing's ever going to change for the better. That's what it's been described to me as. So, you know, I don't subscribe to that type of ideology, man. That woe is me. That's victimhood to the max. That's victimhood to the max, in my opinion. So their goals are simple: sow chaos, burn it to the ground by any means necessary, and out of a smoldering wreckage, a fanatical white ethno state can thrive. Some call this accelerationism. Others call it doing it for the LOLs. All of it is representing a cynical rot. This is an interesting read. Man, I don't care what nobody say. This is more than a 14-minute read. So he says, I made a film in 2020 called Feels Good Man, which chronicled the struggles of artist Matt Fury after alt-right trolls co-opted his work, Pepe the Frog, for sinister use. The film is both a narrative about artistic agency in the digital age and a sobering explainer on how the right-wing radicalization pipeline operates online and the weird role Pepe plays in all of it. Sadly, the film's subject matter has only become more relevant since its release. From the moment I learned of his death, I had near certainty that Pepe wasn't involved, or rather his bastardized, bloated mutation, Groyper. A mascot for this supposed movement, he's meant to represent the wallowing and inescapable bleakness felt by a group of predominantly white, disaffected young men. So this is what this article is saying. I'm embarrassed to know anything about it, but all the same, let's look at a good picture. I seen this all over the place, especially when I was in my crypto phase, early 2020, 2021, 2022. Yeah, I'm seeing this all over my timeline. Every time I'm in the Telegram, I'm seeing it. For sure. So I'm embarrassed to know anything about it, but all the same, the seriousness of this story is rivaled only by its dizziness or its dizzying stupidity. All that's kind of the point. This style of memeified radicalization is intended to make you feel insane, to question your own reality. Everything's a joke until it's not. Flood the internet with a never-ending cascade of increasingly for certain yet, based on what we do know, the absurdist memes left on casings, the limited view into the killer's online life. The Kirk's murderer also certainly is, he says, almost certainly a Groyper. This is the person who created the film Feel Good Man, where he documented the this guy is damn near like top tier when it comes to evidence-based analytics. He's done all the research on it. So this is from the 4chan chat. So they asking in the chat, is he our guy? Right on the day 9/12, Friday. Right. So what's for certain is that if you're looking to find a coherent political ideology from this killer, good luck. As someone who has spent far too much time in the 4chan board, having interviewed numerous people deeply invested in this culture, there is no real belief system. At least not one that neatly falls into the media-ready right. The only consistent value is the cruelty itself. Does the troll cause a tremendous amount of social anguish and negative attention? Does it have the potential to accelerate the cause of a white ethno-state? And this exact reason is why I accused Aboriginals of like regurgitating their talking points, their movement. When I first came across you guys as Aboriginals, I said that because it's the style of the way the information comes out and the way you endless trolls who only thing they're trying to do is sow social anguish. They want people to crash out, yell and scream, make you sound illiterate, make you sound unlogical or illogical, all in an attempt to push their narrative or push their agenda or get the crowd to feel like there is no such thing as facts. Those are the tactics that are deployed. I see it from the 4chan. I see it echoed into these other spaces, and I gotta either call it a spade, or I gotta accuse them of being bad actors. That's why I don't be on certain channels. Because I feel like these people is bad actors. You either got a mental health issue or you're a bad actor. That's how I'm feeling. So how Kirk and Groypers were birthed of the same cesspool. So as bleak as it may sound, it's critical to understand that this is the very same delusional social currency in which Charlie Kirk built his audience. He was competing for the same lost souls as his killer. He mined from the same cesspool of online shit that grifters stewing. That Groyper's stewing. He just sanitized the memes for polite society and built a popular movement from it. While this may sound like an extreme comparison to make of someone who has just been murdered, observably, reality would seem to suggest that the ultimate ambition of Kirk and his killer were nearly identical. They both wanted to create a white ethno-state. The only notable difference was the acceptable level for Kirk and his organization. Turning Point USA, it was an entirely defensible troll to collect a massive database of supposed Marxist professors at colleges across the country, hype up his audience with memes and propaganda, and sick them on these unsuspecting academics. Those victims included a colleague of mine, Nathaniel Connolly, have been on the receiving end of death threats from innumerable Kirk acolytes for the better part of a decade. So the Maryland professors were targeted. Now what? Kirk was also a key figure in instigating the January 6th rise, the most violent assault of the U.S. democracy, blah, blah, blah. Okay, not only bus crowds of predominantly young people to the Capitol, they paid for speakers, hyping up the crowd before riots. Okay, yeah, we knew about all that. Get to what I'm trying to get to. Let's get to what I'm trying to get to. Where you going, bro?
Help Cowie collect the vegetables.
No, we're gonna help Cowie later. All right, so it says the Groyper Wars, despite both being trolling operations with shared general ambitions, Groypers and Turning Point USA were often in direct conflict with one another. I'll make sure I'm still showing the screen. So if you come in this room, I'm gonna beat you up. All right. That's why kids are hilarious. All right. So while most Groypers choose to live their lives online, anonymity, their self-appointed leader, Nick Fuentes, is no stranger to the public. Having met with Donald Trump on several occasions, Fuentes and Kirk were enemies in a battle over influence. Fuentes loathed Kirk's sanitized, dapper, professional racist shtick, but more directly, he felt Kirk was too moderate. Right? So beginning in 2019, Fuentes embarked on his own trolling campaign against Kirk, sending his disciples to infiltrate Turning Point events across the country, which what I just showed you. You saw all these different young guys asking these questions, right? So he forced Kirk to debate provocative questions like, can you prove that our white European ideals will be maintained if the country is no longer made up of white European descendants? Or how does anal sex help us win the culture war? Extended to a gay Black Iraq war veteran who was co-hosting the event. That's Rob Smith. I showed that clip a couple of days ago where we saw Groypers, and like you say, they were trying to push the Overton window. So they asking questions like, "Can you prove that our white ideals?" Like they're basically forcing him to take a extreme position that he's not necessarily standing on, even though they know he probably does believe that. All right, so my damn computer screen keep going in and out. What's your boy say? What SM say? Groypers are the future. Yeah, I hear you, gang. I hear you. I'm trying to figure out, was it Tyler Robinson or Groyper, bro? Stop telling me about the future. I'm trying to figure out what's going on right now. Shout out to you though, but I ain't worried about what's going on in the future. Tell me about right now, gang. So the Groyper Wars, right? The ambition of this project was both to embarrass Kirk, but also to pressure him into moving further and further to the right. It's just as it operates online forums where kids every day enter the proverbial chat as innocent darlings and come out the other end a Nazi or a Groyper, right? That's precisely what happened. To Fuentes' delight, Kirk's position would soon become nearly indistinguishable of his own, right? And I saw that happen. Right, I saw that take place. So look at Alex Jones. That boy Alex Jones looking like a creep. Damn, Alex Jones, you used to be so much better than this. So whether this was staged WWE style rivalry built for spectacles or the authentic hatred between races, we will never know. Charlie Kirk is dead and Nick Fuentes has never uttered an authentic word in his life. But it sort of doesn't matter really. The medium was the message, the medium was trolling, and the troll Fuentes created an anonymous, uncontrollable legion of diehard Kirk haters. So this person, I don't like the language. They're using a lot of charged language. I'm trying to get the information from the article, and this person's using a lot of charged language, but this is also, I'm noticing that he's interviewing the filmmaker. So this is just the filmmaker's thoughts. So you gotta get swift. You gotta stay swift. So given this unfortunate reality, it's not out of the realm of possibility to conclude that Kirk's own assassination was a troll too, the final salvo of the Groyper Wars, and a means by which to cause sufficient chaos as to accelerate the fully fledged race war. If you think that sounds too cynical on my part, I invite you to watch Stephen Miller's response to Kirk's killing on Friday and the two hangings that took place, one in Mississippi, I forgot the other place, on the college campus. Whether he is on an online troll or his emotions have been authentically whipped into action by the killing of his supposed friend, the end result is the same: acceleration. Like this is the chat, bro. They already know who it is. So I'm just reporting, right? I'm just saying what is going on from the outside looking in. Right? While respectable societies have rushed to lionize his life. This is what I wanted to get to right here, this part of the article. All right, so he says nearly 50% of all world's guns are owned by Americans, and 50% of the guns in America is owned by 3% of the Americans. So 75% of all domestic terrorism is carried out by white men espousing right-wing ideologies, often using guns from arsenals they've collected. This is facts. And Ben Shapiro like to say facts over feelings, right? So facts over feelings, this is the facts, right? These is the facts. So this country has been co-opted by white supremacist trolls who have inflicted a mental disease, blah, 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 blah. All right, let's get to something that's not radical. All right, so there is a famous line from Abraham Lincoln's speech that often gets used these days. If destruction be our lot, we must ourselves be its author and finisher. As a nation of freemen, we must live through all time or die by suicide. It might surprise people to know that Lincoln did not give this speech in the months or years leading up to the Civil War, but rather in 1838, 23 years before the first shots were fired. He was 28, but he understood some fundamental things about the trajectory of the country. Lincoln gave this speech to a group in Springfield, Missouri, in response to burning to death of a black man in St. Louis by a white mob who escaped all accountability for their crimes. It's a powerful quote because it effectively captured an emotional sentiment that feels so familiar now, but it's still ambiguous. Less referenced are the sentences that follow, which to me offer more striking, more clarity to the moments and lessons upon all of us to heed, right? I hope I am over wary, but I am not. There is, even now, something of ill omen amongst us. I mean, the increasing disregard for law which pervades the country, the growing disposition to substitute the wild and furious passions in lieu of the sober judgment of the courts, and the worse than savage mobs for the executive ministers of justice. This disposition is awfully fearful in any community. And that is now, okay, my bad, I got something on my screen. This disposition is awfully fearful in any community, and that it now exists in ours, though grating to our feelings to admit, it would be a violation of truth and an insult to our intelligence to deny. Now that's a fact, bro. But a lot of that shit went over people's heads. Like I say, the Overton window has shifted. People are talking about things in the public that they would not talk about 10 years ago, and it's hard for people to cope with it. Catch up. I don't know what to tell you. Catch up. This is actually happening. I don't know what to tell you. This is actually happening. I know plenty of people who grew up in left households who their whole life was hanging around black people, and over the last 3 years, now they police officers, they extra racist on Facebook, they following Nick Fuentes, and all of that, and they still be trying to say what's up to me when they see me. Like they still be trying to think I'm the cool black guy. Like this is the style of thinking that's prevailing in the youth in the country right now. This is what it is. This Groyper mentality, and then they want to push like it's conservative, progressive. That shit is over with. That shit is over with. That's the old folks. That's old folks shit. I'm just being honest. That's old folks shit. So give me let me play this real quick. Matter of fact, let me finish this article. It's a lot of reading though. You know niggas don't like to read. They say you ever want to hide something from a nigga, put it in a book. Okay, so whether the killer does in fact turn out to be a groper or an Antifa radical, it kind of doesn't matter. And I feel the same way, bro. I feel the same way about that line. Whether the killer is in fact a groper or an Antifa radical, it does not matter. Because the effect is all the same. Chaos begets chaos. Republicans will infer whatever they want, which they did before a single piece of evidence was ever recovered, and with the same general mission, total destruction. So the question I have for those who claim to be in support of free society, do we allow ourselves to live as prisoners to this collective delusion, or will we stop insulting our own intelligence and recognize the truth? So Giorgio, I agree, but again, you gotta be honest. It does happen on the left as well. I've seen plenty of people on the left regurgitating shit that was not real, saying shit that I never ever seen evidence for. That's a part of the problem. You got people on the right and people on the left that are bad actors. And then you got people in the like who actually participate in this shit who are just bad people. Let me pivot for a second. No, I'm not even finna pivot like that. I thought I was about to. I want to talk about this no jumper shit, but Crystal, she killing me. I ain't gonna lie, but let's dodge all this. So we want to figure out which ideological factions is in the right wing coalition. I think that's what I'm gonna go. But before I go there, I want to go. Let's get these leaked Discord chats. This is what I've been waiting on. These leaked Discord chats. Let's go the Discord route.
I'm sure you know by now that there are literally thousands of women earning 6 and 7 figures from home by creating an automated.
Independent journalist Ken Klippenstein had a big scoop yesterday. Put up B1 here. This is from Ken's Substack exclusive leaked messages from Charlie Kirk assassin. So Ken spoke with people in Tyler Robinson's social circle and was able to get access to multiple discords that Robinson has been in an effort to divine a little bit more about who this person is. This is one more scoop from Ken amid these FBI situations. Pretty impressive run, Ken. We're happy to have you here on Breaking Points. Thanks for joining us.
Hey guys, thanks for having me.
And I noticed that you said you're willing to publish these, and the mainstream media isn't. Sometimes you are. Other times, I think you're just getting stuff that the mainstream media doesn't even have yet. So they don't even get to suppress it before you're obtaining it and publishing it. So nice job on getting this stuff. Let's run through a little bit of it. So this is Zealous Monkey. That's Tyler's Discord handle in this Discord. Is that right?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
All right, so he's saying, so this is the one where he kind of finally admits to this group. He's saying, hey guys, I have bad news for you all. It was me at UVU yesterday. I'm sorry for all of this. I'm surrendering through a sheriff friend in a few moments. Thanks for all the good times and laughs. You've all been so amazing. Thank you all for everything. And before that, somebody had said Charlie Kirk got shot dead. I just saw the video. Holy S, R.A.P. I guess bro didn't deserve to go out like that. Sad. So talk a little bit about who you spoke to, what you can tell us about who you spoke to, and kind of what kind of person they understood Tyler to be.
Yeah, so I talked to 3 people who knew him. All of them were involved in different Discord channels. There wasn't just one, there were a bunch of them, just like how anyone uses social media, we use different channels. One of them knew him since childhood, and so he had a perspective on his development and growth and a kind of baseline for who he was, which I thought was interesting. But what was most surprising to me over the course of talking to these people was seeing those chats and thinking it was going to be like the sewer that Twitter is, and that it would be, a mix of different reactions. But from what was sent to me, it was all pretty measured and sympathetic. I thought there would be some, gloating or cheering about it. And I was surprised at the maturity of a lot of these young 20-something-year-old men. And I mean, you just read one example where they said, bro didn't deserve to go out like that. So it's like not necessarily people that, liked or disliked him. It was just seeing the humanity of it and having what I thought was a human response. And that is the exact opposite of how this entire thing has been portrayed by the major media since the shooting. I spent a lot of the weekend just pulling together clips of news, cable news channels saying the dangerous threat of these young men, extremists, and Discord channels. And that's just not what I found in the course of my reporting.
So tell us a little bit about some of the reflections you heard from people who knew him, because in the story there is some really interesting stuff. So one quote here, even the goodbye message he sent in one of our servers was so hard to believe. We all just thought, what a weird joke to make. Yeah, I don't know what makes a person like him decide he's going to drive 260 miles upstate to shoot someone like Charlie Kirk, then come back like nothing happened. It leaves a lot of room for speculation and theories, which is why I think they're so rampant. So Ken, from this, it sounds like a lot of people who were chatting with him in these servers and knew him for years, also, as we hear in many of these cases, were surprised that he would be capable of that level of evil.
Yeah, they were shocked and horrified. And I honestly, it's hard to report on a story like this and try to have the remove that you need to as a reporter and not have this response of these are really young men who are 23, 24. And you can imagine if someone you had known and been friendly with for years, you find this out about them. I mean, that's got to be really traumatic. And in addition to that, you have FBI Director Kash Patel saying, we're going to investigate everyone in these channels, which, some measure of investigation is warranted. But just this kind of assumption that you see ricocheting around on social media that, oh, they must have been in on it. Not only is that not true, it's kind of gross because it's like they're probably going through stuff just like anyone else who saw the shooting was. I mean, not just probably, they are. And I think it's really hard for them. And they're just kind of shocked. I think they're still processing it. And that surprised me because it wasn't the kind of nihilistic attitude that I think we're led to believe exists, not just on the part of young men, but on these social media platforms in general, and about which there's all this hysteria and fear mongering about. I mean, they were way more thoughtful than I was at 22 or 23. Like, I hope I wouldn't approve of a horrible act like that. I don't think I would, but I can definitely find people who did on other social media platforms. So I was surprised by the depth of the response.
And one thing that wasn't terribly surprising me, but I think is worth mentioning, is that there's basically no conversation about national politics in here, which is important to, like, I'm not surprised by it, but just gauging the news coverage, you would suspect that these discords are just like hotbeds of, radical national political discussion. But in fact, not at all. You had them search and found it's found. You can put this one up here. One mention of Trump, which is.
What if there was a way to know if a stock will be bullish or bearish the day before? The truth is, there actually is one way.
He says an impeachment inquiry has been placed against Donald Trump. He could get booted out if they find he committed the S he's accused of, which is actually slightly naive because Trump in 2019, this is the Ukraine thing, like the perfect phone call. He did do the thing he was accused of, and he did not get impeached. So 0 for 1 on his political analysis there. But then on election night in 2020, that is the only reference to Biden. Well, somebody asks Tyler, Zealous Monkey, who is winning the election, you would know, which is an interesting insight. It shows like, and we understand this politically, that every social group has like the guy who follows politics. And that guy is actually pretty influential because he then is the filter through which a lot of his friends then understand politics, which is why our show, for instance, I think is interesting because like a lot of those people watch our show, they get their news from us and then they share it with, or they read your Substack, then they share information with their social circle. So he responds accurately. Biden is in the lead electoral votes wise, but there's still some swing states that haven't finished voting, as well as most of the West Coast raw votes. Donald is in the lead by a little over 1 million votes. They ask him who is probably going to win. He says, I'm not sure. And they ask, when will we know? Not until pretty late, but we should have a pretty good idea by the end of the night, unless it's really close or something. That doesn't sound like he cares that much. Just kind of objective, like, FYI, guys. Like, this is what we'll know here. So that was all they could find when it came to the national politics. And then I want to ask you about this one post, the kind of goodbye post that's religious in nature. Somebody posted on here, hey everyone, if you have not seen the news yet, Tyler's post above is true. He was taken into custody earlier today for the shooting of Charlie Kirk. Regardless of the horrible actions that took place, we must take this moment to remember that God is a living and loving God who loves all his children. God calls sinners to be his saints, and I ask that you all take a quiet moment to pray for Tyler and his repentance. While Charlie Kirk's politics were not acceptable to some, I ask that we all say a prayer for him and his family during these confusing times. Love you all. God bless. Now, I think some people have read that and said this is just cover so that folks in this Discord don't get brought under the cloud of suspicion themselves, which they're already under. I don't read it that way. That, to me, feels like earnest religiosity in a way that you can't fake. Emily would be better, actually. Emily, is that like that sounded pretty credible?
Yeah.
Like,
yes.
I couldn't make that up.
No.
Like, I couldn't put that together.
No.
Like that's somebody who believes what he's saying there. Yeah. So I mean, so Ken, what did you take away from that and these other messages?
Yeah, so I didn't get into it in the story, but just in my conversation with people, what I was told is that it wasn't even that they're all religious. It was described to me as just a mix of different guys, and I was reminded of how differently politics is seen by people who are not obsessives like us, where it's like people can have different views, people can have different religious views, and it's not that big of a deal. And as was described to me, a lot of these guys knew each other in person. Another thing I wish I'd gone into in the story was that most of them were physical, like real IRL friends. These were not just random people on the internet. So these were people that knew each other pretty well. And again, as was described to me, they had a range of different views, and it just didn't sound like that big of a deal to them. And I think that's part of why this was so traumatic to them, because they clearly didn't understand the importance that Robinson had assigned in his mind. We now know from the text messages released, his views on his frankly hatred of Charlie Kirk's position on trans issues. I don't think that people really thought about that kind of stuff very much. And I really looked. I had my source go into the messages and I had him query certain things. And the returns were basically like the Trump example that we said. Oh, there was an election in 2020. Obviously, that's the day that everybody checks in for like 48 hours or whatever it is and has an opinion. And then they check out. And that's not unusual. I think that's actually probably how most of the country is.
Yeah.
Where it's kind of like occasionally, oh, I wonder what that is. And then you just go back to what it was you were doing. So again, I was just struck by how much like all of this stuff was just not on the radar of the people involved. And again, that is so different than the picture of this Discord group as some hotbed of radical ferment and just a snake pit of extremism. Just not true at all. These are just guys having fun.
Yeah, what are they? So you had them search for, I assume, LGBT, trans, gay, like what are they mostly talking about in these discords?
Well, and Ken, like also kind of a question about that too, like who is in the discords? How many people are in the discords? Are they active all day? Like what, just give us the nature too of what you're able to ascertain about what was going on in the servers.
I would guess each one is somewhere in the dozens, because again, these were all like, these were all pretty close friends. This wasn't like just everybody jumps in. That's one thing that's distinct about Discord. They have individual servers. It's not Twitter where just everyone's on there all the time. These are people that know each other.
And did they know each other in IRL? Like, did they know each other from school mostly?
I don't know how exactly, but they all live in Utah. Some of them moved and kept in touch. But I would imagine school, because these guys are like 22, 23, 24. I mean, the exact group that the entire media had this performative thing about after the election, saying we've got to get more in touch with them and understand them. And then they go and call these guys basically terrorists for like the last 5 days. I mean, these news segments are crazy. I can't tell you how many former FBI agents I've seen on cable news saying we have to take seriously the threat of these young men, blah, 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 blah. And when so much so that, I mean, I was skeptical, but when I came into this, I thought I would find some of that. I found zero of that. In these chat rooms. I mean, and I guess the counter would be maybe they're saying it off platform or whatever, but that's not the vibe that I get from these things, because it's just, they're easygoing. I posted some of the pictures. They're posting like, oh, I had to fix this thing in my house. Check this out. What do you think? Or like, really cold day today. Just kind of like normal stuff, regular stuff.
And so these don't remotely seem like Fuentes or Groyper types.
No, not at all. And I was frustrated by that too, because I saw it was almost like QAnon, where these liberals were just picking out these very specific and just reading all of this stuff into it. There's absolutely no evidence for that. There is evidence for that he cared strongly about LGBT issues, and I mentioned that at the top of the story. And now from the text messages that have been released, we know that was a motivating factor in what Robinson did. But outside of that, I wasn't able to find very much.
Yeah, and Ken, you're doing this in the context of your reporting about law enforcement getting like tuned into the NVE category, and you've covered this, but I think that's the nonviolent, the nihilistic violent
extremism. Yeah.
Right. So tell us a little bit, because I think this is important, and actually maybe even important to some folks on the right who are concerned about needlessly aggravating, angsty, angry, downtrodden young men, about how the government has started to categorize and potentially even surveil some people in those categories.
Yeah, I have many of the same concerns here, but which is not that the two groups are similar at all. There's some ugly groups like Order of the Nine, real things that exist, and they do terrible things, no question about it. But when I read a lot of these things, I just think it's not a useful way to conceptualize the problem. People that don't care about anything, that don't, it's like there's a deep-seated rejection of participation in society, and stuff that's real there, but just saying that this is totally random and there's essentially no cause for it, I think that's a mistake. I think we should try to understand what's leading to this stuff. But anyways, that's a new designation that they created earlier this year. And in many, I think the impression I get from people in Bureau is that it's a replacement for a category that they had before, which was called anti-government, anti-authority, violent extremists. So this is kind of under the Trump administration, this is the new conceptualization of the domestic, which is to say American threat. And so they're going to be focused on Americans. And again, I'm not saying that these groups weren't focused. The question is, do we want to conceptualize the problem as just random stuff just falling from the sky like a meteor, or do we want to try to understand like what is really going on here, or just prosecute crimes instead of obsessing about ideologies and things? I mean, the FBI has become so interested in what people believe, and I see that as kind of distinct from the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I think the one thing we can take from this is that
I ran a survey asking people what is their #1 favorite fragrance of all time.
Discord caught some unfair strays in this.
Oh yeah,
this does not remotely seem to be the place where
FBI's
he was,
queued
quote,
up for this.
radicalized or anything else.
Yeah, during the Discord leaks, that was the platform where Jack Tertiera, the U.S. airman, disclosed all those classified records. So as a consequence of that, people in the intelligence community are really paranoid about this platform. And when you see on the cable news segments about it, they don't know what it is. It's evident that they think it's some kind of, I mean, it's basically WhatsApp for gaming. You can make phone calls, you can text, you can send pictures, that kind of thing. That's all it is. And there's this hysteria. And I really think there's like an ageist component to it, because a lot of these guys like Governor Cox of Utah who are, come out and say, oh, you need to log off, like leave the platforms or whatever. He's still using Facebook. He's still using YouTube. He's still using Twitter. And that's fine. I mean, it's good that he's trying to reach the public. But to act like this is some kind of alien, exotic thing, when the reality is it's just Gen Z WhatsApp, or probably not even that much anymore because it's become so popular. And then to exoticize it and pretend like it's some scary thing, it blows the whole thing out of proportion. It's just another platform. I don't see what the hysteria is. And I guess part of it is that they just don't understand what it is. Maybe the name is scary. Discord, oh my God, chaos.
Yeah. Well, and I think the fact that the servers aren't, in a sense that like it's probably maybe healthier. I know it goes in both directions sometimes with Discord, but
I totally agree. It doesn't have an algorithm. It's
Right.
just a bunch of chat rooms basically. And so
hello, class. Welcome. Today we're going to be looking at a chart of different right-wing factions that have all, come together under a coalition. Whenever you have a coalition of any kind in politics, there's going to be different, fractures within that coalition that don't necessarily agree with each other, but are sometimes united against a common enemy, maybe the woke left, maybe commies, and Trump is the main guy who is uniting this coalition, and he's in the middle, and we're going to look at all the different subsections of this coalition that he's brought underneath himself. And it's interesting to do this because we can start to see some of the possible fractures that could emerge in the coalition. And this also explains some of the fractures we've seen already, like the H-1B visa right-wing infighting drama, and of course the Elon Trump right-wing infighting drama. So yeah, we're going to look at this through the lens of ideology, and then near the end of this video, we'll talk a little bit more about seeing things through this lens. But yeah, let's start with Trump. So around every ideology here, I have someone that represents the ideology. But Trump is an interesting case. I put around him like populist, national conservatism. He is all these things, but I don't think he's probably the least ideological person here, and that is what makes him such a great conduit for bringing all these right-wing factions together, is because he's not, you can say, oh, Trump is a fascist or whatever, but I don't think he's sitting down reading the doctrines of fascism thinking, great book. I don't think he's not very autistic. He's not ideological in that way. He's more of a schizo. He's all over the place. I call him a meta-ironic schizo here because he's sort of is in a position where he needs to speak out of both ends of his mouth simultaneously. You know, the tariffs are simultaneously just a free market deal to get better free market deals, but also protectionist and nationalist and kind of in a way like anti-capitalist in a strange way for a right-wing coalition leader. And he's doing this because he has to appeal to this faction over here, the side of capital, and also this faction over here, which is the side of autarky, and it's the more fascism, authoritarian end of the spectrum. To appeal to, you know, both the libertarian right and the authoritarian center of his coalition. So let's start up here. Let's start with autarky. This is a faction of the Trump administration that deals in economic nationalism and is pushing him towards the tariffs and stuff. Bannon is a good example of this. Steve Bannon was the chief strategist of the first Trump administration, the 2016 one. And I labeled him here as post-racial fascism. And I'll let my good friend Richard Hanna explain the post-racial fascism of Steve Bannon.
UF Health Emergency and Urgent Care Center is Jacksonville's first combined full-service emergency room and urgent care under one roof, open 24/7. Now, you no longer have to choose between convenience and level of care. We treat patients of all ages, from infants to adults. Our emergency medicine physicians are trained to treat allergies to broken bones with on-site lab and imaging. You only pay for the level of care you need. UF Health Emergency and Urgent Care Center.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want, and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one, to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation, where you can go as far as your imagination takes you. Can you imagine it? Let's make your dream a reality, right now.
So, yes, as you can see, Steve Bannon is simultaneously woke, which is to say he, thinks about the interests of ethnic minorities, and sort of authoritarian, fascist, economic nationalist, wants to pull out of the global economy, rants about the globalists, his main enemy is the globalists. He's not racist. I think that's fair to say. Steve Bannon, maybe if he was racist, he wouldn't be getting platformed on the big MSM media stuff. But yeah, so I've contrasted him here, and I'm trying in this chart just to use people who are actually a part of the Trump administration. I have Ye and Fuentes here. They're not a part of the Trump administration. They're associated. They got dinner with Trump and stuff, but they're not associated. They don't have any role in the Trump administration. But I put them there just to contrast with the Bannon approach, because that is more of a racial fascism. That is I am concerned about the white minority in the United States sort of fascism, where Bannon, Bannon's never going to be like, oh, we should replace white people, but he's also not going to. He's not concerned with that in the same way that the more racial fascist types are. I also put Christian nationalism in here. I think maybe Candace Owens is a more sincere, non-white genocide kind of Christian nationalist, but at the same time, it's hard to tell. We're splitting hairs over here. But in general, these people are not just blindly on the side of capital. I'm sure they hate commies, but they're really more on the side of nationalism and kind of crippling capital in the way where nationalism can work for the American people, even if it's not necessarily in the interest of the free market. Now we're gonna get to this guy later, but Curtis Yarvin, he says that fascism is an anti-capitalist reaction. This is very interesting, right? Because what you'll hear from Marxists and left-wingers is fascism is a capitalist movement. It's actually what happens when neoliberalism fails is the forces of capital flee towards fascism. So fascism is kind of a right-wing pro-capitalist movement. Hitler privatized a lot of stuff, blah, blah, blah. Now, that's a fair point to be made, but I think I actually do kind of agree with Curtis Yarvin more on this point that fascism is a kind of anti-capitalist movement. It's an anti-globalist movement. It's an anti-global capitalist movement. And the forces of capital over here, which is going to be represented by Elon Musk, and we'll get to him soon. The forces of capital over here do not want nationalism. It's not in their best interest. Maybe Elon will tweet about how we need stronger borders or whatever, but ultimately the libertarian class, the capital class, for the most part, they want to do what is in the interest of their companies and their capital, and almost always it's in the interest of their companies and capital to be globalist and to trade as much as possible with as many people as possible on a global scale. So moving over here to the capital class, this is another faction of the right-wing coalition that Trump has to keep happy, and you got libertarians like Rand Paul. This is an easy fracture you can look at. Rand Paul was critical of the big beautiful bill that added 36 trillion or whatever. You can go even further here and include ANCAPs. I put Michael Malice here. But Elon, Elon is really more the autist to Trump's schizo. He genuinely thinks he's some kind of free speech, ascended centrist, libertarian dude, and genuinely cares about the national debt, which I thought no one cared about that shit. If the Republicans are adding 36 trillion to the debt, you got to be like, wow, there really is no way of cutting the debt between the Democrats and the Republicans. So Elon really is more of the autist here. He is more of a principled kind of, I think the debt should go down kind of guy, and thought that the bills that Trump was passing and the nationalism that he was doing, and sort of like, Bannon in some ways agrees with Bernie Sanders on a lot of regards. I think this is the core split within the administration, the autarky versus the side of capital. Because, on the side of capital, you want to be cutting the deficit and you want to be getting the government out of people's lives. Over here, you're like, we need to give money to white babies or whatever. Like, white babies or American babies, depending on what flavor you're going with. But yeah, that's the core tension, and he's trying to keep both of these sides happy. Curtis Yarvin, I put over here as the court philosopher, the Jafar type of the Trump administration. Who knows how much, if any, influence he has over Trump, but he is definitely connected to Vance and Peter Thiel. And Vance obviously being the vice president in this world of capital and in this sort of techno-feudal, techno-monarch world. Curtis Yarvin's a very interesting character. I'm sure you've heard of him before. I put him down as neo-feudal, neo-reactionary, neo-monarchist. He's also a neo-cameralist, lots of neos in here. He's like a right accelerationist. He invented the Dark Enlightenment with Nick Land. And his whole thing is he thinks that Trump should be a king. Trump should be a monarch. I wouldn't say that's his whole thing. He'll often say, well, Trump maybe isn't the guy to do it. But he basically thinks that he's an advocate for monarchy, and he thinks that America should be a monarchy. It's a more efficient way of doing things. And a lot of the moves that Trump is making right now, like destroying some of the executive branches, going through the courts,
What matters to post-university people? People who pick Post want an online education that works on their schedule, so they can get a degree that can help move their career forward without having to leave the people that matter most behind. Are you a Post person?
This is what my prompts used to look like, and this is what they look like now. This is all thanks to this prompt enhance button in Augment Code. With just one click, it'll take any vague prompt and use the context of your code base to enhance it. Now everyone is a pro prompt engineer.
Concentrating power within a singular unit is the kind of thing that Curtis Yarvin would advocate for. Now, Curtis Yarvin, if he was talking to a progressive, would say some shit like, well, Bernie Sanders should be able to do the same thing, right? Because, if Bernie Sanders was president, he wouldn't be able to make universal health care happen without going through the courts and doing a bunch of unconstitutional things. So really, it's in everyone's best interest to have a efficient monarch. Now, in no way am I suggesting here that Trump is trying to keep Curtis Yarvin happy, but he is a member of this coalition. He's got direct influence in the the EAC world, and the Elon world, the Vance world, the techno monarch world, the tech world in general. He is very influential, and so he's kind of like 2 stages removed. So again, this is the main tension. But I'm going to look at a couple other tensions here. So one of the tensions is hawk, and one of the tensions is non-interventionism. So when we're looking at a foreign interference, like a foreign diplomatic relation chart, you have dove on one side, hawk on the other side. A dove approach is stuff like USAID, where you go into other countries and you give them aid, and it's a sort of a benevolent approach. You help them with their country, especially poorer countries. A hawk approach is more like, I'm going to coup the democratically elected leader and replace them with a U.S. asset. So Pete Hegseth here is the defense secretary, and I've labeled him as the hawk. He's a good representative of the hawkish faction, very pro spending money on the endless wars, pro-Israel, pro-Ukraine, I'm sure. And then on the other end, we've got the non-interventionist Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard is the director of national intelligence, and she ran her whole thing on being anti-war. She's the anti-war candidate. She doesn't want any more wars. So Trump often markets himself as the anti-war candidate and non-interventionist, but blows up, Soleimani, and will often, get involved with foreign war stuff. So he again has to be this character appealing to both sides simultaneously with meta irony. He's literally me. Yeah. So the non-interventionist types and the hawkish types, you may notice there's no dove faction of the Trump administration. That's because they are not represented. There's no dove faction of this right-wing administration. Being dove is more associated with like being neoliberal, center-left globalist, and Trump does not have that represented in his faction, as far as I know. So really, it's just a matter of like, I don't want to get involved at all. Let Hitler do his things in Europe. That's not our problem. America first. Versus, let's coup the South American democratically elected president and replace him with a right-wing fascist loyal to America. Those are your options under the Trump administration. So yeah, obviously though, these two sides don't agree with each other. Tulsi Gabbard doesn't want any involvement with foreign wars, and Pete Hegseth is like, all right, let's go bomb some children, or terrorists. Yeah. So the last section we're going to look at here is what I call alt-health neo-crunchy. These are people who, but by all accounts, are like libertarian left in a lot of ways, but they're in the Trump administration. This is kind of a political compass. Like, it's kind of. Well, if this was a political compass, I would have swapped the hawk and the non-interventionist one. But yeah, these guys, I'm using RFK as the emblematic sort of unifier here. MAGA, Make America Healthy Again. This is his ideology, and also in this box, I'm putting Marjorie Taylor Greene as conspiracism. This is a administration that is like catnip to conspiracy people, and MTG is sort of like the most emblematic of that faction. It's interesting to have conspiracists as part of your faction when you're in power, because their whole ideology is based off of being like suspicious of people in power. And so what that means is they get a lot of like, okay, let's focus on the last people who were in power. And basically all of these people have their own agendas and don't want want to go off in their own direction. But like Kash Patel was saying when he was on Joe Rogan and the Elon Musk tweet dropped that, Trump's in the Epstein files, Kash Patel says, that's not my lane, and that's kind of very emblematic of what it is like to be a part of this right-wing coalition, which is like, okay, that's not my lane. Maybe in RFK's heart of hearts, he doesn't like that Trump is scarfing down the McDonald's. And then he takes this picture where he looks like he's going to fucking die because, he's being forced to eat a McDonald's like a humiliation ritual. But, he knows his lane, and his lane is, go into the and get rid of the red 40 or whatever you want to get rid of, and that's kind of what you're there for. And so, you know, this segment is, I'm sure, completely against a lot of the people that support Trump, that like their, you know, unhealthy food and their processed food, and they want to keep eating it. But RFK is there to sort of bolster the vaccine skeptic people. I mean, this kind of whole area is post-COVID, like all the hippies turned right-wing. Every hippie is like right-wing now. All the alt-health stuff, it used to be like left-wing, crazy granola people, anti-vaccine people were like left-wing libertarians. Now they're like right-wing. Now they've all been gobbled up under the right-wing coalition. So I've also got someone like Russell Brand in here, no relation to the Trump administration, but just kind of like vibes-wise. And then connecting the alt-health neo-crunchy people with the anti-globalist people, you got like Alex Jones selling his brain pills and ranting about globalists. So this is the chart that I've drawn out, and with someone to represent each individual person in the administration, to represent that coalition of the faction. But let's take a look here and think about what we might have been missing. And what we're missing here is the fact that
life is more legal than you think, and LegalZoom is here to help. Whether it's registering a business, starting a will or trust, or staying on top of your business licenses. When you need a legal hand, turn to LegalZoom.
Stop taking meeting notes and let ClickUp AI Note Taker do it for you. It allows you to focus on your meetings, not your notes. It captures everything, from action items to key decisions. And after every call, you get a clear summary. But where it really goes to the next level is that it's the only AI note taker that connects your meetings to the rest of your work. So stop stressing about taking notes and get the AI note taker that works for you. Get ClickUp AI Note Taker for your next meeting.
Man, I'm about politics out. I'm about politics out. You understand me? I just went to the corner store, had to go get me some papers. I'm about to bust down this grabber leaf, put it in this paper with this black runts. Yeah, we smoking black runts, not the white runts. We smoking the black runts, right? This bitch. Smoking this black power runts, looking But no, I'm bullshit. Hey, I just want to show this picture again. This was one of the funniest pictures I seen on Twitter this morning. This shit was hilarious. Look at this. Ministry of Defense. And then Jit got a brain rot. You think his brain is hot. Look, that bitch look like it's on fire. He holding the paper J, so I don't like the paper J disrespect about this video. That's probably the only thing. Damn, she look good. That's about the only paper J disrespect I don't appreciate. Y'all could have put y'all could have gave Cash he should be holding some Adderall, or he should have some he do got the powder under his nose. I ain't even see that. Yeah, they got his nose running. And then what's up with my boy? They got the Ministry of Truth. They know him as the Ministry of Truth. 1984. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. That is hilarious. But tomorrow, Thursday, I don't know what the stream is gonna be on tomorrow. But Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, I'm not doing no political shit. I don't give a fuck about Nick Fuentes on the weekends. Alright? I don't give a fuck about Nick Fuentes on the weekends. I don't give a fuck about Charlie Kirk on the weekends. I don't give a fuck about this pro-black shit on the week. Oh, now speaking of pro-black, I think that's what I might do tomorrow. I'm trying to figure out why come it's all these extremist groups in Africa when niggas is trying to get free. I'm trying to figure that out. You know, niggas don't put their seatbelt on either. But I'm trying to figure out how is it that all these African countries got some type of conflict going on internally. I've already seen with ECOWAS Hold up, let me let it down. That shit won't stop beeping for the next 10 seconds. Hold up, let me let it beep on. Yeah, so we already seen with the ECOWAS play and the understanding of the different francophone countries out there that France was behind a lot of the turmoil amongst them 14 French-speaking countries over in West Africa, right? A lot of those countries, they would be doing just fine right now without so-called intervention from the West. And we have to call it out, right? But we don't spend enough time calling it out because we're too busy arguing with Bloods and Crips. We too busy GD versus folklore. We too busy fucking white versus black. Too busy Caribbean versus American. All that dumbass, ridiculous divide and conquer bullshit that we fall for every day. You know what I'm saying? Bunch of bullshit we fall for every single day. We should be focusing on what's going on the African continent and the fact that they trying to get Macron ass up out of there, the French government up out of there, and yet and still we still got all these different situations. We got Kenya sending African troops to Haiti. We got fucking a recent assassination attempt of an African president. I think it was in Nigeria or Ghana. I can't fucking remember. Then I'm finding out we got ties with the Equatorial Guinea, got ties to Jeffrey Epstein, all the way back from the 80s. So it's like, it's too much going on. There's too many hands in the cookie jar for motherfuckers to be talking about Africa need to get their shit together. Why don't motherfuckers get their ass out of Africa? Stop taking the resources. Stop sowing dissent and creating radical Islamic groups amongst people who don't even have that fucking language. Stop doing that shit, and then let's see what's up. Let's see what happens to Africa after 20 years of all this non-intervention programs that all these administrations have been doing on behalf of foreign governments or intelligence agencies. Whatever the fuck y'all doing it for, I'm not with. So I think tomorrow I'm going to dedicate my stream to what's going on in Africa with these Islamic extremist groups that they keep trying to tie to this fucking Hamas, Hezbollah, ISIS, all this shit they be trying to tie together. That I don't see no fucking, I don't see no ending in sight. It just seems like an endless Homeland TV show. I'm not talking about Homelander. I'm talking about Homeland, the security TV, the Homeland Security, the TV. It's like it's an endless, like the seasons just never end. Like every single week, we got a new terrorist organization splintering up, and their connection to Al Qaeda or their connection to Hamas or their connection to Hezbollah, and it's like, gang, I'm fatigued, bro. I'm tired of the propaganda, bro. So I'm gonna talk about what's going on in Africa tomorrow. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, I'm not talking politics necessarily. I'm talking sports. Okay, I'm talking sports. I'm giving picks and I'm discussing who the fuck crowned Archie Manning the Heisman Trophy winner before the season started for this motherfucker to come out and be quack duck. Yo, I'm so disappointed. Paul Feinbaum is a fucking idiot. Paul Feinbaum is a fucking idiot. Running around here talking about Archie Manning was gonna be the next. Like, bro, he said Tim Tebow. Listen, bro, that's disrespectful, bro. Tim Tebow is a fucking legend. I'm talking about Tim Tebow is a fucking legend, bro. My high school, 15 minutes from the high school he went to. Tim Tebow is a goddamn legend. And for you to compare Arch Manning to Tim Tebow, when Tim Tebow won, he won a national championship as a freshman, backing up Chris Leak. He was so good they had to put him in. Chris Leak was like motherfucking Tim Tebow before Tim Tebow. He's a great person in the community, super Christian. I think that nigga went on to be a doctor or something after he won the national championship and was taking the floor to all them BCS games. He went on and became a doctor, right? Motherfuckers love Chris Leak. They took Chris Leak black ass out, put Tim Tebow right in. Said, fuck it, we're gonna let Tim run this play. Man, Tim is a legend. And for Paul Feigenbaum to put Arch Manning on the same level, disrespectful. Disrespectful. And I don't understand. I don't understand that type of commentary. Oh no. Yeah, so I'm going to get out of here, man. Cause I'm about to get mad about this Archie Manning shit. I'm about to damn near start the Archie Manning stream right now. Like, they got me upset. Archie Manning is girl. What's up, baby? Something to eat. You're too loud. Yeah, damn, don't show me no memes. Go get my son something to eat. Hold up, man. Cause see, this shit making me upset. See, this shit acting stupid. I could probably just get on the out of here. Yeah, man, this was another episode. Grifting off, low IQs. Yeah, I think I'm doing an Archie Manning ASAP. They got me fucked up. I'm tired of this Archie Manning debate. Archie Manning is a fucking is gonna be a bust if he go in the first round this year. He wasn't even better than Quinn Ewers. You had Quinn Ewers starting over you last year, bro. You had Quinn Ewers starting over you last year, bro. Matter of fact, I'm gonna do a little bit of this Archie Manning because this shit got me. I'm heated now. While I'm rolling up, let me go ahead and get my shit off about Archie Manning because they got me fucked up. You know, they got me fucked up. They gonna sit up and tell me he raw, that he just better than 10 people. Like, bro, I'm finna watch all this cover. I need to see Paul Feigenbaum, and I want to hear exactly what he said. Cause it's crazy. Time to worry about Arch Manning. You think Colin Cowherd? Do you think? Matter of fact, Colin. Now I'm gonna chill on that. Cause like I said, I think I'm gonna dedicate a whole stream to this on Friday. And I like Colin Cowherd. So I'm gonna just let me digest a couple of things that he said, pause, before I go ahead and speak out. Look at Ocho, Texas fan, boo Archie. Why is you shocked? He garbage. He garbage. Look at all this, man. I'm finna play something. We need to figure this out. Kirk Benton Kirk. Now we ain't gonna go Kirk Benton Kirk yet. I don't even want to go Joe Clark. Now look, now Paul Feigenbaum want to throw the towel in. No, Paul, don't throw the towel in, gang. Don't throw the towel in, bro. This that dumb shit that sports fans have to go for. Cause we got people who've been on the TV screen. See, we got a real bad problem with bad information going on the stream when it comes to this sports shit. Man, they be lying their ass off when it comes to sports. They be lying worse than MSNBC. And I don't even like Cam Newton like that when it comes to his commentary. But Cam Newton said it good. But I think the best one was Ryan Clark. I think I'm gonna do Ryan Clark, man. I'm gonna have to play this before I get out of here. Ryan Clark had a heated debate, right? Where basically he just called out Dan Orlovsky like, gang, what the hell makes him a generational talent? Y'all just quoting and giving these people these titles. Y'all do the same shit in basketball. Y'all be having these people coming up out of middle school. Y'all be saying this is the best basketball player in the world, and then this nigga don't even make it on the first team for North Carolina. Bro, I remember y'all remember that nigga Seventh Woods, man. Seventh Woods was supposed to be LeBron James after LeBron. That nigga, I don't even think he got drafted. Like this whole generational talent bullshit that motherfucker was pushing, bogus. Can I see the clip? Do somebody got the clip already clipped up? Let me see. What if it's that first? It might be this one right here. Let me see if bro got it clipped up.
You can't count on a two-person hammock being a comfy place to watch the game. I feel you breathing.
Tony, I think they've got some spacing issues down there.
But you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS, streaming on Paramount+.
Big ideas.
After Arch's debut.
Arch Manning, period, point blank, is neither a generational
Man, I'm about to get mad. My fucking computer. I'm about to get mad. I got this video queued up. I'm trying to figure out what's going on with my computer game. It's all right. I'm finna play one more video. You gonna play this last video? I don't care if you don't want to or not, fuck nigga. You answer to me right now. All right. Artificial intelligence ain't took over yet, motherfucker. You answer to me. Let me restart this. Let me refresh the page. Oh man, you should like some gas too, boy. You should like some good gas. Bless you. Bless you. Another fuck nigga see me say I want to show my screen. Come on now. There it is. Let me take this down too. Full screen. I'm gonna Ryan Clark. Get this shit off.
or sellers. He can't throw like Garrett Nussmeier or Bryce Underwood. Like
After Arch's debut.
Arch Manning, period, point blank, is neither a generational nor transcendent talent. Arch Manning can't run like Lenora Sellers. He can't throw like Garrett Nussmeier or Bryce Underwood. He's not Trevor Lawrence. He's not Caleb Williams. Those guys were what people felt like were generational, can't miss college quarterbacks.
Hey, Dan, are you done taking notes?
He's been texting about this like all weekend.
Okay, so after his debut and what we saw, do you consider Arch Manning a generational quarterback talent?
100%.
Can you define to me what that means?
Well, generational talent would be that you have physical attributes that are rare and unique. And Arch Manning 1000% has that. And it's not a conversation. One, when did 6'4", 225 pounds, 4'5", 4'6" in the 40.
None of those things.
100%. He's 100% 6'4", 220 plus pounds and is like 4'5", 4'6", and 40. Got clocked at 21 miles an hour on GPS. When did that not become at the quarterback spot generational physical ability, let alone elite, rare bloodlines when it comes to the quarterback position? That's generational. That doesn't mean that it's...
Man, we talking about, bro. See, Dan, fuck no, Dan. If that's the case, all of these, come on, man. If that's the case, all these athletic quarterbacks who did not go in none of the first top 5 rounds, they would be generational talents because they're faster and stronger than all the other quarterbacks in their position. But they cannot spin the ball accurately. What are we talking about, Dan? Are we talking about physical traits? We talking about run fast, jump high? That's not talent. That's not talent. What is he talking about? So he's saying run fast, jump high. If that's the case, you know how many quarterbacks that run fast, that jump high, they told him you got to go play running back because you cannot complete an out route? Fuck are we talking about, Dan? Come on, Dan. But my fault. I'm going to let Ryan do it. He's a little more eloquent. I think that's that liberal education he got.
220 plus pounds and is like 4'5", 4'6", and 40. Got clocked at 21 miles an hour on GPS. When did that not become at the quarterback spot generational physical ability, let alone elite, rare bloodlines when it comes to the quarterback position? That's generational. That doesn't mean that he's going to become a Hall of Famer, but that's generational talent. When we're talking about 21 miles per hour on GPS, that's what, and this is said with all due respect and admiration, that's Kyler Murray, Lamar Jackson type GPS numbers, 21 miles an hour. So that's what he's a generational talent. And I know everyone got caught up in the week 1 performance and all that. I could go through a list of a lot of cats in their first college starts against real opponents, not against less opponents, real opponents having much less numbers statistically than Arch Manning.
It's not about, but that's the thing though, Dan. Like you're trying to play this numbers game.
No.
We don't have to play a numbers game.
But that's where we got caught up in.
But the thing is this though, we don't have to play a miles per hour game to know that Arch Manning running the football ain't like Lenora Sellers running the football at South Carolina.
Sure.
Right? We don't have to play a numbers game to know that Arch Manning running the football wasn't like Jaden Daniels running the football versus Florida when he went for 250.
Yeah.
Those things are not the same. I don't care what this little vest you wear on top of your nipples say. And what I hate about it is I think Arch Manning is going to be a really good quarterback. Right. I think Arch Manning is talented. I love that he got dog in him. But generational talent is different. Who are generationally talented quarterbacks to you?
I mean, present day or college kids?
If you go present
like in
day,
the NFL?
In the NFL. Who's a
Lamar.
He ain't Lamar.
I'm not saying he's Lamar.
But it's the other thing, though. The people you're comparing him to, right? Like, let's just talk about the people you're comparing him to. You know what Lamar Jackson had by this point in college? A Heisman.
But Lamar played a lot more. He had stopped.
Because he was that good.
RC, Lamar's first start, he went 9 of 20 with a pick.
This is third start. Stop saying it's
against
his
a real opponent.
It's his third.
Against a real opponent.
And also, too.
Okay,
it's
so we
his
can
third year in college.
But he hasn't played ball.
Because you know why? Because if you're Trevor Lawrence and you're a transcendent generational quarterback talent, Kelly Bryant can be the incumbent starter, take you to the college football playoff. You can only have played okay. And Dabo Swinney could go, you are so damn talented. Kelly Bryant got to sit on the bench. You can have Spencer Rattler, who was the Heisman frontrunner going into the season, who was a projected first-round pick. And you could have Caleb Williams, and it could be mid-season, and you say, no, he's too good. I can't keep him on the bench. Quinn Ewers, a 7th-round pick.
Kept him on the bench.
Kept him on the bench for 2 years.
But you and I both know we're in a very different era when it comes to that with NIL. Quinn Ewers was making a lot of NIL money.
Not more than him.
Not last year, yes he was.
Not more than him.
Yeah, last year, yes he was. NIL matters. So like that point of play behind or whatnot, that does matter. If he's not a generational talent, then who is? And how are we measuring it? Because we can't sit there and go, because the way the first start on the road.
There's very few of them. I think there's less than what you think. I think John Elway was a generational talent. I think Patrick Mahomes is a generational talent. I don't think Tom Brady, I don't think Drew Brees, I don't think Peyton Manning are generational talents. I think Andrew Luck ended up being a generational talent. I don't think there's a ton of them out there.
But so then what? Then how does one, in your eyes, be a generational talent? Because there's not a lot of difference.
This is where we kind of get into the weeds too. Like, what makes Andrew Luck a generational talent, but Peyton Manning not? Like, I don't agree with that. What makes Andrew Luck a generational talent, but Peyton Manning not?
So I
No.
started this venture from Raleigh, North Carolina, where I live, because
Peyton Manning.
I had spoken with.
Peyton Manning is I would argue Peyton Manning is a generational talent. I would argue that when the athleticism is supposed to hold you back, when the God-given skill set is supposed to hold you back, but somehow you're still at the top of your game. Somebody like a Peyton Manning, somebody like a Tom Brady, who cannot run fast, who cannot jump high, and who do not have the strongest arm. I gotta give them credit. How do you ascend to the top of the league and you're not the most elite arm talent? You don't put the ball, but at the same time, these quarterbacks, they have intangibles that are not run fast, jump high. And for Dan Orlovsky to say he's a generational talent because Arch Manning can run fast and jump high, that was garbage. That was garbage. But then for Ryan Clark to say that Peyton Manning wasn't a fucking generational talent is crazy. Peyton Manning was one of my favorite. He one of the nicest quarterbacks to ever play the game. That's crazy.
Let me chime in here because I love the argument back and forth between y'all. I ain't trying to get in the way of it. But here's the reality. The operative word here is. Do you believe Arch Manning is a generational talent? He could be, but he's not.
Why
not yet? What have you seen to say that he is? There's no evidence. There's no evidence. See, the real problem to crystallize in a roundabout way what RC is saying, but a lot of other people are saying too,
yes, sir,
is that what the hell was he doing as a Heisman finalist in everybody's eyes before a game was played? You just finished saying he didn't play against real competition until this past Saturday. Well, if he didn't play, if he just played against Louisiana Monroe and Mississippi State, and that wasn't real competition, then what the hell was he a finalist for the Heisman Trophy in people's eyes for? He didn't do anything yet. We're not saying
his last name.
That's right. Of course, that's what I'm saying. The point is, and that's where the resentment comes in. That he doesn't deserve it because he didn't do this. No. But the reality is that Peyton Manning, Eli Manning, Archie Manning, we know who they are. The first family of football, we know who they are. We know that they've earned it. We know what they bring to the table. And we believe because of his pedigree that he will do the same. But there's one thing to say, this is what we think he will be. There's another thing entirely to literally go in to a season before a game is played, bypass numerous other qualified candidates that have produced and have a better resume than him up to this point, and let him skip and hop over all of those guys to say, this is a Heisman finalist. You have football experts saying this stuff. And then you go up against Ohio State, and we see none of that. We see none of that.
And also, basically, what you're saying is, and I'm asking this question, you're saying he's big and fast right now. With what you've given me, you said he's big and fast. I want to see him race Lenoris Sellers, and I want to see him stand next to one another. Because right now, Lenoris Sellers is more physically imposing, and he seems to be at least a better runner. I don't think Lenoris Sellers is a generational talent at the quarterback position.
Okay, so maybe we have different definitions of generational talent. So one, I didn't have anybody as like a Heisman favorite, but he's the quarterback of the #1 team or one of the top three. So he's going to be, I don't really care who the player was. He was going to be high on the Heisman list because Texas is loaded. So that's just a part of the reality of the game. The second thing when it comes to I think that at that position, when you are big, when you are fast, when you are supremely talented throwing the football, that's generational talent.
So here's my question to you then. Do you believe?
So on that metric, that means Joe Milton So in that metrics, you saying Joe Milton is a generational talent. He's big. He's like 6'5", 6'4.5", 6'5". He's like 230. He pretty quick. He pretty fast. So you trying to tell me, and Joe Milton can throw the ball about 80 yards, 90 yards sitting down. So you trying to tell me the arm talent and the speed make him a generational quarterback? So why he ain't played a single game yet? What the fuck do y'all be talking about on ESPN?
Did you believe Joe Burrow? No, because this is what I think. Joe Burrow was a late bloomer. Yeah. Right? 16 touchdowns, 5 interceptions in his second to last year in college. Yeah. And then he turned into this thing. A lot of those things we think about Joe Burrow turning into were based on intangibles, right? And when we look at his production in the league, he's going to have a generational quarterback level of production. Right. But I don't believe we look at Joe Burrow as a generational talent when we talk about the things he is and the different things he was able to accomplish. Arch Manning could very well do that. Yeah. He could stay in college 2 more years and develop into a #1 overall pick. I think the kid is talented. Right? But there's something that has to jump off of the page. Even in watching him excel against other teams that are of lesser competition, I've never watched it jump off of the page. When we saw Trevor Lawrence, I was like, that's what it looks like.
Totally. I mean, but here's so I believe that there's more guys that fall under that category than you. But I just think when you look at all those attributes, and yes, his last name does matter because there's a bloodline there that is relevant, and people have used it against them, but everyone one game.
No, everybody didn't get caught up in that one game. It's been multiple games. We watched him against San Jose State. That was the only time he looked like a regular college quarterback. Right? So I'm going to play. I'm going to play Fox Radio. Hopefully they don't strike my shit. No, they probably will strike my shit. Bennett Kirk. See, that was 2 weeks ago. That's too long ago. I need something that just dropped. Joel Klatt, he do good commentary on the quarterbacks, but at the same time he do too much deep diving. Brother, just let me know what you saw on the game. Don't tell me about the footwork and all of that. He didn't make the read and all that. Obviously, he didn't make the read because he got sacked. We saw that with our own eyes. Just tell a nigga, is he going to be good or not? You know? So. I think I'm going to just go for it. Let me see what Colin got to say. If FS1 go ahead and strike the channel, then it is what it is.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place. Where your breakfast faves like pancake toast with sausage and eggs are all just $6. The new value menu, every day at IHOP.
Welcome to the.
See, I'm a fatback. I just seen that IHOP commercial. That shit.
Official you.
They doing nice deals now. Shit, boy. I love IHOP. Damn, boy, they $6.99. I think I might go get some IHOP tonight. But let me see what Colin got to say.
YouTube channel. Make sure to like and subscribe. Don't forget to check out the Colin Cowherd podcast. All of our NFL instant reactions and more football content.
And Joel Klatt will be calling Texas Tech at Utah this Saturday at noon Eastern on Fox. So I was thinking about this. For years and years, you and I supported Harbaugh. And there was a lot of, he didn't know what he was doing. And it was like, listen, he wanted San Diego, the Niners, Stanford. He's good. Okay, he's good. But it's hard in college football. He was pre-NIL. Most of building was pre-transfer portal. So it takes time. He took over a bad roster. And I look at him now with the Chargers, and I made this argument an hour ago. if the Pro Football Hall of Fame was like the Basketball Hall of Fame, where you counted college, you counted pro, you counted basketball, I could argue Jim Harbaugh is the best football coach the planet's ever had. He's 5 for 5. Think about this, Joel. 5 for 5. And Jimmy Johnson's had successes, but when Jimmy leaves a place, it doesn't disintegrate. Cowboys won a Super Bowl. Canes won a Natty. I mean, Miami Dolphins made the playoffs. Is that my argument is Harbaugh's strength is he's not just a great coach. He's the soul of your team. He's so authentic. In my take, all the years you dealt with him, what was your takeaway on Harbaugh? Because no coach, pro and college, has worked at this level. He went to 5 messes. He turned around all of them immediately, and he leaves, and they're all awful the next day.
Yeah.
What is it with him?
So that's a great, and a loaded question and a long answer, because if I was being completely honest with you, I covered 2 different Jim Harbaughs. Almost completely. No, I'm serious. Colin, I'm serious. Pre-COVID, so every time I dealt with him, whether it was, Stanford or with the Niners when in draft process, and then pre-COVID Michigan, he was very standoffish and just like wouldn't let you close. It was almost like pulling teeth just to talk with him. He was rigid against you. He came with a rigidness in the conversation that wouldn't allow really any communication.
Yeah.
And after the COVID year, they struggle. He comes back on, remember that restructured deal at Michigan? And he comes back, and in 2021, he came out and like sat for a production meeting with us for 40 minutes. And I was like, what is happening right now? I couldn't believe it. Honest to God, this is exactly what was going on. And he was a totally different person. And he was open and he was authentic. And he talked about things that he struggled with and things that he loved about his team. And it started to become very obvious to me that what Jim did post-COVID wasn't about football. It was about people. And he became much more of a people person, even with all of his quirks.
I was talking, the nigga wasn't even saying that. So I like Harbaugh. You feel me? I'm a Ravens fan. I've been a Ravens fan my whole life. My high school wore orange and green, but underneath my game pants every week, I had some Raven shorts. Motherfucker tackle me, my pants will come down because sometimes you nigga be dragging, they be holding on your pants and shit. I go to have to pull my pants back up. Niggas could see the black and purple. Motherfuckers already know. I got the Ray Lewis, I got the Ed Reed, I got the Terrell Suggs jersey. Right? Nigga, I already know my whole life. I've been Raven down. You feel me? Anquan Bolden was my nigga. Right? Anquan Bolden was my nigga. I patented a lot of my game after Anquan Bolden. Niggas used to be like, why is you so aggressive? Why is you so angry when you play in the receiver position? You too small to be that aggressive. I'm like, nigga, my favorite player, Anquan Bolden. My 2 favorite players was Anquan Bolden and Steve Smith. So you already know I'm a menace out there. I catch that motherfucking pass, bitch, I'm finna stiff arm you in your face with my closed fist. Like, I'm going off type shit. Like, nigga, I'm going over the middle and I'm cracking heads. Like, that's type of nigga I was. So I love the Ravens, what they stood for and what they stand for. But I like Harbaugh as well. I like the other Harbaugh as well. I like what he did when he went to Michigan. And what he's doing right now with the Chargers, he's making me into a believer because I felt like Justin Herbert was a bust. I'm on the assumption Justin Herbert and Trevor Lawrence is Blaine Gabbert adjacent. That's where I'm at with it. When I was seeing and I'm watching all these games and everybody putting Justin Herbert right up next to Lamar Jacksons and the Josh Allens of the world, I'm like, bro, what the fuck are y'all looking at? He on the same line as Trevor Lawrence, and they damn near about to get put out. Like, bro, I put him on the same level as like a Kyler Murray. Like, nigga got all the talent, but what are you doing out there? Can we get some W's? Can a nigga get some W's for 500? Like, that's what I'm be asking. So you switched out Josh Rosen for Kyler Murray, but what do you really have to show for it? Same shit with Trevor Lawrence. They switched out Blake Bortles for Trevor Lawrence, but what really is there to show for? And again, who the fuck like is anointing these people like the top tier quarterbacks? So with Justin Herbert, I was not a fan. I feel like he overrated. They trying to make him like he Josh Allen, but he not. Just because you tall, big, and white, don't mean you're gonna be Josh Allen. You feel me? Like, it's Josh Allen, a generational talent. Lamar Jackson, generational talent. Pat Mahomes, generational talent. Just like with the previous generation, we had Peyton Manning, generational talent. Aaron Rodgers, generational talent. Who else from the quarterback position that we had that was just exceptional? I want to put Drew Brees in there. Generational talent. I don't know, because Purdue, his Purdue Boilermaker highlights was kind of lackluster. So I don't know. But I will say Jim Harbaugh, he a good coach. He a good coach. Because like I said, I was not fucking with Herbert at all. And he got Herbert looking at least decent. Damn, my lighter done went up? That's bogus. Hold up. Let me let Joe Klatt talk a little bit more while I go get me a lighter. My shit done went out.
Jim would say, like,
with the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place. Where your breakfast faves like pancakes, eggs, and bacon, or French toast with sausage and eggs are all just $6. The new value menu, every day at IHOP.
hey, this is how I'm feeling, Biff. I really love the way the kids practice. Like, I love that. And Biff would be like, tell them authentically from your heart. And Biff and those meetings changed Jim Harbaugh into a player's coach with football foundation principles that would win. And so those kids loved him because he told them that he loved them.
Yeah.
So it's a long answer to a very simple question. I dealt with two very different Jim Harbaughs, and the one that's coaching right now with the Chargers, I think will win a Super Bowl.
So Jaden Maiava last year for USC, I had friends ask me, what do you think about USC this year? And I said, I really like the roster. I don't know about the quarterback. He just lets go of that ball, and half the time I'm not sure he knows where it's going. If you doubt Lincoln Riley's coaching, you have not seen this kid play. He's like, not just Harbaugh, he's a different player. Throws the ball away, dirts it, tucks it in. Like, I don't know what they did, but if your quarterback's as good as this kid is, and their defensive line for the first time since Pete Carroll is big and deep, like they spent NIL money on their D-line, they got players. You think I'm crazy, but you take away that goofy touchdown the refs butchered last week, winning road games last year, like, I don't know. I look at this quarterback and I'm like, oh, that feels like a playoff team.
Well,
they feel like a playoff team.
I felt like I was trying to talk you into this last week, and I feel like you've come around on kind of the blueprint that Lincoln Riley used to be successful at Oklahoma, and I feel like USC is following more of that blueprint this year. They've run it a lot better, even though Jaden Maiava, as you have said, has been terrific. I think...
Man, come on, Colin. You done finesse me into watching your clip, and for the first 8 minutes, you ain't said shit about Arch. Come on, bro. He crafty. I can't even be mad at Colin.
If an NFL coach did that, I would feel very differently than I do about a college coach doing this. Because, and I told you this last week with Sark. Sark wasn't talking to the media when he defended Arch. He was talking to Arch. Brian is talking to his locker room. He's defending his group of guys. He's building culture through the media, and the media don't even realize it. They're too narcissistic, and they pump their own tires and think they're so important that they have to get the right answer from Brian Kelly. But Brian Kelly doesn't care what they want to hear. And to be honest, I will say this. I know people disagree with me on this. I also think it's a stupid question. Like, really? After that game, you get 5 interceptions, your defense is fixed. Like, their defense was a problem last year, and their defense has been excellent so far this year. And the first question is, what's wrong with your offense? This is the same type of questions Ryan Day gets at Ohio State. It's like a media that is so self-entitled, and I'll borrow a term from him, spoiled, that the answers aren't intended to make the media feel better or feel smarter. The answers are intended to build the locker room and protect the locker room. And that's what I appreciate about college coaches, because they've got to be more aware than that. They don't have, grown men in their locker room. They have young men in their locker room. And so they're more aware of culture. And in more times than not, they'll be talking to their team through the media. And I think that's what he did. And he runs a little hot. So he got that question. And he's like, come on, man. Like, really?
He does run a little. I like him, but he runs hot. So, Caleb's struggling in Chicago, and you covered him a lot at SC.
Yeah.
And I had an NFL GM tell me this. I said, I don't care about the fingernails. I don't care about jumping in the crowd. I said the only time I saw him that bothered me, he played at Oregon State his first year, and he got really pouty and moody on the sidelines, and he kind of like went into a shell, and I said, that's bad. I'm like, dude, welcome to big-time college football. You lose games and have really bad halves. But the GM told me, he said, kind of moody, can be kind of aloof, a little odd. That's not, quarterbacks tend to, there's a reason the Mannings all work, right? Like Eli and Archie and Peyton. It's like, it's business first, go in, good teammate, bet early. It's like, and I guess my take is, you covered him a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever think it would look like this in the pros? Because it's rough.
Well, let's break it down. I think multiple personalities can win Super Bowls at the quarterback position. That's been proven out. So it's not about the personality. And I would push back on you. I think you focus too much on the personality than you do the foundational aspects of quarterback play. Here's what I mean. The issues that USC had offensively with Caleb, in particular late, was that he would not play in the confines of the offense.
Exactly.
And because of that, the offense never went to a place that it could go. So let me put it to you in another analogy. If you're going to take math during the course of your high school or college, like there are prerequisites to get to the higher levels. You've got to pass algebra 1 before you can go out to algebra 2, and you got to go to geometry and do all that before you can ever get to calculus and so on and so forth. The issue with Caleb right now is that he struggles with algebra 1 and wants to play calculus all the time. And there's foundational things that he has to be a part of. He's got to play on time, and the ball has to go to the right spot in the right timing more often than it does right now. He's constantly looking for plays that aren't there. He won't take things that are there right away, what the defense is trying to give him. You have to play on time and on target. And so for me, it's a floor issue. He's not doing the prerequisites, the floor of what he needs to do at quarterback, and he constantly wants to go up to the top of his talent. And you can't go.
So, while I'm not mad at that take, these were the same people that were saying that Caleb Williams was the next Pat Mahomes. These are the same people. They were saying, well, I think Joe Klatt kind of changed his tune towards the end to kind of say that he liked Jaden Daniels as well. But to me, it was clear as day. Jaden Daniels was the best quarterback in that class. Jaden Daniels is clearly the best quarterback in that class. Just like Lamar Jackson in his class. Somebody say it might be Josh Allen, but I will argue it's Lamar Jackson, the best quarterback in that class. So these analysis or these analysts, my bad. These analysts don't know shit. They either don't watch the games or they're paid to push these points. Nobody thought Zach Wilson was going to be a big time prospect, but they put that boy all the way up to the top, just like they did Blake Bortles, just like they did Blaine Gabbert, and EJ Manuel. Oh my gosh, I almost forgot about his sorry ass. I remember that shit, bro. EJ Manuel, probably EJ Manuel and that Freeman quarterback, probably the two most overrated black quarterbacks that set us back. Like, bro, if they would have never drafted Emmanuel in that first round and he ruined the Bills like that, I feel like we'd have got a couple more black quarterbacks in the first round. But that shit fucked us over. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's like, imagine if Christian McCaffrey went the first round white running back and then he wasn't good. Scottaboo ain't getting drafted. You feel me? Like, we seen what happened with Toby Gerhart. He ain't do shit. But, bro, Christian McCaffrey came in. They like, damn, this white running back, he fire. So guess what? Now it's other white running backs. They going to get an immediate look. You feel me? They going to be like, is this nigga, he's the next McCaffrey? And with Scatterboo, shit, they got that boy looking like Mike Allstott. You know what I'm saying? He out that bitch, he don't even care about head trauma. He just hitting shit. So, you know, the one that come before you usually set the stage. You know, so I still think this year quarterback is I think this might be the best year for quarterback play as far as in the NFL. Over the first 2 weeks, damn, this guy's hitting. Over the first 2 weeks, I've been watching quarterback play. Not as far as the numbers is concerned, because usually in the beginning of the season, it's a little rough, especially with the fact that the preseason, the way they do it now, it's basically like they only getting one game for real with the starters, and the starters only doing a drive or two. So it really about the third game, fourth game when you're gonna really start to see these big breakout numbers. But I'm just saying about the way offenses is moving up and down the field, and the way quarterbacks is looking, dropping back and passing that ball, or dropping back, moving around that pocket, it looks beautiful. The quarterback play right now, it looks beautiful. Like, I love watching Pat Mahomes versus Jalen Hurts. I love watching Josh Allen versus Lamar Jackson. That shit is top must-see TV. Like, the boys gonna will they team to victory. Whatever it's gonna take, whether he went 9 or 27 and 3 interceptions, they still could win the game. That make you a generational talent at quarterback. I mean, obviously, probably you gotta have a good, you know what I'm saying, a good defense and shit like that. But what make these guys generational, especially like with a Peyton Manning, you can only name maybe 2 or 3 people he was throwing the ball to. He got Marvin Harris. My fault to the great Marvin. They got Marvin Harrison, who that boy's a dog. Reggie Wayne, my nigga from the U. Reggie Wayne was a dog and out of that slot. And they had Dallas Clark. But really, Dallas Clark was just a regular player. Nobody knew about Dallas Clark like that. Peyton Manning made him. Like, it'll be season after season. After Marvin Harrison retired, all they got is Reggie Wayne and Dallas Clark. And them boys getting older and older. And Peyton Manning still willing them boys to victory. Same thing with Lamar in his first years. Man, they sent him out there with bombs. No disrespect to them. He was sending them out there with veterans and rookies. Like, bro, you getting a nigga on his last legs, or you get a nigga who just got in the league. Like, you can't give him no established receiver. You can't draft nobody with them. Let them grow together. All the great receivers that came in, you didn't get them a Mike Evans, right? You didn't go out and get him a Justin Jefferson, Odell, Jamar Chase, shit, T. Higgins. Like, bro, you didn't get him none of them. You gave him Bateman, Zay Flowers. And Zay Flowers is probably the best one that y'all done gave him. Hollywood Brown. Come on, bro. You serious? Like, y'all should have gave that man a big body receiver, a Dez Bryant type receiver, a real X receiver. He could just line him up by the boundary, have that boy running a go route or a stop route. And it's 4th and 3. Hey, man, we finna do this read option. But get what? We also got my dog on the backside for this run play action, and we going to hit him on the backside comeback. We don't got that. Well, we got that now, and that's why I think this might be the Ravens' year. The way that boy Hopkins was looking, the way that boy Hopkins was looking, I like it. You know, they know how to use him, too. And Lamar already know. Listen, bro, we got the young niggas doing the slants and the drag routes. We got Mark Andrews to go over the middle, right? All we need from Hop, hey, man, get down to that end zone. I'm finna throw you the beam, right? So that pass he had last week, that shit was – it didn't look like Lamar was like, hey, bro, I'm finna just run around back here and just wait for his slow ass to run down to the end zone, and I'm going to throw his ass a go route. That's what that shit looked like. This nigga Lamar rolled out to the right, did a little scramble fake, looked down the middle of the field. Next thing you know, he launching that bitch to the left all the way outside. I'm like, damn. I'm looking at it flowing in there. I'm like, yeah, that's that boy Hawk. Ain't no question. Everybody knows it's a catch. He snagged that hoe. Even though he like 40 years old, nigga snagged that bitch. I said, yup. They gonna fuck around and have D-Hop in that playoff game. When bruh's usually dropping passes, they gonna throw it to D-Hop. His ass ain't even gonna be open, but he gonna catch it. That nigga D-Hop probably, like, he probably, man, after Brandon Marshall's, after that era when Brandon Marshall was gone, he was that type of receiver. Well, he still is that type of receiver. Well, bro, it don't matter what the play is, what route it is, just throw him the ball. That's the type of nigga I am, type of nigga I like to see, I like to coach. So he don't care if it's a slant, a dig, a drag, a comeback. He don't care if the play broke down. He don't care if it's on time or not. Hey, man, just get the ball over here. I'm gonna make the catch. You know what I'm saying? So I like that. You know, he a real possession receiver. But at the same time, that boy will get swift. That boy most definitely would get swift. But let me see. Let me get back on this nigga Arch Manning. Cause Joe Klatt, I ain't heard you say nothing, gang.
Go there and impact the game unless you've done these things first. So it doesn't matter actually the personality. You can be aloof. You can yell at guys. You can love on guys. You can wear your hat backwards. You can wear your hat forwards. You can be a partier. You can be a stay-at-home guy. But the prerequisite is that your floor has to pass the minimum bar of the offense's constraints in order for your offense to operate well. And he doesn't do that right now.
By the way, finally, Belichick faces UCF. Nobody watched him after the
Oh,
opener
hell no.
because they just like.
Colin, boy, you good for it. Don't never go based off what the title of the video is with Colin Cowherd now. Damn, Colin gets swift. That boy Colin gets swift as a bit. He do it to me every time. I click on the video, the way it's titled, bro. You'll think this whole segment is about the title. They might have just mentioned it for 30 seconds. The whole fucking time they ain't talking about Arch at all. I'm like, come on, gang. But I should have knew. I gotta stay swift. Let me see what micro iPhone got. Let me see what shit got. Paul Fannibon throwing the towel in. On Speakeasy, let's see what Speakeasy had to say.
Asking if Arch Manning is a bust already. 3 games into him being the starting quarterback at the University of Texas, and we are having bust conversations. He has played at a bust level, if we're being honest, over the past couple of weeks.
No.
Over the last week, yes, he looked really, really bad. But I believe he's going to figure it out.
Saying Arch Manning is a bust already is asinine. Now, can we say that Arch Manning was overrated by several pundits? Hi, I'm several pundits. Can we say that Arch Manning was overhyped by several pundits? Hi again, several pundits. Yes, we can say that. But I'm not going to say that Arch Manning is a bust. I think he's made 6 starts in his entire collegiate career at this point. 3 starts last year, 3 starts this year. Furthermore, he did have, although it wasn't the most impressive thing in the world, he had a 4-touchdown game just 2 weeks ago. Busts don't have 4
against San Jose
games.
State.
So I'm not going to come out here and call Arch Manning a bust if you have 4 touchdowns in your 5th game as a starter. Is he underwhelming based upon all of the hype right now? Yes. Is he the weak link of the Texas offense right now? Yes. Is he the weak link of the Texas football team right now? Absolutely. But to call
Bro,
him
they
a
played
bust,
San Jose State.
bust to me is that USC quarterback that got offered a scholarship at like 14 and ended his career at Rice.
Right, JT Daniels.
JT Daniels.
Yeah.
That's a bust.
Yeah.
He goes from USC
to Georgia
to West Virginia and ends his career at Rice. And he got offered a scholarship at like 14 years old, 5-star kid, #1 player in all of the world. That to me is a bust.
Yeah.
Arch Manning throwing for 4 touchdowns in week 2 of his 5th start, I can't label that a bust.
Yeah, no, I'd agree. I think like the Tate Martells of the world are the guys that you think are bust.
Hell
yes.
Arch Manning
is overrated.
He has been overrated, up till this point. But what I saw from him last year, and I know people are going to be like, oh, he played against nobodies. He's playing against nobodies right now, and he doesn't look as good as he did last year, playing against those same nobodies. I think it's a case of that Y word. I'm going to be honest with you. I think it's a case of that Y word right now with Arch Manning. We're talking about inaccuracies with the quarterback.
Yeah.
It's not that he's reading things. He might be processing things a little bit slower. He might just be getting to his reads a little bit slower or just denying things, but it looks like he's playing nervous. Does that mean that he's not going to be able to figure it out? Absolutely not. And I think whenever he gets in that rhythm, he's going to show everybody how talented he really is. And yes, I might just be a Texas fan believing that he's going to turn it around all of a sudden, but we're looking at basic inaccuracy.
Yeah.
It's not like he has no idea what he's seeing. He's in over his head. I watched him do it last year. I watched him have a 70% completion percentage, 3-touchdown performance against Mississippi State last year, a Power 5 SEC team, and he looked amazing doing it. And now you're telling me he can't throw an accurate ball against UTEP?
I don't believe it.
I don't believe it. I don't believe it. He's going to figure it out.
Can we ask the chat, please? Does the chat think that Arch Manning is a bust? Let's ask the chat, Social Trade. I
think so. I think Cuz was highly overrated coming out of high school. When I first seen the buzz coming out of high school, I'm like, bro, he's not playing against nobody. And that's the thing that happens with this YouTube highlight culture. Growing up, it was known, it was established. There's certain places where you can take a highlight tape at face value. And there's certain ways to tell when you can take a highlight tape at face value. So let me give you an instance. Tavon Austin with the West Virginia University player wide receiver. Broke all types of West Virginia records, And I think he's still probably the all-time receiver. Him and Stedman Bailey. So Tavon Austin highlight tape is probably the greatest highlight tape I've ever seen in my life. 10 minutes straight touchdowns. I think I might play it right now while I'm talking so I can show you what I'm saying. Tavon Austin had the greatest highlight tape I ever seen in my life growing up. Still to this day, nobody highlight tape can come close. But one thing that we noticed when we was watching this highlight tape was that this nigga was not playing against nobody. And that matters. When your competition is trash, your highlight tape got to be overly fire. It can't just be like, oh yeah, you look like a good player. When we look and we see all the people that you're playing against, it's number 60, and he's 150 pounds. We know he don't have no future in the next level. So you ran him over. Yeah, he might be labeled as a defensive tackle. He's 160 pounds. It's not no defensive tackle. So I was watching this highlight tape, and I'm like, bro, who is he playing against? These little boys look like they ain't on nothing. And it be like that. So when I went to college in Nebraska, a lot of the people that I was on teams with, they played 8-man football or 6-man or whatever that shit was called. I think it's called 8-man football. Them niggas played 8-man football growing up. Highlight tape looking crazy. Best quarterback in the city. In the state. I think we had a Gatorade. We had somebody who won a Gatorade Player of the Year for quarterback on my team in the state of Nebraska. This nigga was the 4th string safety. He was the 4th string safety. He was garbage. I say, bro, and he was like a junior. He was showing me his shit. He's like, yeah, I was a Gatorade Player of the Year when I was coming out. Blah 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 blah. I'm like, bro, at safety, I'm trying to figure it out. Cause I'm like, this nigga, he like scout team. Cause like no quarterback. Like quarterback. What the? Nigga, I watched the highlight tape. He was just running. I'm trying to count the people on the field. I'm like, they're playing 7-on-7. I'm like, bro, what is this? This high school, this league ball? What is this rec ball? He's like, nah, man, that's from my high school. I said, oh, okay. Nigga walk right past that. So, damn, that nigga play 808. Somebody Gatorade Player of the Year. Get your ass out my face. One of you 4th-string scout team. Get your ass out of here. But it be like that, bro. Motherfuckers be at the bottom division in they state. They state got 8 divisions. They in division C. They got motherfucking A through F. You in division C all the way with the private schools. And you beating all the private schools and shit. And then your highlight tape look 5. You a 5-star recruit, 4-star recruit. Next thing you know, you going up to a college and you ain't doing shit. I say it every fucking year. That would look like me.
When you fake like that. Would you let me go? No, you never come back.
Let me make the big screen for my boy Tavon. This nigga highlight tape so far. I'm talking about this nigga highlight tape was fucking crazy. First of all, look at his stats. Right? Jit stats was outrageous when I looked at him, and this is back in the day. So now offensive stats, them bitches look crazy. This is 07. Jit didn't even have 200 carries. He almost had 2,600 yards. He ain't even had 200 carries. Average of 12 yards a carry, 39 touchdowns. Nigga had 4 interceptions. 1 kickoff, 1 punt return touchdown. Nigga had 17 returns, 335 yards. So you just might look at that and be like, "Oh yeah, that's pretty good season, huh? He might be straight." Man, when you see his highlight tape, you like, "What the fuck?" Jit was I'm talking about get swift. That shit better not buffer either. When I seen that nigga highlight tape, I immediately put my cleats on. I like, man, this got me fucked up. I'm the swiftest nigga in existence. This nigga ain't finna be swifter than me. Jit ugly as fuck. Gotta stay swift. Dig it? Look at that boy. This one I knew that boy would like that. First of all, they start out with a catch. I'm like, I thought that boy was a running back. They said, nah, man, throw that boy the ball. And the boy gets swift. That bit most definitely trying to buff. Oh, when I see that bit, I said, bro, this is a 10-minute highlight tape of straight touchdowns. Like, get off me, Jit. Got Swift on his head. Damn, there's two niggas right there. Got off on their ass. Did his stupid ass. Still slide. Dead good. Gave the ball to his homie. So they said, cuz, you scored. Like, that nigga Swift as fuck. Pick that bit. Come here. Out of that. Bam. I'm gonna slide out of side. I'm gonna run it in anyway. Like, Jit was like that. Look, hand is it. Look at. Did his stupid ass. Like, Jit was just, I've seen the highlight tape. I'm like, damn, that nigga fire. But then I see that number 40. Hold on, let me go back. Look, I see that number 40. Look at number 40. He got number 40. Jit skinny as fuck. I said, bro, where he playing at? I said, bro, I probably have this many touchdowns if I was up that bit too. I looked, I was like, oh, he playing for nobody. But that boy had got him a scholarship, West Virginia. But if you see the nigga highlight tape, it's top tier. It ain't just no, oh, he's a nice player. This is every time this nigga got the ball, it's a highlight moment. He going 85, he going 68, he getting a pick, he running, he about to get tackled, turn around, hand it to his homie, he scoring. Like, this nigga was just like that. You feel me? Let me see if I can get to some move. This nigga was just fire. Arch Manning, man, this nigga highlight tape didn't do that for me. I was watching this highlight tape like, he cool. You know what I mean? He cool. Oh, no, this ain't it. That shit skipping and shit. Long story less long. That nigga highlight tape was not up to par, right? Tavon Austin highlight tape looked like he was going to the NFL. I seen Arch Manning highlight tape, cuz shit just looked like a regular quarterback who team passed the ball a lot. And when you get thrust into that position, you got that last name. Come on, bro. When you been starting since you was an 8th grader, type shit. Like your school got 8th grade all the way to 12th grade, and you starting in 8th grade for a team that's already stacked in a conference that ain't got nobody. They playing against private schools and the deaf and blind and shit. Like, come on, fam. Then you got a nerve to tell me he gonna be the next Tebow? That's disrespectful. That's disrespectful. Damn, even Jimmy Dore on that shit. Hold up, man. Let me tap. Jimmy Dore says highly dubious. He called that motherfucker highly dubious. He said that motherfucker highly dubious. I'd say that text train, that shit look fake. That little text exchange that he said that he did with his lover, that shit look fake. I ain't even gonna hold you. I'm sitting up here watching that shit up, especially after the Discord servers. You was telling us the trans and all that. Come on, gang. Discord server wasn't even jumping like that. Nigga was kept. So, but let me see. I'm gonna get up out of here anyway. What that shit was? I think Jennifer, she posted about it. Shit, I had a podcast. Hey, why they be having Cash look like that? Hey, this nigga Cash be getting caught out of bounds. That nigga Cash be getting caught out of bounds. You know they call him Cocaine Cash. You know that's what they call him. Let me take the picture now so you can see him. You know that's what they call the boy. Know that's what they call that boy. Let's see. Go for the Cash gets destroyed. MAGA turns on Trump after his attack on free speech. That video too long. I'm not finna watch that. What else you got? MAGA Civil War explodes. I'll probably just go with the most recently available. I'll watch the rest of this shit later. She called that nigga Kanko's McTaco Tits. I still can't get over that. That shit was so funny. She called that. I said, yo, she snapped. She had caught the spirit of Jasmine Crockett. She caught the spirit of Jasmine Crockett. That shit was crazy. Snapped on his ass. Big stupid ugly line. Kanko's Mick. Snapped on his big stupid ugly line. Alright, let me let this shit play. I'm gonna get like that.
Okay, so this little device right here is called the PET.
The Epstein files are not going anywhere. And every single day, the director of the FBI, Kash Patel, wakes up and proves how breathtakingly incompetent and corrupt he is. Today, he's been in front of Congress. Watch Eric Swalwell eviscerate this guy in a minute and a half. Play the clip.
Remembering your oath to tell the truth, did you ever tell Donald Trump his...
Director of the FBI, Kash Patel, wakes up and proves how breathtakingly incompetent and corrupt he is. Today, he's been in front of Congress. Watch Eric Swalwell eviscerate this guy in a minute and a half. Play the clip.
Remembering your oath to tell the truth, did you ever tell Donald Trump his name is in the files?
I have never spoken to President Trump about the Epstein files.
Did you ever tell the Attorney General that Donald Trump's name is in the Epstein files?
The Attorney General and I have had numerous discussions about the entirety of the Epstein files and the reviews conducted by our team.
Did you tell the Attorney General that Donald Trump's name is in the Epstein files?
And we have released where President Trump's name is in the Attorney's
It's a simple question.
file.
Did you tell the Attorney General that the President's name is in the Epstein files?
During many conversations that the Attorney General and I have had on the matter of Epstein, we have reviewed.
The question is simple.
Who
did you tell the Attorney General that Donald Trump's name is in the Epstein files? Yes or no?
Why don't you try spelling it out?
Yes or no, Director?
Use the alphabet.
Yes or no?
No. A, B, C,
Director,
D, F.
it sounds like you don't want to tell us. Did you tell the Attorney General that Donald Trump's name was in the Epstein files?
Why don't you try serving your constituency by focusing on reducing violent crime in this country and the number of pedophiles that are illegally harbored in your sanctuary cities in California? I'll work with you on that.
Regular order, Mr. Chairman. Director,
I belong to the gentleman from California.
Did you tell the Attorney General that Donald Trump's name is in the Epstein files?
The question has been asked and answered.
You've not answered it, and we will take your evasiveness as a consciousness of guilt.
I mean, this is just pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. No doubt about it. He told Pam Bondi, you cannot release the files that are sitting on your desk because your boss, Kanks, is cankles deep in the Epstein files. And Trump sends out these incompetent people, and their only qualification is that they are blindly loyal. And that's the problem, and that's the difference. Trump 1.0, he did a lot of damage. He was surrounded by people that are loyal to the Constitution. Were they right-wingers? Yes. Were they super conservative? Yes. Did I agree with any of them? No, but they wouldn't let him break the law. Now he's surrounded by complete, utter lawlessness. Next up, we have Congressman Massey, who is a Republican. And you guys, he is spilling some piping hot tea. Listen to this.
According to victims who cooperated with the FBI in that investigation, these documents in FBI possession, your possession, detail at least 20 men, including Mr. Jess Staley, CEO of Barclays Bank, who Jeffrey Epstein trafficked victims to. Victims including minors, such as Virginia Roberts. You free.
Damn, I missed
May she rest
this.
in peace.
Damn.
That list also includes.
I'm tripping. Ooh. Ooh. Wee. I'm tripping. Hey, Massey. See, that's why I fuck with Tom. Let's go from the top. That's crazy. And you up here just capping like that. See, that's why I call it, listen. Cocaine Cash up that line.
Detail at least 20 men, including Mr. Jess Staley, CEO of Barclays Bank, who Jeffrey Epstein trafficked victims to. Victims including minors, such as Virginia Roberts. You free? May she rest in peace.
He just name dropped like fuck.
Lawlessness. Next up, we have Congressman Massey, who is a Republican. And you guys, he is spilling some piping hot tea. Listen to this.
According to victims who cooperated with the FBI in that investigation, these documents in FBI possession, your possession, detail at least 20 men, including Mr. Jess Staley, CEO of Barclays Bank, who Jeffrey Epstein trafficked victims to. Victims including minors, such as Virginia Roberts. You free? May she rest in peace. That list also includes at least 19 other individuals, one Hollywood producer worth a few $100 million, one royal prince, one high-profile individual in the music industry, one very prominent banker, one high-profile government official, one high-profile former politician, one owner of a car company in Italy, one rock star, one magician, at least 6 billionaires, including a billionaire from Canada. We know these people exist in the FBI files, the files that you control. I don't know exactly who they are, but the FBI does. Have you launched any investigations into any of these people, and have you seen these 302 documents?
Sir, I have asked my FBI agents to review the entirety of the Epstein files and bring forth any credible information. And we're working with Congress not only to divulge that information and produce it to you, but any investigations that arise from any credible investigation will be brought. There have been no new materials brought to me launching a new indictment.
So as you can see, there is so much more to the Epstein case. And when they talk about victims, we're talking about little girls. We're talking about minors. And Kash Patel and all of these other crazy right-wingers are so quick to say that they are the law and order party, that they are pro-children, but they're not. They cherry pick when they care about certain things, and they only care about crime when somebody they politically disagree with commits it. When somebody within their rank commits the crime, they don't give a shit. Here's a little bit more right where that other clip left off with Massey and Kash Patel, the former podcaster. You guys, I just want to remind you, this would be like me a year from now running the FBI. It's insanity.
If you live anywhere here in the red circled area and you have an old, struggling air conditioning or heating system, right now we have an offer going on.
And so have you reviewed those 302 documents where the victims name the people who victimized them?
If I personally know, but the FBI has.
So how can you sit here and in front of the Senate and say there are no names?
I said
I named one today.
I said We are not in the practice at the Department of Justice FBI of releasing victims' names. That is not what we do. We are also not in the habit of releasing incredible information. That's not what we do. Your
The
representation.
president is not implicated. Why not release everything that involves?
We have released everything, the president and anyone else's side, that is credible and lawfully be able to be released. Your fixation on this matter and baseless accusations that I'm hiding
Also,
child
Mr.
pedophiles is disgusting.
Okay, him saying, Kash Patel saying, your fixation on this matter is disgusting. And I want to remind you all that prior to Kash Patel becoming the director of the FBI, he was fixated on the Epstein case. He talked about it nonstop, podcast after podcast, deep state, deep cabal of Democrats involved in all of this stuff. This is where the Pizzagate shit comes from, you guys. He was way down the rabbit hole. And now that he's inside the Death Star and he's seen the facts, he doesn't want to reveal them, because if your name is Kash Patel, your balls have been severed and they are in the front desk of the Oval Office. That's where they sit. Donald Trump has collected the balls of all of these people, and every day they get up, debase themselves, lie to the American public, and commit this fraud in front of the American people. And here's what's so disgusting about it, you guys. We pay his salary. We're paying for him to help cover up this horrific crime. And then this is just another congresswoman right here. Look at how effortlessly she disqualifies him just in general. Within 25 seconds, he's completely exposed as being the buffoon that he is.
So Dylan Roof, who followed white supremacist propaganda, murdered 9 black parishioners in Charleston in 2015. Do you deny this?
I'm sorry. Dylan Ruth?
Roof?
Can you give me some more information?
You're head of the FBI. You probably know this. If you don't know, that's fine.
You can give me a reminder. I've got a lot in front of me.
It was national news. Robert.
Of course he doesn't know about that one. Of course he doesn't. Because people like Kash Patel that are brown-skinned, or Candace Owens, there is something broken there where there's some self-loathing where they want to prop up the very structures that want to oppress them. And then they're very useful in the racist lives. So Candace Owens, when racists watch her, they feel a little bit less racist. It provides them a little bit of cover. And the same for Kash Patel. Of course, Kash Patel doesn't know anything about this because he's not interested in it. He was a podcaster that was obsessed with the Epstein files. And now that he has the opportunity to show the world that he was going to out everybody involved in it, what does he do? He puts it under the desk because his balls are in the Resolute desk in the Oval. It's as obvious as anything. And today's episode is sponsored.
Fair to say. She got any more of this Senate situation? Okay, yeah. Fair to say. She got Michael Wolff on the show? Oh, they might have had a decent little show today. I might have to go back and watch the whole show. She got Michael Wolff on. Oh, no, that's they on C-SPAN. Oh, okay. I'm tripping. She running with Michael. I guess I give it. Gotta give it this right here. And I'm out.
In the show notes. But here we have Michael Wolff, who spent hours interviewing Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, hours and hours and hours and hours. Has written books on this and has done some of the best reporting. Here he is talking about kinks with little girls, photographs that he himself, Michael Wolff, saw. I'm going to play that first, and then it's going to segue into a clip where Congressman asks Kash Patel, have you seen photos of Donald Trump with young girls? And I want you to watch how sketchy Kash Patel's face is when he answers no, which is always a tell that somebody's lying. Play this clip.
Sitting talking to Epstein, and he said, wait a minute, I got to show you something. And then he went into his safe, and he came out with photographs. They were Polaroids, I think, and he kind of spread them out like playing cards, and it was Trump. I mean, I think there were a dozen of them, and it was Trump with girls of an uncertain age at Epstein's Palm Beach house, where all of the things that he would ultimately be accused of took place. And I remember very vividly 3 of them. There are 2 in which Trump is, the girls, topless girls, are sitting on Trump's lap. And then a 3rd in which he has a stain on the front of his pants. And the girls are kind of pointing at it, sort of bent over, laughing.
So, Director Patel, I'm going to ask you a very broad and general question. As you know, Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein were friends. There are, of course, photos showing Donald Trump together with Epstein, correct?
I don't have the entirety of the photographs, but I think they've been photographed in public together.
All right. Are there any photos showing Donald Trump with girls of an uncertain age?
No.
Okay.
How do you know that?
Rewind that just a little bit. I want y'all to watch the way he says no, and then he darts his eyes around. He has seen them, they exist, and he knows it, and he's covering up for the president of the United States because this administration is so incredibly corrupt. They're ready to turn the page on all of this shit, but it is going nowhere. Play it again, Kylie.
Are you worried you're drinking too much? Is alcohol affecting your health, your work, or your relationships? Choose your horizon.
Showing Donald Trump with girls of an uncertain age?
No.
That is an L-I-A-R. He is lying. He is a liar. There's no question about it. And think about the accusation there. Michael Wolff spent a lot of time with Jeffrey Epstein, and his reporting has been rock solid. And you guys, this is why the files are not being released. This is it. This is why. The birthday card and all of that stuff, all of it is real. These photographs are real. Kash Patel has seen them. Kash Patel has told Pam Bondi, we cannot release these because he's in the middle of them. And they know that it's like a house of cards. If they release them, then everybody starts falling down. If they only redact Donald Trump and then 12, 15 other very powerful men get exposed, guess what they're going to do? They're going to whistle blow on Kanks. So it's too risky. So they are calling it a hoax. He's trotting out a neutered Kash Patel whose testicles are in the Resolute desk in the Oval and lying to the American public. All right. And lastly, this is just so rich. This is so unbelievably rich. Listen to Kash Patel.
Is it? You don't like me, that's fine. But don't you dare disparage the men and women of the FBI that are producing record results in historic fashion to protect this country. They are kicking ass for America, and they're going to continue to do so.
Nobody is disparaging law enforcement and the FBI as much as Kash Patel. This is absolutely horrendous. He has purged people in the FBI that had investigated Donald Trump. He has purged people that care about law and order and the truth. And he is only now surrounding himself with agents who probably need the work. They need the health insurance because it's, you can't get sick in America without health insurance. And nobody is disparaging the law enforcement as much as MAGA has. The way they have treated January 6th by pardoning all of these convicted felons, the way he is trotting out and marching to Congress right now is beyond the pale, and it does a disservice to all law enforcement officers all over this country. And to those people, if you think MAGA cares about you, they don't. They don't. They only care about you as long as you're a Trump supporter. If you're a cop and you happen to say, I'm not a Trump guy, they'll think that you're a part of the deep state. That is their ethos. That's as far as it goes. All right, that's all we have for today. Some really, really stunning stuff happening in Congress. And it is a reminder that we have to keep pressure on this Epstein thing because it is disqualifying beyond the pale. And the cover-up goes, I think, from Kanks